superiority. "We should do it. Now. Tonight. Spencer," he said. "Jumping straight into action is why we're in this position in the first place. We have to take time to plan." "But every hour we wait is another hour they have to gather more forces." I stepped up to him. "Jorgen, we can break through and rescue those slugs. You can see how panicked the enemy is at not having a Clivity Stone. Imagine if they couldn't communicate. Scud, what if they couldn't hyperjump or inhibit us? What if we took every slug away from them?" "They won't have every slug in the superiority on that station," he said. "Only the majority of the comm slugs, per our intel, and a large number of the others not currently in service." "Yes, but they're hard on their slugs," I said. "They wear them out. If we steal their reserves, it would be a huge blow to their battle capacity. They'd have to pull slugs off the shipping routes. They'd lose a ton of mobility. Plus, Evensong, it's their central communications hub. You've heard Kuna talk. If we take it, rescue those slugs, the enemy won't be able to relay information. They'll have to go into war practically blindfolded. It's an opportunity any general in history would have salivated over. We have to hit the enemy now, before they get smart and realize their policy of keeping Tanik secret and confined to a few key locations exposes them to attack." He met my eyes. Then he shook his head. "It's too hasty to commit to right now, but I'll raise it with the others," he promised. "I think this is a good idea and likely the best course, but I'm not going to authorize an attack tonight. That isn't how we work. We work as a team, as allies to our friends. That is protocol." "To hell with protocol," I said. "What have those rules ever gotten us? They're a stupid bunch of things written by people who don't understand battle and are too cowardly to go fight in one." I immediately knew I'd gone too far. Jorgen winced as if I'd punched him. In a moment of pain, I realized he probably wished I had. He saw the rules like I saw the stories Gran told, as a way to make sense of the world and life and Scud. I was an idiot. "Jorgen," I said, "We can't all just make it up as we go, Spencer," he said, his voice cold. "We can't all just barrel forward, expecting someone else to pick up the pieces. Some of us need structure, advice, rules." "I know. I didn't mean I will take your proposal to the others," he said, his voice growing louder, not shouting me down, more sterning me down. "I believe it has merit, and I will explain to them why. You need to wait." I gritted my teeth. I needed to trust him on this, didn't I? But what if waiting was wrong? Should I go dual braid? That was a decision for me, not for him, right? It would mean doing something while waiting on Jorgen and the... "Are you thinking," he said to me, "that because I'm delaying on this plan you literally just dreamed up, you should go back to dueling that woman?" "Maybe," I admitted, resentful of how well he understood me. "You realize that a duel with her wouldn't be about piloting skill," he said. "She'll betray you." "Yes," I admitted. I just outlined the reasons why dueling her would be stupid. But it was hard to not be moving, acting. Maybe that was my problem. "Spencer," he said, "I can't stop you from running off to do whatever you want. I doubt our entire military could hold you. But if you have even an ounce of respect for me, if you legitimately care for me, you will listen. This is it, Spencer. I'm asking you and commanding you not to duel this woman. I'm asking you to listen to me for once. Will you do that?" I trembled, but scud him, he was right, and I did trust him and care for him. "Okay," I said softly. "I won't run off, Jorgen. No duel with Braid." "And you won't secretly try to attack the superiority's central communications base?" he said. "No going around me to gather troops for an attack?" "No rush at Evensong," I promised. "But when you talk to the others, make it clear how many slugs are there. We need to rescue them. It's our moral duty. I will do so. Thank you. He seemed far more relaxed now that I'd promised not to do either of these things. I left then, ostensibly to respect his planning time, but really because I wasn't sure I could keep my emotions properly in check. Best to be out of sight in case they exploded. For better or for worse, though, it was time to listen to Jorgen. Hopefully, that wouldn't cost us the world itself. Chapter 21. The next day was one of the roughest in my life. I kept thinking about the enemy gathering their troops, building an overwhelming strike force that would eventually annihilate our allies, isolate us, then destroy Detritus. Yes, the planet was an amazing technological marvel, but Jorgen was right. If we fled, they'd find us, and every rock could be broken with time, every shield worn down. We had to strike, but I had to let the others make that decision, so I waited, which was awful. Until finally something arrived, a note leading me to the cargo bay. There I found a huge delivery for me, almost 3 meters tall and 10 meters on each side, and wrapped in obscuring plastic. Rig had come through, and his fabricators had built what I'd requested. The note apologized for not being able to complete the assembly. Apparently, he had an even more important project for the fabricators, making more platforms to replace the weaker portions of our defenses, I suspected. At any rate, this was what I'd wanted. I was glad to have to do a little assembly, in fact. I quickly fetched Doomslug and Hesho, returning with the two of them, her in her holster, him hovering along beside me on his platform. "And this is," he asked. "A project," I said. "So I keep busy and stop worrying about everything going wrong." "Excellent," he said. "What variety of project are we talking about? Are we constructing, perhaps, a dojo for meditation?" I smiled, then touched the huge plastic-wrapped package and held out my hand for him. He landed his ship on my palm, the plate-sized disc heavy in my hand. I didn't need to hold it for long, however, as I hyper-jumped us and the package away, down from the platforms and space stations, and into the caverns of Detritus, to one in particular, one where I'd lived for months while in flight school. Rubble to one side, some scraps of metal in the center, a table and some old dishware I'd scavenged in the corner. Doomslug let out a happy fluting. This was the cavern where I'd found Mbot. It was time to build him a new body. I could have done it up above, of course. It would have been smart to build it there, with all the available resources and tools. But I was feeling nostalgic and wanted to be more secluded, somewhere that wasn't always reminding me of our impending doom. So I began unwrapping. Rig's fabricators had put together the bulk of the fuselage. The basic ship was there, contained in a metal framework. It was missing key parts, though, like the canopy, some of the wiring, and many of the outer plates. Those were packed for me to install. I unfolded a large set of schematics, ones copied from plans in the data dump, the very ones the enemy had made when they disassembled Mbot. Fortunately, they'd been meticulous. Rig had included some detailed instructions written out by one of his assistants. Incredibly, he had 7 of those now, and she'd even included some visualizations. I smiled, wishing I could co-opt Rig himself to help me, but he had more important things to do. I probably did too. I stayed here anyway, and got to work. The first step was to lay out the parts. Hesho helped with his hover platform, which had a small light line on it for moving objects. He'd grown accustomed to needing such devices in the world of giants. Even turning a doorknob would be a challenge for a creature of his size. Some of these plates, though, were heavy beyond his capacity. Fortunately, Rig had thought of that, and sent me a small acclivity ring mover for shuffling parts around, in particular the boosters and front nose piece, which still needed to be attached. We organized the parts, then I spread the large schematics out on the table, followed by the datapad with the actual "Spensa just do this" instructions. I wasn't incompetent at this sort of thing. I knew more than most, as I'd proved during my time with the Broadsiders. But assembling a complicated starship would have been beyond me if Riggs fabricators hadn't done around 80% of the work already. As it was, the remainder looked like it would walk the perfect line, challenging, but doable by one pilot, her pet teleportation slug, and her fox gerbil bodyguard. It was too bad we were basically doomed because, looked at without context, my life was kind of awesome.
So,
Hesho said. He'd left his mask on the table, as it was just us.
I sense a reverence to your actions. This place is special to you.
It's where I first found Mbot, I said, broken down. I spent months repairing him in here, alone.
Alone?
Doomslug fluted from where she sat on the wing of the ship nearby. Alone, save for my trusty slug companion, I corrected, and Rig, who maybe helped a little. Hesho looped over, using his ship to project some holographic instructions for me as I started work on the landing gear, which needed to be put in place before we removed the scaffolding from the ship. I nodded my thanks as I worked. The original build was, I'll admit, a lot more scrappy and experience.
I'm unfamiliar with the term, he said.
Today we've got advanced tools, I explained, shoving part of the landing gear in place. And this thing practically sticks together on its own. Back then, I only had what I could scavenge or what I could convince Rig to steal from me.
Your life has been one long, scrappy experience, hasn't it? He said.
Yeah. Haunting tunnels as a kid with my family, settling in Igneous, then hunting rats because we were outcasts. Now, well, whatever I am now.
Your life has taught you the opposite lessons to what mine has, he said. For you, everything is hard. If an opportunity presents itself, you must snatch it or lose it to someone fiercer. You don't have time to think because if you think, you starve. Is this an accurate summation?
Yeah, I said, wiping my brow as I worked. I suppose it is.
This makes it difficult for you when dealing with those who have lived in privilege, he said. We spend our lives learning to plan. Often, those in power stay in power because of such luxuries. It is not that they are smarter or more capable, but that they've had the opportunity to think about tomorrow, not just today.
Damn, that's a good explanation, I said, dragging over another chunk of landing gear. Have you been listening in on my mind or something? You aren't secretly cytonic, are you?
I merely have a special chance these days to consider myself and my life.
I told Jorgen, I said, getting down low to begin bolting a wheel into place, that I thought we should attack the superiority. Right now, before they can gather their strength. He wants more time, but he's wrong. I can feel it. We need to hit Winzik before he's at his best. It's basic tactics. We should go straight to the communications hub and force the enemy to engage us there. Winzik will have to protect it.
Won't that mean attacking him where he has a battlefield advantage?
Hesho said.
He'll have inhibition fields in place at the communications hub. Can we find a way to force him to engage us where our inhibitors are in play?
I doubt it, I said. We don't have enough inhibitors. We can't cover both Redawn and Evershore with them, so if we wait, Winzik can hit whichever population is exposed, breaking us. He's willing to strike civilians. His attack on your planet proves that. This means that we're much better on offense than we are on defense.
What if we were to move our populations? Hesho said. Your grandmother mentioned perhaps bringing us with you, and I have been considering her words of wisdom. My people take up far less room than humans do, while the people of Redawn inhabit only a small part of their planet. Their total planetary population is under 3 million. What if we moved one or both populations on to Detritus for the battle?
I don't think we could do that in time, I said. Evacuating even 3 million people seems a remarkable task.
Yes, but using hyperslugs, he said. No need for transports? We just assemble groups, teleport them to the proper location, then repeat.
I still think it would be too hard, I said.
But it's a possibility, Hesho said. Planning, Spencer. Jorgen's life has taught him to plan. It has taught him the value of structure. I do not know him as well as you, but I wonder if the rules he holds dear are revered because for him, they've actually worked, when for you, they have not.
I tightened a bolt, then started on the next part of the landing gear after he brought it over with his light line. Hesho, I said, you are super smart. You realize that, right?
I spent my life being told that, he said, by people who were obligated to do so. I enjoy hearing it from those who are not.
You solve so many things for me, I continued, twisting a bolt with vigor. There was a power driver for this, but I wanted to work up a sweat. I would finish them all up with the machine to make them secure. I wish I could give you something you need in return, but you were basically the richest guy on a planet for most of your life, so I don't know what I could offer. He hovered down beside me as I worked.
Spencer, he said, do you know the one thing an emperor always has trouble finding?
A good rat sandwich?
Friends, he said, and smiled. On my planet, I could have no equals because no one dared treat me as one, and I never dared expect them to. When I vanished, they mourned me but did not grieve. Then you found me, and you refused to let me stay lost. Rest assured, you offer me a great deal, something I have not known since I was a kid.
He reached out his paw, then pulled the fingers in, making a fist, as I'd done earlier. I gave him a bump, and he nodded to me.
Come, let us make a body for our other lost friend, so that he may rejoin our menagerie of misfits.
I didn't know if Mbot would be able to inhabit a body again, but Scud, I hoped he could. I wanted so badly to make him a home, a place where he knew he belonged, partially because of things he'd said earlier, partially to keep myself busy, and partially because, well, it felt right. And as Hesho had said, I'd learned to go with what felt right. That said, he made good points about not rushing in to attack. I wished Jorgen had made those points to me. But maybe he shouldn't have had to. Maybe the points he had made, that I should trust him, were the more important ones. How much trust had he shown in me? A great deal. Trust in me to go to Starsight, to do what I needed to in the nowhere. Trust with his whole heart. A trust I wanted to deserve. I threw myself into working on the ship, attaching the boosters and checking the wiring. I was particularly careful when I installed the wide black box that Mbot's old ship had contained, the assembly of hard drive and processors that had made up his brain, a motherboard and chipset that used acclivity stone instead of something like silicon and atomalin, capable of letting the computer process inside the nowhere. It was what let this ship break normal computing limits. I didn't know a lot about the engineering of it, but I hoped that this would give Mbot a body again when in our realm. The Delvers can exist here, I thought. They make a body when they come, a crude and terrible replica of the housing that carried them as AIs. So I felt this should work. I hoped it would, at least. Hesho helped with the wiring, proving particularly useful with some of the fine details of the job. He hummed as he did, then softly broke into song, Doomslug fluting along. After a few minutes of that, he used his dashboard to play some samples for her from an instrument his people made, a kind of bamboo flute. She imitated that, and soon they were singing in harmony. Him a deep bass, resonant and soft, a mournful song. Her an airy flute, with sharp cuts between notes. It was beautiful. So I turned off the translation function on my pin, which was spoiling it. I just listened, working, appreciating how this specific song echoed in the boundaries of the cavern. Enjoying the moment, rather than being overwhelmed by both past and future. Inside my soul, Chet hummed along in his own way, seeming perfectly content. But that was wrong.
Wrong, he thought. Wrong how?
Because this isn't what life is about, I replied.
What do you mean?
What did I mean? I found myself in an odd mood as I read through how to attach the canopy. I'd come down here to try to recapture the feeling I'd had as a lonely girl building herself a starfighter. But I wasn't that girl anymore. Instead of finding solace in the solitude, I wanted to share the experience. FM would have loved to hear Hesho sing, and Kimmelin would have had something to say, I'm sure, about the irony of building a hyper-advanced spaceship in a cave, like I was some kind of overachieving Neanderthal. Ned was recovering, and I wanted to hear his affable voice again. He complained, but enjoyed hands-on work, and Arturo would probably have spotted me getting the wiring wrong on this section of the throttle controls, and prevented me from having to redo it. I wasn't alone any longer. Why did I keep pretending that I was? I smiled as I stood up, wiping my brow, which was sweaty but not a bit stained with grease. At least my jumpsuit was dusty from the ground. This was supposed to be messy work, but Rig had packaged everything too neatly.
So, Hesho said, hovering over the schematics on the table, I believe that the booster controls and the central processing are all fully installed. The next task is to check wing control function before we put the plates on. She mentions we might want to look over the air intake channels first, as there is some tricky bolting to be done there.
He looked up at me.
Are you fatigued? Should we take a break?
Nah, I said. I'm good. What about you?
Eager and ready, he said. I've never actually built anything before. It's an engaging process, blissfully laborious, like the flow of water in a wash, depositing stones in just the right place upon the bed, making a roadway of colors once the rainy season is through.
Exactly as I would have said it, I told him, grabbing the power driver to tighten some bolts. Except I'd have used more blood. Hesho smiled and began laying out the next set of parts while I worked. I didn't get far, however, before someone nosed in on my brain.
Hey, Mbot said, I managed to sneak away. Except not away, because nothing is away from anything else in here. It's complicated.
Well, good, I guess, I sent back to him. Any leads on how to use whatever I am to stop the Delvers?
No real leads, he said. Just confirmations. I can meld in among them, pretend to be one of them. They're not a group mind, as we've discussed, just a bunch of individuals with the exact same personality, basic core self. Regardless, it's easy to imitate one of them, as I simply have to react as they all would. I've acquired a copy of their programming, such that it is. Again, this is complicated, but they're not used to having a spy among them, so they have no idea how to look for me.
All right, I sent, trying to follow that, and to imagine him in a place that wasn't a place among a bunch of Delvers who just thought he was another one of them. Anyway, he continued, as we figured out, they fear you because you know the source of their pain. They're afraid that interacting with you will bring it back to the surface because, Spencer, they have not done a good job of burying it. It's there within their substance, within their code, the loss, the agony. I feel it. Right, I thought. And while there in the nowhere, if that pain were to surface, it would never fade, because time doesn't pass.
There's another reason, he sent back. We're not AIs or robots any longer, no more than you are an amoeba. But we started there, and we don't forget except on purpose. Emotional pain doesn't dull for us over time, because we don't have the process of natural, mortal forgetfulness.
That seemed a relevant thing to understand. It wasn't that the Delvers were too weak to weather the pain like I'd done with my father's death. They'd literally needed to excise parts of themselves to make it fade, like a wolf gnawing its foot off to escape a trap. Realizing this made me ache for them even more. That was bad, though. They literally threatened all life in the galaxy. They'd already wiped out millions of people and would go further if they had to. This was one case where, empathy notwithstanding, I needed to be a warrior. They had a wound. I would exploit it, just like you would try to hit an opponent where they'd already been stabbed. We still need to know how to use this, I said to Mbot. They're afraid of me because somehow I make them remember. But how? How can I do it consciously? Not sure, he replied. I'll keep studying and looking. We need to be fast, though. As I said, it seems the deal between them and Winzik is still in force. He's promised them that all cytonics, and you especially, will be silenced, and the superiority will move to using slugs only. The Delvers want that very badly, so they're determined to join the confrontation and stop us. I nodded. Mbot's confirmations were helpful, but we were still in the same position. When the Delvers came to attack, I had to be ready to either immobilize them or inhibit them, locking them up in their own cells of eternal agony. If we manage this, I thought to Mbot, do you really think they'd just lock up rather than run? Yes, he said. It's how we respond to things we can't deal with. An infinite loop, locking up, frozen in time as we process the same terrible experience over and over, and see no escape. Do that at the right moment, and at the very least it might surprise, even intimidate, Winzik and his team. Assuming we could find the key to exposing their pain, it was a potential solution to a problem that nobody but me seemed willing to acknowledge. The fact that the true victors in the galaxy would be the ones who could control the Delvers. Hey, I sent him, remembering what Jorgen and I had discussed. While I'm thinking of it, do you notice any difficulty in talking to me in here when I'm near detritus, from the inhibitor slugs? He said. It's noticeable, but more like a little buzz. I'm a grown-up Delver now, Spensa. Very scary. We're too powerful to care about inhibitors. I know, I sent back. The Delver that scoured detritus all those years ago didn't respond to their inhibitors either. That's kind of what's worrying me. Why? I just shook my head as I worked, sending him a general sense of discontent. I was beginning to think that Braid was wrong. She and I weren't connected mystically or any nonsense like that. I had a Delver on my soul, so things like inhibitors were weaker around me. I'd been able to break through them at least once. Maybe that was why she could contact me, because I was weakening the inhibition field. I don't sense her right now, if that helps, he said. Just you, Doomslug, and Hesho in... Hey, is that my cavern? Why are you... I looked up from my work beside the wing of the ship, but there was nothing to look at, just the empty cavern. Is that for me? Mbot said, his cytonic voice laden with emotion. In this case, it came as an overwhelming wave of joy and disbelief tied up in one. Spensa, you're rebuilding my body? I grinned. I'd hoped to keep it a surprise, I said to him. That doesn't work so well when your friend can literally see through your eyes. Spensa, he said, his voice trembling. Thank you. How? How can you rebuild it? The data dump we stole? I sent to him. It had the schematics the superiority drew as they tore your old body apart. We can make it new, maybe even better, without restrictions like the one preventing you from flying yourself. Spensa, I've never been given a gift before. It's wonderful. It's not done yet, I sent him. It will take days, maybe weeks, for us to finish this. Yes, but you thought of it. You're doing it. For me, I'm leaking emotion. Oh, it's why you cry, even when you're happy. I understand now. I grinned, the leaking joy he felt washing over me, and inside Chet trembled.
This, he thought to me. Don't destroy the others. Show them this, somehow. The joy that consumes the pain. As Hesho hovered over, I winked. Embat saw, I told him. He's grateful for what we're doing. Please convey to him my respect and well wishes, Hesho said. His sacrifice, though not permanent, was my salvation, and I owe him a debt of gratitude. I think Embat would rather have a debt of friendship. Hesho cocked his head, then smiled at that. I think I would too. What a precious realization, and what a precious life I now can live. That gave me an idea. This entire project of mine down here, well, it had been built on a false premise. I was glad, absolutely, that I'd decided to fix Embat's ship. But I didn't need this cavern any longer. Hesho deserved better anyway. Come on, I said to him, holding out my hand for Hesho. Let's take a break. It's dinner time anyway. Excellent, he said, hovering over. A solitary meal in your room, contemplating our upcoming battle. Nope, I said. Not this time. Chapter 22. Hesho and I appeared in the cafeteria, but I judged things wrong. Dinner was already over, and a group of rookie ground troops were busy wiping down the tables. A few looked at me and jumped. The old me would have appreciated the fearsome reputation I'd cultivated. Today, the panic of having missed the others was far more potent. Hesho hovered up beside my head, then turned a masked face toward me, seeming confused. We're not too late, he said. Look, they have some of the latecomer meals. He pointed to the sandwiches prepared for those with irregular shifts. I grabbed 2 because I was starving and wanted enough to share with Hesho, but this wasn't actually why we'd come. I had to find the others. A part of me realized that my sudden urgency was silly. There would be more times to chat with my friends. But I'd noticed a welling up need, a solution to my own anxiety that had to be filled. I wanted to see them. Chet wanted to see them. Both of us needed this, right now. And I'd missed the chance to be part of what was normally one of the most... Wait. It was Thursday. I waved to Hesho, then turned down the hallway. Not hyper-jumping, but moving at a brisk, almost run toward the hangar bays. I pushed open the door, then let out a relieved sigh. They were here. Thursday was our flight's time in the hangar for maintenance, which was something of a misnomer since the ground crews did most of the difficult work. They replaced parts and ran detailed diagnostics. That left the pilots to do our pre-flight checklist each time we went into the air, and what we did on Thursdays. Wash the ships. It was more ritual than requirement. We rarely flew in atmosphere anymore, and the ships didn't get as dirty as they once had. But there was a bond between a pilot and her ship, and it helped to actively care for it. So once a week, we came in here to give the ships a bath and a polish. As was tradition, everyone had gathered around one of the ships to work on it together. At the moment, wearing somewhat soggy dark green maintenance jumpsuits, they were working on Arturo's Poco, wiping char off the sides near the boosters, scrubbing the white panels until they shone, giving the canopy a good polish. As soon as I burst in, Kimmelin turned, then grinned widely and waved to me. I hesitantly made my way forward. I knew I shouldn't feel awkward rejoining them. I'd helped forge this team. But things had been off ever since I'd come back, with my soul trying to rip out of my body and my powers being strange and... thwack. A wet towel hit me in the face as Ned trotted by. It peeled off and fell into my hands. Wait, Ned was here? Out of the infirmary? He looked pretty good, all things considered, with one sleeve sewn up just above the elbow. He glanced at that, following my sightline, then winked. Best excuse I've ever had to take a nap while Arturo works, he said.
Too bad the medics say they'll get me a prosthetic arm with fingers that can move. I've got to milk this for every ounce of sympathy I can before I become Cyborg Ned. A prosthetic arm? We'd assumed his flying career was finished, as our technology wasn't particularly advanced in the realm of cybernetics. But maybe it was better than I thought. Perhaps my failure wasn't as costly as I'd feared. It was still my fault that he'd been hurt. I tried to force out the words. "Come on," he said, cutting me off. "We saved the messiest part for you." He grinned, then thumbed toward the ship's landing skids. "Ned," Arturo called. "She hasn't come to a single one of these since she got back. We didn't save anything for her." "Sure we did," Ned called back. "We saved them for me, and by tradition, I waited for a way to make someone else do them." He put his good arm out and grinned while giving me a side hug. And, well, everything wasn't all right. Things were still strange. But I no longer felt like leaving. "You should know better than to give me a dangerous weapon, Ned," I said to him, twisting the towel. "Scud, no," he said, dodging out of the way as I tried to whip it at him. "You're the best one to hold the dangerous weapon. Then people aim at you instead of me, and we're all happy." He ambled back toward the ship, and I started after him, then glanced at Hesho, who sat straight upright in his seat in the little hover disc. He had his white and red mask on, so I couldn't see his expression, but from his prim posture and tightly gripped fists, he seemed alarmed. He'd seen how we treated each other before, but I guessed maybe he found this even more extreme. "This is normal," I said to him, wolfing down a sandwich. "It is?" "Yep. Trust me. This is good." He hovered beside me as I finished the sandwich and knelt to begin cleaning the landing gear. And despite what Ned had said earlier, he got down with me and joined in, working with his good arm. Sadie, grinning, flipped down underneath the front of the ship, then hung just above us from a belt that she'd wrapped around the nose and began polishing. "Sadie?" I asked. "Did you strap yourself in so you could clean upside down?" "So much easier this way," she said. "Don't have to crane your neck." "I'd fall asleep," Ned said from beside me. "Too much like a hammock." "Oh?" Kimmelin replied, ducking down to look at us. "Are you implying that you need to be comfortable to take a nap, Ned? I've got you sleeping in the most ridiculous positions." "See? That's the thing," he said. "Once you fall asleep, you don't notice anymore." "'Cause you're unconscious." "So, sleeping when you're uncomfortable is really the best way to approach life." "And sleeping when you're comfortable?" I asked. "Also the best way to approach life," he said. "Bless your stars," Kimmelin said. "Nah, but you can bless my snores," he said, grinning as he dug harder into the caked-on gunk on the landing gear. Hesho hovered a little closer and picked his own section, some gears that were too tight for us to reach into, and cleaned there with a very small rag. "You all know my friend, Mask?" I said. "Yup," Ned said. "I must admit," Hesho said to them, "I am not accustomed to interactions of this sort. Please don't mistake my stiffness for dislike." "That's right," Ned said, wagging his rag at Hesho. "Mask, I heard you were someone real important before." I was," Hesho said. "But I don't know if we should discuss—" I gave Ned a glance, but he winked at me. "I heard," he continued, "you were a babysitter." "Yeah," Sadie said. "Like, you had to wrangle preschoolers. An entire country's worth of them." "Seems like it would be a relief not to have to deal with that sort of thing anymore," Ned said, still working. "I feel for you, my friend. When did you ever get to take a nap?" Hesho paused, then seemed amused as he responded. "Well, I shall say I did not get to take many. It was quite the project, wrangling all those preschoolers.
I often didn't even have time for meditation or composing poetry."
Ned gasped.
"No poetry?" "You compose poetry, Nedder?" Hesho asked.
"I love the stuff," Ned said.
"You do not compose poetry," Arturo said, walking past.
"Forgive him," Ned said. "His wit's as thick as a Tewksbury mustard."
"As what?" I asked.
"It's Shakespeare," Ned said. Nearby, Arturo froze. He pulled out his datapad and looked through it, then looked back at Ned, his jaw dropping.
"It is Shakespeare.
From Henry IV. "A most notable coward," Ned said, thumbing toward Arturo. "An infinite and endless liar, an hourly promise-breaker, the owner of no one good quality."
"Man, that dude had the best insults. I love them."
"Who is this again?" I asked.
"Ancient English dude," Ned said. "Wrote poetry. A lot of it survived the destruction of the Defiant in our records. You'd like him, Spin. Surprised your grandma didn't tell you stories about him. You know, Hamlet and crud like that."
"Hamlet," I said.
"It is the single most famous work of human literature," Hesho replied. "Even I have studied it. And I find, Nedder, your taste in insults to be exceptional. You are obviously a man of great refinement."
"See, Arturo?" Ned said. "The preschool teacher agrees with me." He gave Hesho a wide grin. Nearby, Arturo was still staring, slack-jawed, as if he'd found out that his mother had secretly been a ninja all his life.
"You," he said, "have memorized quotes from Shakespeare."
"Forgive Amphy," Ned said, leaning closer to Hesho. "He's a little on the slow side sometimes. We try to be accommodating."
"Oh, scud,"
Arturo said, stalking off to join Alanik, who was preparing more buckets and soap for the next ship in line. Hesho seemed to understand it was teasing, though. He was nodding behind his formal mask and looked relaxed. FM was moving up beneath the ship, polishing as she went. I realized then that everyone was soaking, except her. Somehow she always avoided getting hit, while I, if present, generally ended up the most wet. Naturally, I always took someone down with me. "Hey, Mask," FM said. "Your people used to visit ours, right? Long ago? I've talked to Juno about it."
"The lore keeper?" Hesho asked. "How do you know him?"
"He and Jorgen hang out a lot," FM said.
"I wasn't aware that Juno hung out as a general rule,"
Hesho said. "Well, he calls it training, but I think they just like to chat," FM said. "He was really helpful when Jorgen trained to cut things in half with his mind." "As one does," Ned said.
"I wish I could cut things in half with my mind,"
Sadie said, still hanging upside down.
"It would make it so much easier to get my rations open. Why do they seal the field rations so tight?"
"I doubt Jorgen uses his powers for such mundane things, Sentry," Kimmelin said. I didn't contradict her. "Anyway, Mask," FM said, "I've been thinking. You've been flying with Spensa, right?"
"It is my privilege to join her in the cockpit," he answered. "And I believe I've been of service, helping her navigate and monitor controls while in combat."
"And Jorgen flew with Juno," FM said. "Juno helped him learn to meditate." "Jorgen learned meditation?" I said. "While in battle?" I hadn't heard that part. "Basically, yeah," FM said. She squatted down beside where Hesho, Ned, and I worked. "I've been looking at schematics. We build our ships the size we do for a reason. They're optimized, just big enough to maintain maneuverability and to carry large enough guns for damage."
"Indeed," Hesho said. "When we started building our own starships, we initially began with much smaller designs, scaled to our size. However, we found that they lacked the necessary firepower to be meaningful on the galactic stage. We eventually settled on designs not much different in size from your own.
Many species have ended up with the same sizes of ships, she said, excited. Scud. You've been thinking the same thing I have, I said, pointing to her. Furry co-pilots? She asked. Furry co-pilots. What? Ned asked. Most of the ships we build are one-person vessels, FM explained. Two-seaters sacrifice speed for the extra bulk, so we don't generally use them as interceptors. But having a co-pilot is probably super useful. It is, I said. Part of the reason I was so good when flying Mbot's old ship was that he could take over some of the duties for me, monitoring proximity, giving me a heads up on ships coming our way. It's been incredibly useful to have Hesho doing the same duties.
Yes, Hesho said softly. Having a second pilot who does not take up much space and can be fit into a normal cockpit without modifications is a huge advantage to Spensa and me.
Exactly, FM said. Do you think any of the others in your fleet would be interested in trying it out?
I know many who would love to do so, Hesho said. Our officer training involves a lot of redundant positions on various stations. We have junior staff who are eager for combatant status, but who rarely get a chance. I think, if you were to approach the proper heads of the military and state, this idea would eagerly be accepted.
Heads of state, eh? Ned said, whacking the now-clean landing gear with his rag. Scud, it felt so wonderful to see him again, and for him to be taking his injury in stride. But what else had I expected from Ned? Hey, Spin, what position in line do you think I am for head of our government? None, I said flatly. You are not in line. Sure I am, Ned said. The DDF isn't actually that large. What are we, 6,000 people? And now the military is in direct command. I'm a lieutenant, so... Oh, Scud. He was right. I'd never really thought of it, but technically Ned was in the chain of command. Kimmelin grabbed her datapad with a mischievous grin. 1 admiral of the fleet, 4 vice admirals, currently 9 rear admirals, captains, commanders, lieutenant commanders. Let's assume every lieutenant is ahead of Ned. Well, FM said, still squatting nearby, what is the horrible verdict? 117th, she admitted, in line for command of the DDF, which, until we organize another national assembly, is the de facto ruling body of the planet.
In my government, you'd be the equivalent of a senatorial body head, Nedder, Hesho offered. A very senior and distinguished position, fit for a master poet such as yourself.
Hell yeah, he said.
Saint help us if it came to that, Arturo said.
You'd be dead, Kimmelin said, since you're ahead of him in the line of succession.
Well, you'd have that going for you at least, Alanik said, giving Ned a smile and setting down a fresh bucket of soapy water for him.
I'll beat thee, Ned quoted, hand to his chest, but I would infect my hands. I glanced at Hesho, who still hovered next to the group of us underneath the front fuselage of the ship. How was he taking this? He looked from Ned to the others, then, remarkably, took off his mask and set it beside him. A grin marked his snout as he leaned forward.
'Twas not a friend, and not a foe, who did besmirch thee, but merely a foul wind, not worthy of retort.
Oh, Ned said. I don't know that one.
It's from one of our poets, Hesho said. My great-great-great-grandfather was a playwright, and fond of insults.
Scud, Ned said. A Kitson Shakespeare? Can I read his stuff?
It would be my greatest honor to share it with you. Then You will have an entirely new repertoire of poetic deprecations at your disposal."
"Awesome," Ned said, raising his fist to Hesho. "Fight the man."
"The man?"
Hesho asked. "Him, mostly," Ned said, indicating Arturo. "Except when he pays for snacks. Then he's not the man, he's the man."
"The intricacies of your language are indeed intriguing," Hesho said. "Do you know of any other human poets that I should investigate?"
"Unfortunately, our archives are super fragmented," Ned said. "But there was this legendary poet named David Bowie, who may or may not have actually been real." The two continued chatting as I stepped away from the ship and stretched. Feeling thirsty, I wandered over to the water station, and Kimmelin joined me a moment later. "Did you bring Hesho?" she said, "just to try to get him to open up to us?" I nodded, surprised she'd been able to read me that well. "You all got through to me," I said. "I figured Hesho can't be that much harder." "That was compassionate of you, Spin," Kimmelin said. "Hesho must feel so much loss, being cast from his position as he was." "He wasn't cast from it," I explained, watching Hesho speak animatedly to Ned and the others. "He chose, but it's still hard on him. I thought maybe he needed some more friends." "Smart," Kimmelin said, then looked at me thoughtfully. "You're going to remind me, yet again, that you're here for me if I need you," I said, "right?" "Damn straight," she said, squeezing my arm. "I heard you took a plan to Jorgen. You wanted to attack right now?" I nodded. "But we're not going to?" Kimmelin said. I shook my head. "How are you doing with that?" "Strangely fine," I said, meeting her brown eyes. "I talked to Hesho earlier and, well, I think I'm going to be all right letting Jorgen lead." Kimmelin smiled. She didn't head back to the others immediately, though. She leaned against the water station, giving me space by not demanding more answers, but also staying near. Though I hadn't made any conscious decisions, I felt as if the matter was resolved. I wasn't going to run off on my own this time. Hesho was right. More profoundly, this team was right. Felt right. This was my home. I'd been away for too long, but being here, watching my friends laugh, knowing they were watching out for me, I felt a warmth that was in direct contrast to the strange feelings of loss I'd been experiencing. Like light in a cavern beating back the darkness, their presence changed me. Us. Chet felt it too. For my whole life, I'd believed I just needed to fly. That was what I'd hunted, what had driven me. But in the end, that wasn't what actually mattered most. I gave Kimmelin a smile. "Things are coming together for me. Finally. Thank you for being patient. For now, what if we went and invited Shiver and Liz to join us? I bet they're feeling out of place and lonely too. They're pilots, and being around ships and people working on them might be comforting." Kimmelin grinned, and so we told the others, then went to check on the two residents. They'd been assigned quarters nearby, and after knocking and getting permission, we entered to find the two crystalline beings sitting in chairs. The rooms weren't furnished with much, but I doubted that mattered to the residents. More tellingly, though, their crystals hadn't expanded far. They'd barely grown around the chairs, which indicated to me that they weren't comfortable here.
"Spin," Shiver said. "I was hoping you'd come. Deliz is getting even better."
Deliz sent me images I couldn't quite parse. Empty caverns, a lonely crystal, but a rising sun as well, sparkling through a tunnel full of different kinds of crystals. I took it in, and thought maybe it meant she was happy, but still there was the impression that she was also missing something. "We were just wondering if you two wanted to come see some of our starfighters," I said to them. "We're doing maintenance on them now, and I figured it would be a good time."
"Really?" Shiver asked.
You'd let us? We're aliens. Former pirates, Spin. Surely we don't belong. You'd be surprised, Kimmelin said with a warm smile. We've lived our entire lives short-staffed. If you can fly and are willing, you're welcome. If you want, I can even talk to Command about getting you commissions. No need to commit to something like that, I said quickly. The offer to take you home to your caverns once this is over still stands. We can probably hyperjump you there. I got hit with an immediate set of visualizations from Deliz. The sky, the wind, the fragments of the nowhere, soaring. It was self-explanatory. Once you'd had that, going back to a few caverns wasn't an option. Scud, how had I ever thought otherwise? After a quick call to Command for permission, we brought the 2 residents to join the others. And interestingly, it was Hesho who spoke to them first, welcoming them in as Ned had welcomed him. They would fit right into the flight, I was certain. I'd push for it, as I had this feeling that the more different types of people we got into the flight, the stronger it would be. I watched them for a moment, but there was one more thing to do. As I realized earlier, I wanted my friends to help build Mbot's new body. They would love it, and the activity would give us a further chance to bond with Hesho and the resonance. I vanished and reappeared in the cavern, startling Doomslug, who had wanted to stay when we'd left. She fluted at me from where she'd snuggled in on the table, seeming content and happy there. The Taeniks might have enjoyed being with us humans, but for them, these musty caverns felt like home. And that was just fine. I gave her a scritch on the head and along her flutes before putting my hands on my hips and looking at the mess Hesho and I had made of these parts. I'd have to pile them all up, then hyperjump them back up into the hangar. Or maybe it would just be easier to bring everyone down here? Seeing it all there, unfortunately, gave me a moment of panic. It reminded me of when I'd discovered Mbot torn apart on Starsight, and the feelings of panic and sorrow I'd felt at losing him. I was struck by a disorientation, and the air started to warp around me. A metal cup from the hangar, the one I'd been drinking out of, dropped out of midair and clanged to the ground. Fighting the episode down was easier this time. The effects of having been around the others lingered with me, and I was proud of how well I handled the sudden panic. Indeed, everything seemed fine. Right up until the moment Doomslug fluted in alarm. A second later, something hit me from behind. An electric bolt of energy that coursed through my body, leaving me weak and trembling as I dropped to the hard stone. Doomslug's fluting trailed off abruptly. A new panic arose in me. What was happening? I tried to move, but I'd been stunned, my muscles flexing and unflexing uncontrollably. I even started drooling, though my eyes worked fine, and so I could see clearly when someone grabbed me by the shoulder and turned me over. Braid, wearing black combat gear and a flak jacket, backed up by 5 soldiers in similar gear, holding assault rifles. "Good," Braid said. "It's her." One of the others was holding a limp Doomslug in their arms. I tried to struggle, froth bubbling at my lips. If they had hurt her... Braid looked up as the air warped again. Something crashed to the ground nearby, and pieces of the table vanished. Then, oddly, she smiled. "Leave the note," she said to one of the soldiers. "You! Squeeze that slug!" He squeezed Doomslug, and I panicked further. The air warped again, and only then did I realize what Braid was doing. When I broke the air apart in my wave of panic, it had opened a path through our inhibitors, which had let her slip in. And not just in my mind this time. She was physically here. And by hurting Doomslug, they were making me panic more, which opened a pathway for them to escape. I tried to clamp down on it, but I was too slow. Braid hauled me up and over her shoulder. Then the other soldiers each put a hand on her arm. A second later, we hyperjumped away, and I felt a sudden spike of dread. Not just because I was now in enemy hands, but because I knew what everyone was going to think. They'd assume that I had gone off on my own again. I wasn't merely in serious danger. I'd likely just broken the hearts of Jorgen and my other friends yet again. Part 3. Chapter 23. We appeared in a round room with screens all along a back wall. I vaguely recognized it. I'd seen Braid and Winzik in here once while spying on them from the nowhere. Then, it had been filled with officials and generals listening to Winzik. Now, it was empty, save for the Varvax himself. Tall in his suit made of sandstone, a blocky and modern version of ancient knight's armor, the real Winzik was the crab-like creature floating in the liquid behind the helmet's glass faceplate. The Varvax had learned to craft a stronger shell material early in their technological development, which eventually was developed into this type of suit, just as making steel had come early during human development. Braid dropped me onto the floor in front of Winzik like a prized stag slain during the hunt. I flopped onto my back, drooling as she waved proudly toward me, an intolerable grin on her face. "Done," she said. "I told you I could manage it." My, Winzik said, waving his armored arms as he knelt down on one stone knee beside me. Varvax spoke with their hands as much as with their voices, which were projected from the front of their suits. "So careless with our guest, Braid. So brutal." "Yeah," Braid said. "Wait until she rips your face off with a mind blade." "I have 10 different inhibitors in here," Winzik said, gesturing in a way that felt indifferent. "I still think we should have waited to see if she'd come to you willingly to duel." "She wasn't going to," Braid said. "I could feel it. Better to strike when I sensed she was alone." I focused on her and felt the unnatural sense of disconnect rising from me again. The trembling distortion, loss, and pain. This time I stoked those emotions, remembering Embot's body torn apart and the moment of panic I'd felt when thinking he was dead. The room shook like a meteor had hit nearby. Screws began to rain down like chips of stone from a crumbling cavern ceiling, hundreds of them, stolen from somewhere by my powers to tumble down through the room and rattle and click against the metal surfaces. Winzik leaped to his feet and shied backward, waving sandstone hands anxiously. Whatever it was I'd become, I could rip through their inhibitor fields, just like I'd ripped a hole in ours. If Braid could sneak into detritus to get me, then I could get right back out. As the air continued to undulate and warp around me, I reached out with my mind. My infirm body, still stunned, didn't need to be. Braid knelt beside me and rammed something into my neck. A syringe. I tried to snap at her fingers with my mouth, but only succeeded in blowing a few bubbles in my drool. She watched me, genuine worry on her face, until the warping subsided. No, I thought, trying to focus on my pain, on the loss, the anguish. It was still there, but now it didn't do anything. The room settled, a last spurt of bolts falling from the air before all grew still. "Chet," I thought at the delver in my soul. No response. "Chet! Embot? Anyone?" Somehow, whatever they drugged me with had cut me off from them, and the nowhere, completely. It was as if I wasn't even cytonic. Braid exhaled in relief. Then a confident smile reappeared on her lips, and she became the lounging, cocky fighter she always seemed to be around Winzik. A completely different persona from the stoic, troubled loner she'd shown me in my flight at Starsight. I was certain she'd been genuinely worried for a moment. She hadn't known if that drug she'd given me would work or not. Unfortunately, it had. My cytonic senses were completely closed off. It didn't feel the way an inhibitor did. That felt like pushing against a wall with my mind. Now it felt like there was nothing to push against, and I couldn't generate any kind of force to try. What had they done? What was that stuff they'd injected into me? It wouldn't be permanent, would it? I warned you she would still be dangerous, Braid said, stepping back as Winzik approached. Capling, store that slug with the others. The rest of you outside. The soldiers who had arrived with her backed away, one with Doomslug still in his arms. I had a single bit of solace. They didn't seem to know that Doomslug was my friend, not just a tool. Her panicked fluting broke my heart, but there was nothing I could do. I could barely twitch my head. My, Winzik said, his voice low, gestures subdued. It does work on humans. Good. I felt something deeper, more potent than my pain. Anger, fury at this creature, boiling inside of me. That little monster behind the faceplate, always so prim and calculating. He was the one who had kept my people imprisoned on detritus. He was responsible for my father's death. The jail warden who had tried to exterminate my planet to prove he was tough. When his plot to use Delvers as a weapon had failed, he'd blamed the disaster on us, and had used that fear of detritus, of humans, to execute his coup. Even now, he ruled because he had us as a boogeyman. So much death, so much destruction, so many lies. Also, this thing could rise through the ranks. I'd almost have respected him if he were a warrior. But the sad, humiliating truth was that our world hadn't been dominated for years by some ruthless warlord, but by a bureaucrat who knew how to manipulate public opinion. That revelation about the workings of the universe, more than anything else, enraged me. I snarled softly, and Winzik waved his hands and looked to Braid. You didn't stun her enough, Braid, he said. She should have been unconscious before you brought her here. We needed her conscious to get back, Winzik, Braid said, and you needed to see what she's capable of doing. There's something very strange about her. That's why the Delvers are frightened of her. Not just because she's a powerful cytonic. She's moved beyond that somehow. She has powers like a Delver. Take her away, Winzik said. I recommend against that, Braid said. We should talk to her. She'll listen to me. She's too dangerous, Winzik said. My. I stood in the same room with her when she hid among us. She was unbound, undrugged. So discomforting to think about. At least let me show the Delvers we have her, Braid said. They'll want to know. Scud. A piece of all this clicked into place. Their pact with the Delvers required them to deal with me specifically. That was why Braid had tried to goad me into dueling her, why they'd grabbed me. They needed me as a bargaining chip. My fears were validated as Braid turned to the side and her eyes unfocused. I felt a distant buzzing. She was reaching into the nowhere. If I hadn't been drugged, I'd have felt this more powerfully. As it was, I hoped the buzzing meant that my abilities would eventually return, that they were merely deadened for the time being. The air began warping, which made Winzik grow more agitated, though perhaps it was excitement. Braid reached down and hauled me up by the front of my jumpsuit. Being that close to her let me see better, sense better. Winzik's round conference room faded somewhat, almost becoming incorporeal, and white spots opened all around me. The eyes. The Delvers. See? Braid said cytonically, projecting to them vigorously enough that I could hear it. Here is your proof. We have her, Winzik said, and Braid relayed his words to the Delvers. As promised, you needn't fear. My. It was always a given that we would deliver on our contract with you. I felt the Delvers' reactions as impressions. Fear, anger, a latent pain that was thinly covered over, like a coat of paint trying to hide the old squadron insignia on the side of a starship. That was for me. Unfortunately, they sent something else to Winzik. Pleasure. Agreement. We have made good on our side of the deal, Winzik said. Are you willing to move forward with yours? Maybe, probably. I could feel their response. Maybe, Probably, Winsick said. He could obviously feel it too. I got the sense that the reason I felt any of this was because anyone would have been able to. My cytonics deadened. I was no more sensitive than an ordinary person. There are others like her, maybe? They could hurt us? There are none, Winsick promised. They withdrew, but not before indicating that they would consider, that they were willing. A contradiction that was hard to sort out, as their minds didn't quite work the way a human would anticipate. They hated the somewhere. Even coming here to destroy us was painful, dangerous, something they only did when forced to. That was why attacks were so rare. Still, as they vanished, I was left with an impression. As long as Winsick held me, he had power over them. They would eventually do as he wanted. Their hatred of the somewhere would be overcome by their fear of me, of what I'd become. Braid stopped reaching into the nowhere, and my anger and dread turned to nausea. If my friends launched any attacks, they would be in danger of facing Delvers. Yet here I was, not only unable to warn them, but unable to even roll over. "Take her away," Winsick said, calling to the guards outside of the room. "But," Braid said. "No," he said. "No talking to her. She's too dangerous. She will only trick us as she did before. She has to be isolated, Braid. My. You must control your aggression. Please remember, we will rule not by force, but through cunning." Braid fell silent, dropping me painfully to the ground and folding her arms. A moment later, the guards dragged me away. I was starting to get control of my body again, my fingers twitching, when they tossed me into a bleak cell, then slammed the door shut with a discouraging thump. Chapter 24. All right, I could fix this. The first thing I did was drool some more, this time by choice. I focused on my lips, on moving them, on drooling from one side of the mouth, then the other. Drool by accident, and that's embarrassing. Drool on purpose, and it's just the thirst for battle overwhelming you. Yes, that sounded silly even to me, but I needed something to focus on. You can give quarter to a worthy foe, but despair has never fit that description. Eventually, with a growl, I managed to stop drooling entirely. A short time later, I'd recovered enough to force myself into a seated position. From there, I meditated on the various things I was going to do to Winsick. It was convenient he came with such a nice trophy. I'd display that exosuit proudly in my trophy room, which, granted, I didn't have yet. But still, I would make one where I could place the semi-corpse of my greatest foe. That's right, I told myself. Focus on the anger. The determination. Not on the fact that everyone at home is going to think you abandoned them. Not on the fact that the enemy is gathering their strength and has a deal with the Delvers because you handed them, in yourself, the key to facilitating that. I managed to stand. I felt like Norgay and Hillary summiting for the first time, proudly overlooking the view from the top of the tallest mountain in the world. I was able to walk off the rest of the stun. The more I worked my body, the faster it seemed to retreat. Unfortunately, the drug they'd given me to inhibit my cytonic abilities was separate from the stun gun and was still in effect. Good thing my people hadn't known about this stuff. They'd probably have put it in the water back in the day, terrified of the defect that might strike us. I continued to walk my cell, trying to figure out a plan. It was small, with a bunk, an exposed lavatory, and a solid steel door. Through a jammed open slat at the top, I could see 2 guards in a hallway outside. Only 2? Someone was underestimating me. Keep thinking like that, I told myself. You can do this. They didn't capture you. They brought a tiger into their camp. Make them regret it. But how? I couldn't attempt to force the door. I didn't want the guards to know I was mobile yet, and so far as I could tell, the lock was solid. I could pretend I was a tiger, but I couldn't chew my way through steel. A part of me had always wanted to dig myself a tunnel out of prison, like in the stories, but that didn't work so well when you were in a modern facility with walls made of solid sheets of cold metal. The lavatory offered no opportunities I could see. Even if I could break the toilet free or rip off the sink, that wouldn't make a hole I could fit through. And there weren't any loose parts on the bunk that I could use as tools. I was going to have to brains my way out of this, not brawn it. I had to admit it kind of sucked for the galaxy that its fate kept depending on whether or not I could be diplomatic. For once, couldn't I scudding headbutt my way out of a dire situation? Well, I could see no other option. So I barfed. I'd worried it would be difficult, but I was still woozy from whatever they'd done to me. And this, at least, was a mere matter of physical and mental fortitude. With a little effort, shoving my finger down my throat, I got my sandwich to come back up and paint the floor. I left the mess and settled back on the bunk, roughing up my hair and clothing. Then I started groaning. It worked. A moment later, one of the guards checked at the slot in the door. I heard a muffled conversation outside in the Dione tongue, my pin interpreting. The stun break should have worn off by now. I hate those things. They don't work right on some species. What should we do? Call a doctor, I begged in my mind. Not Braid, please. Send for the medic. I exhaled. Yes, it worked. I lay there, waiting, making plaintive noises and ignoring the stench as best I could. But eventually, the smell of it made me throw up again, this time involuntarily. I was pretty sure that a guard was watching that time, though. So I felt proud of my body's warrior instincts. I lay back down, forcibly containing my excitement. I could take down some spindly medic. I just needed to grab them, hold them, and use them as a shield. Then I could manipulate the situation and get a gun from the guards. From there, I could make my way to... The door clanged open, revealing a 2-meter-tall, hulking monster of a burl, covered in fur and built with arms like artillery cannons, with a tiny medic's hat. Well, Scud. I took a deep breath. I abandoned the human shield idea, and would instead take my chances with the guards. As the burl drew close to my bunk, I flung my legs to the side, slamming them into the backs of his knees. He stumbled into the upchuck on the floor, then slid and collapsed. I was out the door a second later, tackling the guard who had stepped up to check on us. They went down with a cry. The superiority's troops weren't generally experienced. They could drill and perform their station duties, which made them dangerous enough in spaceship combat, but they hadn't done much actual fighting. So this guard went down, and I managed to roll us as the second guard pulled out a non-lethal weapon and fired it, right into the first guard's back. Human shield after all. Well, Dione shield. I wiggled free as the first guard shook and contorted. Then I dodged another shot by a hair and leaped for the second guard, getting in close enough to grab their arm and twist it, causing them to scream and drop their gun. I went for the weapon and shot them in the chest, stunning them, then immediately heard a click behind me. I froze, then glanced over my shoulder to see Braid lounging by the wall, holding a gun on me. A destructor, none of this non-lethal nonsense, in one hand. In the other hand, she held the stopwatch she had clicked. 12.5 minutes, she said. I growled softly. She gestured with the gun, indicating I should drop my weapon. I didn't, though I also didn't turn it on her. Unlike the two buffoons I'd just downed, Braid would not be an easy opponent. The door to my cell swung open as the medic, covered with what had been my lunch, lumbered out. He wilted visibly at the sight of Braid. I even warned him, she told me, and you still got out. Not bad. I hesitated there, gun in hand. I wanted to go for her, but the chances of surviving that were low. What good would I do anyone if I died here in the hallway? With a stab of regret, I dropped the stun gun. Braid backed up to the next cell in line, then pulled it open. She waved me in, and after I complied, she slammed it shut. I'm keeping this stopwatch as a reminder, she said, peeking through the slot in the door. I guessed it would take you over an hour. Nice work. You want real motivation, Braid? I said. Let me out. Let's have that duel you promised me. She didn't reply, but neither did she back away. Let's see who's really better, I hissed at her. You and me. In starships. You want to know. I can feel it in you. She slammed the slot in the door closed, and I slumped down onto my new bunk, feeling the fatigue after an adrenaline high coming on. I flopped back, groaning softly. Idiots! Braid's voice echoed from the hallway. You get to clean up that mess as punishment, while I see if I can find any soldiers in this division who aren't utterly incompetent. Nobody opens her door for any reason. Scrud. I can't believe I even have to make that rule. What is wrong with you all? She stalked off, and a short time later my new guards arrived, 10 of them this time. I almost felt respected. Unfortunately, these guards actually listened to Braid. I tried several more ploys to get them to open the door. Since playing sick had failed, I tried bribery, pretending there was something mysterious in my room, going silent for an extended period, pretending that I'd gotten a hatch open and was about to escape. Everything from every story I had heard, and a few I made up on my own. That door didn't open again. I tried prying off panels, working at the lock, and even attempted to rip off the sink. When that failed, I clogged the drain and flooded my room. Again, nobody opened the door. All I managed was getting my feet wet. Hours later, I lay there, sullen, arms aching from trying to force the door. Embat, I tried for about the 100th time. Embat, can you hear me? If I could reach him, maybe he could talk to Gran or Jorgen and tell them what had happened. I got no response. My powers were blocked, though this time it did feel different. Not a recovery of my cytonics, but some kind of distant attention? I wasn't certain what else I could call it. Awareness was seeping back into my mind. Maybe the drug was wearing off? How long had I been in here? I was exhausted and had slept for maybe an hour or so in the middle of my various escape ploys. This gave me hope, and I reached out again toward that awareness. Scud, I hoped I wasn't reaching for Braid. It didn't feel like her. In fact, it felt like an impression of being in a box, of fear and pain and loneliness, and a faint familiarity. It was the slug who I'd contacted earlier, during the supply depot mission, the communications slug who had asked me to save her friends. She was somewhere nearby. My senses couldn't extend as far as they had before, and were limited by the drug's hampering effect, which meant I was likely at or near Evensong, the platform where they kept their communications slugs. That made sense. This was where Winzik planned to gather his forces, so he'd want to be there to supervise. They had brought me right into the heart of their operation. The slug gave me a thrilled little mental trill. Evensong. That was right. I was close, and she was there with thousands upon thousands of others like her, trapped, imprisoned, enslaved. She thought I'd come to rescue her, as I'd promised. I winced, trying to project confidence, then to ask if she could communicate with Doomslug. Unfortunately, at that moment, my door clicked. What? The door was opening. Were they bringing food? It didn't matter. I grinned wildly and leaped for it, ready to attack whoever entered. I got halfway across the small room before a barrage of weapons fire slammed into me. Stun guns. All 10 of the guards had been ready to fire on me the moment the door opened. I flopped to the ground like a fish out of water, humiliated. Then they shot me again. Scudding wretches! I'd stab them in the scudding eyes once I was out of here. I'd simply lie there as they injected me with a new syringe of drugs. One guard deposited a few field rations on the bunk. Then they left, locking the door securely behind them, leaving me face down to slowly recover enough to move. I fell unconscious before that could happen, my exhausted body surrendering to the need for sleep. Chapter 25. I woke to a feeling of peace. That didn't make any kind of rational sense. I knew immediately where I was, in prison. I was a light sleeper and at some point during the night had climbed up onto the bunk. And yet a soothing calm radiated over me. It came from you, I thought to the unknown slug. She fluted in my head, the communication slug I'd promised to save. As I lay there, feeling sorry for myself, she sent more comfort, like a bandage on my soul. How do you have time to comfort someone else, I thought to her, with your own situation as it is? I could mostly frame the feelings and images she sent into a verbal response. I'm locked in a cage. I have nothing but time, and outward is the only place to look. I sent back a sense of regret, that I wasn't here to save her, that I hadn't come willingly, but she'd already figured that out from my emotions. I was a captive like she was. Sorry, I sent again. Wait, I was communicating with the Tanix. Did that mean my powers were back? The drug had worn off? I quested outward, but felt nothing. She replied. She was reaching out to me while doing her communications work for the space station. My drugs were still in effect. She was bearing the entire cytonic load of our discussion. She had a vague impression that my state would last around 12 hours. You know the drugs? I sent her. Yes. They were used on hyperslugs whenever they needed to be removed from their boxes. It was also the first step in a punishment process for a comm slug, cutting them off from others. Scud. If the drug was the first step of their punishments, where did it go after that? I got back a sensation of darkness, pain, and silence. Well, that was terrifying. If I ever needed to throw up again on command, I could simply remember the life these poor creatures were being forced to live. Doomslug, I sent her. Can you find my friend? She's here somewhere. The unknown slug, who I named Comfort in my head, didn't know Doomslug, but promised to see if she could find her. There were a lot of slugs here, but Comfort seemed confident that, with a little time, she could do it. Great. But all of this just reinforced that I needed a way out, not only for me and my friends, but for these creatures. I climbed off the bunk and ate the ration bars left for me, did a series of push-ups and other exercises, then cleaned up as best I could. With a sink and the little bar of soap I'd been left, at least I could wash my jumpsuit. Once the jumpsuit was dry, I put it back on, then cleaned my undergarments. It gave me something to do while I waited for the next injection. Sure enough, at what I pegged for midday, they opened the door. Cleaned and dressed, I raised my hands to try to forestall what happened next. I'll be good, I promised. I won't. A barrage of fire came through the doorway, stunning me and dropping me, drooling to the ground. Scud. It didn't hurt, at least not more than any other fall, but this could not be good for my body. I suffered the indignity of another injection, then just lay there. They didn't even move me to the bunk, though they left another handful of ration bars. One joked about how bad the food was, and how I'd probably go crazy subsisting only on those bars. Well, the joke was on him. I'd lived on rat meat and algae paste for most of my life. The ration bars were comparatively fantastic. As I lay there, feeling miserable, Comfort reached out for me again. And oddly, I felt several others, a good 5 or 6 communication slugs doing the same. When I asked, Comfort said she'd talked to them about me and asked for their help in finding my friend. Their mental picture of me was amusing. A giant slug with long, squishy appendages. They saw me as one of them, just larger and oddly shaped. In context, it was flattering, trust me, and only mildly nightmarish. Any sign of Doomslug? I thought to them. And yes, One of the 5 had sensed a new slug arriving. The superiority didn't understand the level of intelligence the Taeniks had. That was what happened when you treated living beings like mechanical parts. One was the same as another to them. So they'd just put Doomslug with the rest of their hyperslugs. She couldn't be contacted, though. It took me a few minutes of sorting through Comfort's thoughts to figure out why. Apparently, it was the boxes. Certain boxes could cut the slugs off from one another, but they were transferred often enough, fed and sometimes cleaned, so Comfort expected Doomslug would be contactable sometime in the next few days. She promised to send my friend feelings of support, as did the other 5 who were talking to me. All were on active communications duty. This is how you survive, I thought to them. You do it together, supporting each other. They agreed softly, as they offered me that same support. I was awed by the scope of it. The idea of all these little creatures in cages, barely fed, beaten if they misbehaved, spending their days reaching out. Instead of looking inward, they'd created a network of support, facilitated through the communications slugs. It was a deeply powerful defiance that vibrated my soul. I'll help you, I sent to them. I'm going to find a way. Spread the word, help is coming. They believed me immediately and began to flute with excitement. The question was, how did I make good on that promise? Turned out it was right there in front of me. I mean, not literally, since I was lying face down in a pool of my own spit, but, metaphorically. Can you reach out, I thought to the slugs, to my friends? Immediate fear. Disobedience was severely punished. They felt fine contacting me since they viewed me as one of them. The superiority didn't seem to know they did this, and didn't have the resources to monitor it. But if any of them sent a message that far, to another planet, they risked alerting the superiority's guards. Signals sent out from the station were monitored carefully by machinery. I understand, I thought to them as they shrank back from me in fear. Only Comfort prodded at my mind tentatively. She wanted to know what she needed to do. I managed to roll over and stare at the ceiling. It might not be a good idea, I thought to her. It could be dangerous. She sent an image of me flying in combat, as I had during the data breach mission. She'd been watching from afar. Well, yes, I projected to her. I do dangerous things. But I'm a soldier. I'm a soldier, she repeated back to me, and I could almost hear the fluting. I supposed she was, not by choice, but none of my people were soldiers by choice, except maybe me, granted. I could have grown up in the most pacifist society in the superiority, and I'd probably still be talking about beheading dandelions or something. Okay, I sent back to her. I have friends in the military. Did you see any of them when we were flying that mission? Comfort wasn't certain. She had trouble distinguishing humans from one another unless they were cytonic, as her kind sensed the world with their powers. All Taeniks, regardless of variety, could use cytonics to produce an image of their surroundings in their heads. Yet they recognized one another not by visuals, but through cytonic identifiers. So I sent her an image and a cytonic impression of Jorgen. I'd talked to him on that mission. Did she know him? Yes, she sent back, timid. She recognized that human. He was a giant slug, too. I smiled at the image. Can you reach out to him? I thought. Tell him where I am and that I was taken against my will? That alone wouldn't be enough to salvage the situation, but it would be a start. More, I wanted to see if I could get word out. From there, plans could be made, and perhaps we could find a way free of this mess. Comfort sent me back a scared affirmative. Her captors didn't always monitor communications perfectly, and she'd learned to piggyback on signals she sent. It was how she sometimes contacted slugs who were frightened and separated from the rest. She thought maybe, while on duty, she could do this type of spoofing and send a double signal. One she was assigned to send, and a hidden one to Jorgen. As I read her thoughts, I could feel the scars of a lifetime of abuse in her emotions, and it broke my heart anew. Scud, I'd thought my childhood had been hard, but I'd had the freedom to explore the caverns and a potential way to fight back against the Krell. I hadn't realized how dark it could get for someone without those options.
"I try," Comfort sent.
"Now?" I asked.
"On duty," she sent. "Sending thoughts now. Good time."
With that, Comfort reached toward Jorgen, as I'd asked. I wished I could watch with my cytonic senses. Instead, the best I could do was feel her emotions, since she had deliberately extended them to me. I could feel her growing more confident as, I thought, she located Jorgen, a big slug who always kept himself clean and complained when others got a little messy. Yup, that was him. I delighted in the idea of explaining. Comfort went silent. I tried to sit up, but I still couldn't do more than wobble. I quested out for her, but my senses were blind. Why had she cut off from me? What was wrong? The other slugs didn't reach out to me either. They'd hidden away. I finally managed to climb up onto my bunk, terrified for Comfort. I lay there a long time, reaching for her, until the lock on my door clicked. I bolted upright, just in time to get shot with the stun guns yet again. Scud, scud, scud! This time, guards didn't come to sneer at me. I was favored today because Winzik himself strolled in, stone feet grinding on the metallic floor. As usual, the only clothing he wore was a sash across his exosuit's body. He waved with his tiny crab claw, and the exosuit mimicked the motion, indicating that some guards should enter and prop me up against the wall in a semblance of a seated position. Braid entered next and deposited a metal box on the floor. It was longer than it was tall, and maybe a little less than 2 feet across. Winzik went down on one knee before me, then spoke in his soft, deliberate way. "They say I should keep you unconscious, human. We have drugs that could render you comatose. Unfortunately, I fear that the Delvers would not recognize you, and the danger you present in that state. They have difficulty telling the difference between us. My. They may mistake you for a log." I tried to growl at him, or spit at his feet, or do anything heroic. He'd left me unable. "Besides," he continued, "I feel that you can learn. All beings can learn, even humans. That is, in part, why I keep a trained one nearby, to remind people it's possible to tame even the most abject of lesser species, with sufficient motivation, applied correctly." He rested a hand on the box beside him, only centimeters from me. I heard, with horror, a panicked fluting inside. No, he couldn't. Winzik held his hand out to Braid, who passed him a small mechanical device, a control pad, it seemed. "At times," he said, "one of our hyperdrive units, or our communication units, malfunctions, so we keep them in receptacles outfitted for easy disposal." I struggled, trying to move, trying to show the least bit of defiance. I threw every ounce of strength and passion into it, then I piled on the desperation and pain that followed. I got nothing. "Winzik," Braid said from behind, "this might not be wise. We want her pliable. She'll work with us, under the right circumstances." "Of course she will, Braid," he said. My, you seem to be regressing. Because these are the circumstances where she'll work with us, once she is motivated." He leaned forward. "You might call this aggressive. That is why you are of lesser intelligence. You do not yet see. It is not aggressive if it is done without malice, if it is done instead with regret. I regret what you have done. I regret that you are foolish. I regret that you have killed this frightened creature." I could hear Comfort fluting inside, more and more panicked. as if she knew, as if she understood. My emotions mounted to a frenzy. I managed to combine them into a single vengeful burst of energy, like a spear punching through armor. It amounted to 2 words. Please, no. Winzik hesitated, then leaned even closer. He waved with a claw, gesturing a soldier forward to level his gun at me. Then, satisfied, Winzik leaned back. The tool in this box, he said, is corrupted. See that you don't corrupt any others. He pushed a button on his pad. The box flashed and rattled briefly, light leaking from the seams. A violent red light, like something from the forges. Smoke followed, with a terrible scent of burned flesh. And one final impression. Save my friends. After that, there was no more fluting. My heart broke. I couldn't move, but somehow I could cry. The tears running down my face seemed to please Winzik. He stood up, waving his hands animatedly. We can remove any of them that malfunction, he said, at any time, remotely if we wish. Please remember this before you seek to use them again. Braid warned me this might happen. We were therefore watching when this unit sent 2 signals instead of 1. I managed to force out 2 more words somehow. Kill you. My. There is such emotion in the lesser species. With that, he turned and left. Braid and the guards followed, then the door slammed, locking me in alone with my agony, shame, and seething hatred. Chapter 26. Days passed, I think, without a clock, without the visible changing of worker shifts or something like the forges back home, going from fabrication to the softer simmering of reclamation. Well, it was tough to tell time. Almost like I was in the nowhere again. The only way I had of tracking it was when my drugs were administered. Every 12 hours using old Earth time, maybe. I was relying on an unpracticed interpretation of a vague representation that comfort had given me. And if I were holding a captive, I would have mixed up the length of time between doses, often coming when one wasn't needed, just to keep the captive disoriented. So I felt I couldn't rely on that, or feeding times, the arrival of fresh ration bars. I quickly came to understand why solitude in the stories was often considered as terrible a punishment as physical torture. When I'd been captured by the Broadsiders, I'd been able to learn about them, spend time around them. That had helped me formulate an escape. Here, any plan was just a way to temporarily distract myself from my mounting despair. And that despair was acute. I'd been outthought at each point. Braid had weaponized my tantrums, and the way they broke through inhibitors, almost before I'd realized what was happening. They'd anticipated each of my ploys to escape, and had been waiting for me. They'd been ready to kill Comfort. I was supposed to have been able to save her. Damn it. I was supposed to be the hero. Save my friends. Her dying plea vibrated my soul, haunting me. But the drugs, whatever they were, cut me off from Chet. That meant no tantrum, no matter how painful for me, made the air around me warp. All along, that ability hadn't been mine, it seemed, but his. And this drug prevented our melding from functioning as it once had. The only useful thing I could do was watch the guards. They were my lone viable access to the outside world. I hoped that listening to their conversations would give me some kind of intel. But unfortunately, intel was easier to get from people who were actually intelligent. These guards didn't seem to know anything relevant, and mostly talked about how bored they were. Still, I made notations about their shift changes, tying knots in my bedsheet to mark each one. I watched carefully through the slot on the door for any opportunities I could use. They rotated in shifts of 5, but 2 overlapping shifts of 5. That meant 10 were watching me most of the time, occasionally 5, but never 0. By what I thought was the 4th day of my imprisonment, I'd started identifying individuals. One set in particular tended to go off shift a little early, consistently leaving only the other 5 watching. Maybe I could what? I pulled away from the door, feeling like an utter fool. It didn't matter. I'd tried every trick I could to get that door to open. The only time it did, it was followed by weapons fire. I tried hiding at the side of the room before they entered, but that time they'd tossed a gas grenade in, which nearly knocked me out. Then they'd stunned me anyway and stuck me with the needle. I was trapped, well and truly. With a sinking feeling, I finally understood how someone could spend decades in a prison and never escape, like in the stories. I'd always thought I would be clever, strong, or perceptive enough to get myself out of such a situation. Yet here I was, completely powerless. They could keep me in this cell until I died of old age. I slumped down on my bunk and bit into one of my rations. My teeth clinked against something inside. I pulled the ration bar back, staring at the shining bit of metal in the mashed-up protein paste. Scud. I had no idea what that was, but I suspected that they had a camera watching me somewhere in here, so I pretended nothing had happened. I flopped down on the bunk, rolled to my side, and there feigned nibbling on the bar, while secretly I figured out what was inside it. A key. Not an old-fashioned one like in the stories, but an electronic one. You pressed it to the door, and the mechanism unlocked. I'd seen them on the guards' belts. How in Genghis's bloody name had someone snuck me a key? And who would do such a thing? The guard shift, I thought, listening to the movements outside. Those 5 have left, early as normal. Could I take out the 5 who remained? 1 woman against 5 armed soldiers? I knew I might never have another chance to find out. Maybe this was a trap, but either I'd tried to escape now, or I'd ride out the rest of the war in this little room. So I heaved a sigh, palmed the key, and sauntered over to the door. There, I pretended to be watching the guards like I usually did. I didn't open the door immediately. I waited, hoping that anyone watching via camera would grow lax. I waited until the guards were chatting together, complaining about those other guards who were so negligent they always left early. Then, guessing this was as distracted as they'd ever be, I pressed the key to the door and felt the mechanism unlock. Unfortunately, one of the guards noticed, so I revised my plan and waited until that one wandered over to look at the door, head cocked. Then I slammed the door open, shoving it right into their face. The clank of metal on bone was one of the most satisfying sounds I'd ever heard. I was on the guard a second later, counting on the others to be too shocked to respond immediately. A part of me envied the relaxing lives they led, where even on guard duty they were distracted enough that they could be taken by surprise. My life, full of explosions, sudden attacks, and dread, served me better that day. As a few of them got their first shots off, spraying weapons fire erratically through the hallway, I knelt with the fallen guard's stun gun and laid into the remaining 4. A barrage of tightly focused fire dropped them all in a single sweep. Even Veska, my firing range sergeant, wouldn't have complained about my form and precision. Then I knelt there, heart pounding, holding my weapon and waiting for the inevitable alarm to sound. Surely a guard was watching remotely somewhere. They wouldn't solely rely on soldiers at the door, would they? Silence. Scud, what was happening? I couldn't trust this, could I? It was far too convenient. But what else was I supposed to do? Sit in my bunk? Maybe the slugs had somehow managed to get me this key. I couldn't stew and worry it was a trap. Move, dummy! I grabbed the first guard, the one I'd hit in the face with the metal door, and hauled them up by their jacket. They were a Dione, with blue skin and face tattoos, one of which had been split right down the middle by the edge of the door. They were dazed, but coming to, so I pulled their face up close to mine and growled, "Hangar Bay, starfighters!" Their eyes widened and they smiled, an expression that on a Dione did not mean amusement. They were terrified. Good.
I'm not a patient woman, I hissed at them.
Tell me where the fighter bays are, or I'll have to get creative. How many pieces can a Dione lose before they go into shock? Any ideas?
Please,
the Dione whispered. Hangar bay, I hissed. Starfighters. Delm 14. Delm was one of their letters. Good enough. I shot the Dione with the stun gun, then whipped the jacket off one of the smaller guards. I threw it on and strung my stun rifle across it by the strap in a guard carry. Maybe I wouldn't strike as suspicious a silhouette this way. I identified the NCO of the fallen group by their uniform, then stole their ID. It looked a lot like the key my phantom helper had sent me. I took off at an even stride, and after a few turns through the empty hallways, I found a monitor on the wall that seemed like it was there to help with navigation. After all this time, I still didn't know much about the superiority alphabets, but I managed, using the access key I'd stolen, to get Delm 14 typed in. To my relief, a map appeared, showing me the way. I'd thought I was in some kind of space station, not a ground facility, and that was proven correct when a few turns later, I found some portholes looking out at the silent expanse of space. I continued down hallway after hallway and fortunately didn't run into many people. The ones I spotted were at a distance, and my makeshift disguise seemed to work. I got the feeling that it was the station's main sleep cycle, which certainly made it easier to sneak around. I was more than halfway to my destination before the alarm sounded. Those 5 guards who had left their shift early were likely going to have a very bad day. I ran, praying I'd gotten the location correct, and came upon a Tanasi, a female carrying a tray of food and humming to herself. I stunned her and she fell to the ground. Then I leaped over the splattered mess of her meal, ran the final distance, and slammed my stolen guard's key to the pad beside a metal door. But it didn't open immediately. Scud. I hoped they hadn't already locked me out. I stood there in a panic, red lights flashing in the hallway and a distant alarm sounding. At last, the door opened. I leaped through to find a large hangar bay, superiority standard starships of a variety of designs sitting in a row. Despite the flashing lights and sounds of alarm, there was nobody in here. Wouldn't a hangar lockdown be one of their first moves after a security breach? I hesitated, again worried this was a trap. As I did, I heard a click to the side. Scud. I turned and raised my rifle, realizing I'd failed to check my corners after entering the room. Veska would have had something to complain about after all. Braid lounged at an operator's seat by the wall just to my right, her booted feet up on a desk, stopwatch raised. My stomach sank, and I was hit by a wave of anger at seeing Braid with that scudding stopwatch yet again. So I tried to shoot her. My weapon fire hit a shield that, until intercepting something, was invisible. It flashed blue before fading again. "Protective feature," she said. "Shielded op station as a safety protocol during weapons checks. The superiority is big on safety protocols." She peered at the stopwatch. "Wow. Did you really defeat 10 guards and run all the way here in under 5 minutes?" I fired again and again, just to see if I could bring the shield down. When it didn't work, I sighed. "I only had to beat 5 guards," I admitted. "I waited for a shift change, and there's a group of them that tends to leave early." Braid sighed loudly. "You're kidding me. Look, I promise we have some competent soldiers. They just don't usually get assigned to guard duty, even on important installations." She sounded like she thought I'd be offended by lazy guards. Then again, I had no idea how to read Braid. She seemed to swap personalities like FM changed shoes. I kept my rifle up. "You sent me the key," I said. "You let me escape." "Had to empty the hangar bay, too," she said. "Not easy to do, mind you, even during the night watch." "Why?" "Have you forgotten our duel?" she asked. You can lower the gun, Spencer. It doesn't have the juice to punch through the op station's shield. The alarms were still blaring. I glanced at the ships. Were they a way out? You get to go first, Braid said to me. Pick a ship. They're unlocked. Head on out and I'll follow. Why are you doing this? I demanded. Back on Starsight, you were all too eager to work against me. Now you let me go? We needed you to be our scapegoat then, Braid said. Thanks for that, by the way. The footage we took of you being a scary human helped Winzik persuade entire planets to overlook his military coup. She spun a handgun on the desk table, displaying absolutely atrocious muzzle control. They're so docile. A lot about the superiority will need to change if they want to hold on to all they've achieved. She looked at me and seemed to sense my hesitance. I hadn't run for a ship. I didn't like this. It smelled off. They don't deserve it, she said to me. This empire they've built, the Diones, the Tanasi, the Varvax, they were just the ones who figured out cytonics first. Then they were the first to be able to isolate and control the slugs. They think it's their grand philosophy that made them dominant, when in reality, it was mere luck. I don't get you, Braid, I said, stepping closer. Why do you follow him? Why do you want to duel me? Why do you do anything you do? For kicks, she said. I almost believed it. If her simple motivation was to do what seemed fun at the time, that would explain letting me go. It would explain a lot. But there were easier ways to have fun. She had committed to flying with me at Starsight, keeping up her persona even when it was difficult. Whatever her reasons, this was her game. If I was going to escape, I'd need to play by her rules at first, until I found a way to break them. Are you just going to stand there? She asked. Soon this place will be swarming with troops. But if you're out there with me, Winzik will be slower to act. I've got a message typed up saying I caught you escaping and am giving chase. He'll still send others to help, but knowing I'm chasing you should calm him a little. Buy us time for a real fight. Your choice, though. Do you want to stand here and be caught? I went running for one of the ships, fully aware that I was dancing to her tune. But maybe she would actually fly out and duel me. Maybe she really did want to know which of us was better. In that case, I had an opportunity to escape. A far better one than I had locked in that cell. I located a sleek interceptor model I knew had a familiar control scheme and threw myself into the cockpit, still expecting some kind of last-minute trap. Nothing stopped me as I raised the ship up on its acclivity ring, then boosted straight out the bay doors, through the shield, and into the vacuum of space. Braid followed moments later in her own ship. Scud, we were really going to do this. I still couldn't hyperjump, with the drugs in my system, but I'd picked a good time to try my escape. I usually got a dose about an hour after shift change, so I figured my powers should start returning shortly. I had a chance. A real one. I just had to beat Braid, then elude capture for long enough to hyperjump. As Braid dove for me, unloading with her destructors, my instincts kicked in. I still didn't know for sure why she was doing this, but I knew, sure as the stars themselves, that she was going to regret toying with me. Illustration description. Superiority Outpost Overview. Record DST 230310. Evensong, Human Platform. Derelict. A long rectangular platform covered with tall rectangular buildings. Length 80.5 kilometers. Width 25 kilometers. Depth 1.5 kilometers. A 16 times magnification of the platform shows the rectangular buildings clumped tightly together, and both rising from and descending below the core plane of the platform. An inset illustration of a cytonic inhibitor station compares it to silhouettes of the DDF Poco and Superiority Interceptor, This comparison shows that the pyramid-shaped inhibitor with dual antennae has a comparable mass to a POCO. Superiority Fleet Elements. The Brez observation platform is a long, narrow, rectangular vessel with many window ports. A superiority carrier is a boxy vessel about as long as the Brez, with many ports on the front and sides and weapons banks mostly along the top of the ship. A destroyer is a little less than half the length of the carrier and much less tall. It is shaped like a skinny rectangle with two smaller rectangular engines strapped to the sides. In size, the battleship is midway between the carrier and the destroyer. It is shaped more similarly to the destroyer, but with more weapons banks and only one engine instead of two. A gunship and an interceptor are shown for size comparison. They are smaller than any given port or weapons bay on the larger ships. Vast worms. An illustration of one end of a wrinkly tube of a creature that is sparsely covered in cilia-like hairs and clusters of black and white spots. The worm's face, if you can call it that, is a twisting mass of long and short tentacles clustered around a mouth. In the background, a silhouette of a full vast worm compares to a silhouette of an inhibitor station. The inhibitor station is the size of the rounded ends of the worm's smaller face tentacles. Chapter 27. I boosted away from Braid on Overburn, but focused primarily on defensive flying. I needed the lay of this region before I got serious. We'd left a newer-looking space station, flat and rectangular with bays along the sides. It looked a little like a giant space harmonica, the sort our path leader had played back in my nomadic childhood. My monitors labeled this station Brez Observation Platform. My monitor picked out smaller structures in the distance, hundreds of them. Mines, maybe? They did seem to be arrayed in a pattern, creating a large field around the region. There were kilometers between each one, but viewing this as a battlefield, I could see an intentionality to the way they were placed. In the area closest to me was a lot of space junk, drifting far more haphazardly. The main showpiece, though, was an old space platform, much, much larger than Brez, the station where I'd been captive. The behemoth floated a short distance away, by starship terms. This was Evensong, my proximity monitor said, an ancient platform that resembled Starsight. It looked mostly derelict, though its surface was encrusted with hundreds, maybe thousands of skyscrapers. No lights came from any of them, but somewhere on that platform would be the hub, where all the comm slugs were housed. I punched my ship in that direction to get a closer look, while Braid swept outward. Evensong seemed to have a bubble of air around it like Starsight, but my proximity monitor didn't warn of a shield. Vast swaths of brown ground marked dead gardens. The buildings hadn't corroded. Modern metals resisted that, no matter how long they sat. But I saw broken windows, streets that seemed to have been stripped of metal for use elsewhere. Part of me found it incredible. The platforms around detritus had remained functional for hundreds of years without intervention. What had happened here to make this place so derelict? "It was a human installation once," Braid said over my comm. I hesitated. She hadn't pressed her attack. I felt an urgency to be on with the contest before Winzik found out what we were doing. At the same time, if Braid was willing to talk, maybe I could get some information out of her. "What happened?" I asked, careful not to get complacent, staying out of her direct line of fire. Talking to me could be a ploy to get me to let my guard down. "War," she said. "It got annexed by one of the many human factions trying to claim the galaxy. After that group collapsed, it became a pirate hub. Then another group took it, and they fell too. On and off over hundreds of years." "Makes sense, I suppose," I said, flying down around one of the larger skyscrapers. "But why did it fall into disrepair like this? It's got to be cheaper to fix it up than build another station." We flew out over the side of the station, lit by a distant sun that provided some twilight illumination. It left Evensong with deep shadow along one face, pooling like ink. We crested the edge of the station and headed toward the underside of the platform, which was covered in its own buildings, since up and down were matters of choice in a place with artificial gravity. Here, I was met with a daunting sight. Giant creatures, like tube worms, each at least a couple of kilometers long, undulating through the vacuum. They'd been sheltered from my sight by the platform, but each of these things was as large as a capital ship. There were dozens of them here, moving slowly through space. I veered away with the jerk of my ship, and suddenly, now that I knew what to look for, I realized I'd been mistaken earlier. The space junk I'd seen upon leaving Brez, it included more of these things, hundreds of them swimming through the void of space. "Scud," I whispered. "What are those?" Space worms existed? Why hadn't Mbot told me about them when he dashed my hopes of finding sandworms? "Damn, you're sheltered," Braid replied. "You've really never seen a vast worm before?" "No." "An infestation like this is dangerous," Braid said. "They can swallow ships. In a more populated region, the government would dedicate huge resources to exterminating them before they grew into what we have here. But out here, well, Evensong is old, abandoned. Nobody comes here. It's basically just a blip on interstellar maps with a warning attached. Jump in here and you risk getting swallowed." Scud. The worm I'd turned away from had noticed me, and it was undulating after us. The thing didn't seem fast, but it was huge. I doubted it could swallow a ship that was aware and alert, but it was still unnerving with that wide, circular mouth the size of giant bay doors. Braid, of course, took some shots at me while I was distracted. One hit my shield before I managed to execute some decent dodges. She chuckled softly, the sound coming in over the line. "Why?" I demanded. "Why would the superiority build a central hub here? I expected something as vibrant and populated as Starsight." "Yeah, well, that would be on everyone's maps. Hard to keep quiet. The superiority is all about making people ignore things that are secretly important." That was true. Warships pretended to be merchant vessels. Slugs were labeled as dangerous to ensure people were afraid to pick one up if they saw one. It was an understandable methodology when you didn't rule by military might, but by the control of information. So they'd situated their central communications hub in a place nobody would visit. I found the view intimidating. All those worms out there, like maggots in a stew, floating and moving through space, serene, yet deadly. Worse, as I outpaced the worm behind us, I saw another dangerous sight in the near distance. The superiority fleet that Winzik had been gathering. 3 huge carriers, the largest of the capital ships, along with 2 battleships and a half-dozen smaller gunships and destroyers. That wasn't much in the context of a large-scale galaxy, but it was already a fleet that dwarfed our own. The enemy fleet hung in its own space with a number of dead worms, blown in half, floating nearby. The others seemed to be keeping their distance, as if they could sense where some of their kind had been killed. "So, are we actually going to do this?" Braid asked. "Or are you going to just continue sightseeing? I have Winzik stalled for now, but that won't last forever. Braid, you should know," she added, "that I have a remote control device on your ship to let me take it over. Try to escape and I'll lock you down. Need proof?" She flipped my overburn on and off. I gritted my teeth. I hated the idea of my ship being controlled by someone else. "So you can just lock me down?" I snapped. "You've already won then." "I won't use it," she said. "Not unless you try to run or are otherwise defeated. No cytonics on my part either. Come on. Destroy me and you can fly away. But as long as I'm here, you're captive. Ready?" "Get a little closer and I'll show you how ready I am." A protracted fight favored me, giving time for the drugs in my system to run out, so I probably should have been looking for a way to accomplish that. But as Braid approached, firing with twin destructors, I found myself not caring. Here was a fight. Despite everything I'd been through, everything I'd learned, I was still a warrior at my core. I had to prove that I was better than Braid. The opportunity to get some measure of vengeance on one of my captors was all-consuming. I dodged away from her weapons fire and soared alongside the ancient platform, passing abandoned rooms with tiny windows and cavernous docking bays, like eye holes in a skull. Braid thought she could toy with me? Let me out of my prison to have some fun, then lock me back up when she was done? She'd see. When we had flown together at Starsight, I'd sometimes held back so as to not seem too skilled. That would have been suspicious. Braid had seen me fly. We'd even faced off, but I figured she would probably still underestimate me. Evensong's sides didn't have any buildings, just windows and docking bays, so I wove around the bottom of the station. There, I entered an ancient street, diving in among the buildings to see what Braid would do. And scud. She was too smart to get pulled into such a tight chase. She stayed up above, where she could watch or outrun me. If I flew up and out, she'd have a good line of sight to shoot me down. So I flipped my ship around, nearly overloading the grav caps, then boosted backward and stopped. Up above, she continued onward for a second, while I darted between buildings to my right. Being down this low might confuse her proximity sensors, making her lose track of me in the mess of ancient steel buildings. "Not bad," Braid said to me a short time later. "Where did you go?" "Better watch your tail," I said. She chuckled. "Do you ever wish it could go back to this? Pilots struggling one-on-one, rather than sweeping galactic domination and political nonsense?" I didn't respond, because I still didn't know how to read Braid. Of course I wanted something like that, but she was playing off my desires. "What happened to you, Spensa?" she asked me, "in the nowhere? What did you do in there?" "I learned who I was," I said, "and where I came from." "You think it could help me find the same answers?" Scud, she sounded sincere. But I'd been played too many times to fall for it. Instead, I wove through some streets at a very slow speed, then pulled to a stop near some abandoned hover cars. I had Braid tracked on my proximity monitor as she flew around up above, trying to see where I'd gone. Sitting still felt wrong, dangerous, but I knew it was the right thing to do. Her sensors would have way more trouble tracking me this way. The ploy worked. Braid went into a large sweeping pattern, flying upside down and using visuals to try to find me. Not a bad move, as my ship would stand out to human eyes against all this wreckage. But she started in the wrong location, which gave me the perfect opportunity. As she swung out, I turned my nose upward, put full power to my acclivity ring, and boosted straight up along the side of a skyscraper. I popped out in a perfect position to fall in on her tail, and though she spotted me mid-maneuver and broke off her search, I still managed to stay on her. She wove and dodged, but I drew inevitably closer and started taking careful shots. Anticipating her dodges, I managed to score 2 hits on her ship, which should have put her shield at around half power. She'd need to stop flying to reignite it, which you never wanted to do while in combat. I could hear her grunting through the line as she tried to outfly me. I leaned forward, smiling, enjoying the simple focus of the duel. For the moment, I allowed myself to pretend this was all that mattered. I let myself enjoy the fight as Braid led me out from the shadow of Evensong into open space, flying dangerously close to one of those enormous space worms. The thing undulated in the vacuum, its enormous body rippling as Braid used it for cover, coming in close to its wrinkled pink-orange skin. I took my thumb off the firing button. Judging by the corpses around the superiority fleet, these things were susceptible to our weapons. But I couldn't imagine that the small destructors on my ship would do much harm to it. I decided to stick to her and hold off on firing for now. just in case stray shots enraged it or something. She gave me quite the run, soaring in a spiral along the worm's body, moving toward the head, and the thing noticed us as we flew, twisting and looking our direction, though I couldn't make out any sort of eyes on the gargantuan beast. "What are these things?" I asked. "Like, really?" "Vast worms feed off cytonic energy," Braid said. "Any place where you collect too many Taenics, you're likely to draw them, unless you do a lot of work to shield the mines." Detritus had never drawn any that I knew about, but then we also had a pretty extensive shielding system. I was about to ask for more info, but Braid, still trying to shake me from her tail, boosted up along the worm's head. She spun in a perfectly executed Alstrom loop, then dove straight into the worm's gaping mouth. Maybe I was the one who had underestimated her. "Braid?" I said. "Are you insane?" "Maybe," she replied, the calm fuzzing. "You think you're better than me? See if you can chase me in here. Remember, until you bring me down, you're as good as in prison." Scud. I took a long, deep breath. Then I followed her in. Chapter 28. As a little girl, I'd always dreamed of flying in space, of getting off detritus, of being out there, in the realm of stars and suns, of moons and nebulae. If you'd told me I'd make it, but would someday have to fly through the guts of a giant space worm, well, let's be honest about the kind of kid I was, I'd have thought that was awesome. The reality was more nerve-wracking than I'd have imagined. I had to turn on the ship's floods, illuminating the hollow tube innards of the beast. According to my sensors, it was still a vacuum in here, and the thing had these strange tendrils hanging down from the walls of the guts, like jellyfish tentacles maybe, only much larger. Waving in the vacuum, reaching toward the center of the passage from all directions. All told, the throat of the thing was 12 meters wide, but those tendrils were 3 meters long, thick as rope, and left me with alarmingly little space to fly without touching them. In fact, I clipped one as I tried to keep a bead on Braid's boosters glowing in the darkness beyond. As soon as I touched the tendril, my shield went down, a red warning light blinking on my dash. Scud! That tentacle had drained the shield. Seemed like cytonic energy wasn't the only thing these worms fed on. If the tentacle could slurp down a shield, then what would it do if it touched the ship? I decided not to find out, and slowed, weaving through the strange worm guts more carefully. Fortunately, Braid had slowed as well. Maybe I'd gotten lucky and she'd had her own shield drained, too. I watched closely, and saw her get dangerously close to one of the tentacles. Close enough that her shield should have reacted, but it didn't. I put my thumb back on the destructor button, but didn't press it. "Braid," I said. "I've got you. Yield." She snickered. "Yield? What is this, an Errol Flynn movie?" "A what?" "Old Earth," she said. "Actor." This was the first time I'd heard her reference anything from Earth popular culture, not merely Earth history. She'd been raised by human parents for part of her youth. Unless that had been a lie. Had they watched Earth films? "Braid," I said to her. "I'm on your tail and your shield is down. I can shoot you." "So why don't you?" "What really happened to you in the nowhere?" she asked me. "Why do you make the air vibrate when you feel pain? How did you learn to cut through inhibitors? And why are you suddenly so hesitant to fire on your enemy?" Scud. Was I doing it again? Holding back because I wanted her to be something that she wasn't? Or was this a lingering effect of having been among the Broadsiders, of learning to fight worthy opponents without killing? I wasn't in the nowhere any longer, and last time I'd tried to trust this person, she'd betrayed me. I pushed the button, sending twin streams of destructor fire straight toward her. Braid chuckled, dodging in a spin, barely evading my shots, which hit some of the tentacles. They absorbed the energy, and suddenly all of the nearby green jellyfish strands started to tremble and whip, making them far, far more difficult to avoid. I threw my ship into a sequence of dodges, speeding up despite how dangerous it was. Braid laughed even harder as she increased her speed, and both of us were forced to boost forward, spinning and weaving as tentacles started trying to grab us. I narrowly avoided a sequence of them before bursting back into open space, out through the worm's butt, which was open like the front. This was not the glorious image of a starfighter pilot I'd always imagined for myself. Sweat running down my face, I broke right, trying to quiet my heart. In the rush, I'd caught up with Braid, and we'd burst out of the worm at the same moment. Now Braid, denying me time to reignite my shield, managed to get me in her sights. She filled the space with destructor fire. I was forced to dive down, spinning, but behind me the worm turned and followed us, moving faster than the other one had. Somehow it picked up enough speed to keep pace with us. Scud, how was that even possible? I supposed it had seen me as mere space debris before. Now I was prey, and Braid had thoroughly tricked me into alerting it to that fact. "Shoot another worm," she suggested over the comm. "Make this interesting." "Shut up," I growled. She laughed again, but then she did something and the worm suddenly cut off the chase, undulating in the other direction. I frowned, watching on the proximity monitor but not daring to look back. "What?" "Use your IMP," she said. "The blasts hit with a frequency the things don't like." "Thanks," I said. "I suppose." Her destructor fire around my ship trailed off. Maybe she was luring me into complacency. But why call off the worm in that case? Scud, I had no idea how to read this woman. "So, do you want to yield?" she asked. "Not a chance." "Good," she said. "Reignite shields and go another round. Winzik is preparing ships to come after us, but we might have enough time for one more go." I soared back toward the derelict Evensong. There, I put a building between myself and her and cautiously stopped. I didn't reignite yet, in case she was waiting for me to be vulnerable and attack. She didn't. She stopped her own ship in the air and started the process, so I pulled the lever to start my shield ignition as well. It would take around 30 seconds. "So what is it?" she asked. "That strange distortion around you. The mess you make of inhibitor fields. What really happened, Spencer?" Ah, so that was what this was about. Let me out, duel with me, get me talking. Braid was confused by my new powers, and she wanted them for herself. Now that I understood, a lot of things made sense. Was this some calculated plan with Winzik to figure out my secrets? And Scud, how could I use this knowledge against her? "I don't think I can explain it," I said, testing my theory. Indeed, she didn't come after me as our shields rose. No other ships left Brez, despite Braid's warning. She was here to talk, not duel. This fight was an illusion. Had I finally figured out one of Braid's traps before she sprang it? "Can you try?" Braid asked. "I feel lost sometimes with my powers. That there's so much to learn, so much to understand, and that I'll never understand myself until I do." Scud, she was a good actor. There was real emotion behind those words, and I was impressed, despite myself. Even knowing what she was doing, it almost worked. If I was right, then I had no way to escape. She probably had a dozen ships watching, ready to hyperjump in and attack me the moment something went wrong. I couldn't run, but maybe I could stall until my powers returned. So I talked, knowing full well that I was playing a dangerous game. "You'd have to go into the nowhere, Braid," I said. "Completely. Not just with your senses. step into a portal, and seek something called the Path of Elders. You just made that up. Technically, Chet had made it up, so I was confident I wasn't giving her anything too valuable. No, I didn't, I said. I visited special sites around the Belt of the Nowhere. They gave me visions of the past, helped me learn, helped me grow into my powers. And the Delvers? I brought one with me, I said. When I was in there, it approached me. You remember that one at Starsight? The one you summoned and I drove off? Yeah, I remember. It came to me, in a human form. It traveled with me, tried to understand me, befriended me. Well, that's creepy. I stopped myself from saying more. I was straying too close to the truth. Spencer? She asked. It's difficult to explain, like I said, I told her. Just keep talking. I leaped through that portal on Starsight and didn't know what to expect. I ended up in a jungle and... The Delver, Braid interrupted. The one that traveled with you. Scrud. That's what I felt. It melded with you somehow, didn't it? That's how you cut through inhibitor fields. That's what's going on. You've captured one? Or made a treaty with it? Scud. I didn't answer. Hell, Braid said. And that's why they're afraid of you, isn't it? Something to do with that bond. I knew I felt something familiar about you. I understand them, I said to her, in a way no person ever has before, Braid. You're not going to be able to control them, I can promise you that. You're mistaken if you think you can. Help me escape. Together we could really figure out the Delvers, and maybe make the galaxy safe from them forever. Huh, Braid said. Yeah, not interested. All right, guys, that's probably all we'll get today. Come on in. I jumped, despite myself, as 24 starfighters appeared around me in a tight formation. I boosted away immediately, but Braid just hit the kill switch on my ship, shutting down the boosters. One of the other ships flew after me and grabbed my ship with a light lance tow cable. I felt like an idiot. This time I'd anticipated her, even managed to figure out her ploy. But still, she beat me. I pounded my controls as Braid edged her ship up to mine. Technically, I didn't use my powers against you, she noted. So, if it matters, I kept my word. You killed my ship in space, I shouted at her. I saved you, she said, from being annihilated by all the other ships that arrived to destroy you. You took too long, Spencer. I warned you that if you did, the fight would be joined by others. I leaned back in my seat, frustrated. Did you really think that we'd just be able to come out here and duel? She asked, sounding amused. If this wasn't a setup, the two of us would have been swarmed moments after leaving the station. What now, boss? Someone said over the line. Now we haul her back and toss her in the cell, Braid said. And I figure out how to bond with a Delver, like she has. I seethed. I'm going to kill you, Braid, I whispered into the comm. Someday, I'm going to stand above you with a sword at your neck, and you're going to beg, and... She chuckled. Then the light on my comm flashed off, indicating she'd cut the line. I pounded the controls again, growling, but the ship wasn't to blame for any of this. I was. Me and my foolishness. Why was I so willing to be caught by her? Why did I play into her games? Even still, a part of me wanted so badly to befriend her. Why? Because, I thought, she's the one who escaped you. Every other person I'd flown with, from Skyward Flight to the Broadsiders, had eventually come to my side. Hesho had become my co-pilot. Peg had come to respect me. Morimer had saved my life. Jorgen had become my scudding boyfriend. Braid was the exception, the only flight mate who had turned against me. A part of me smarted with pain at that, in a way that few other pains could rival. Beyond that, I saw something in her that I wanted to save, a representation of what humans had suffered at the hands of the superiority. I wanted so desperately to make up for that, to protect her, to show her that life could be better. However, she didn't need or want rescuing. I had to remind myself of that time and time again. But at least, I thought as I calmed myself, she hadn't learned anything of actual value. She'd never be able to bond a Delver as I had, because that required empathy she didn't have. We hyperjumped back to the hangar as a group and settled down on the dock. I immediately tried to pop my canopy and run, but they'd remotely locked it up tight. I had one sole hope remaining, that as she'd been playing me, I'd been able to play her a little. Because I had wasted time with our conversation. We were close to my next dose. Actually, I thought we were past it. I pushed at the boundaries of my awareness and felt hints of my powers returning. "Here," Chet said inside me. "I'm here." I still had a chance, but I couldn't let them stun me. So, as Braid's team came to my ship, I raised my hands and bowed my head, eyes closed. I tried to project a non-threatening air. Her team popped the canopy of my ship. These weren't the same guards that shot me each day. These were fighter pilots. They seemed to mostly be Tanasi, like Peg. They assumed that holding me at gunpoint was good enough. "You grow Malans," one of them said. "I respect that. Out of the ship." I obeyed, and didn't give them any reason to fire on me. I slowly climbed down the ladder they placed, then raised my hands again, trying to look tired as Braid walked over, helmet under her arm. "Thanks," she said, "for the intel." I shrugged, my head bowed. "Tell you what," she said to me. "Maybe once I figure out how to do what you've done, then we can plan about what to do about the Delvers. Together." I just growled in response, trying not to seem too docile. But then, as she turned away, I let my shoulders slump. She had won this little contest of wits. Even if I'd figured her out, she'd gotten what she'd wanted. That had to make her feel good, right? Like her plan had turned out perfectly. Nearby, a Varvax doctor was waiting with my twice-daily dose. She trotted over, and I tried an emergency hyperjump. Nothing happened. I felt so close to being able to escape this bind, but that was still a few minutes off. It was agonizing to realize my chance was going to slip away. The doctor took my arm, but at that moment, the universe finally threw me a scudding bone, because the doors to the hangar opened, surprising Braid, who spun. Winzik, with a complement of guards, strode in. "What have you been doing, Braid?" he demanded. "I didn't authorize this." Everybody in the room froze, including the doctor. If Braid hadn't cleared her stunt with the man in charge, that meant that she hadn't been talking to him earlier, when she'd claimed she was. I still had a chance. I just had to stall a little longer. "Oh no," I said. "He's found us out, Braid. Quick! What do we do?" Chapter 29. Braid stared at me, her eyes bulging. Awesome. "Run, Braid," I shouted to her. "He knows we've been working together." "Shut her up," Braid snapped, and one of her Tanasi grabbed me and shoved a gag toward my mouth. Winzik stepped forward. No, he said, waving his hands. "Leave her alone. I will hear her." "Human, you've been working with Braid, have you?" The Tanasi pilots reluctantly backed away. Most importantly, the doctor joined them. "Yes," I said, trying to sound reluctant. "Ever since Starsight. We thought maybe we could make you free the humans in the preserves. Find a way we could be warriors again, serving you." Was that too obvious a lie? I couldn't tell if Winzik was buying it or not. His crab face wasn't exactly capable of the expressions I found common. I did think the way he waved his arms next was a sign of agitation, though. My, he said. "She's lying, Winzik," Braid said, rolling her eyes. Very clearly. Yes, perhaps she is, Winzik said, turning to Braid. Perhaps. But what is it I have found you doing? The soldiers in these docks reassigned? A crack team of pilots commandeered? You went and had your little duel with her, didn't you? The one I expressly told you was foolish? I needed to know which of us was better, Braid said. You grow unruly, Winzik said, tapping his exosuit's hands together. You no longer give me the deference you once did. You think that because you are cytonic, I need you. You do not speak now, Winzik said. You will be confined to quarters. Braid deflated visibly. Fine. Now, so long as that doctor stayed away. I could feel my power seeping back. I was so close. Chet was growing increasingly clear, his soul vibrating with mine. I strained and felt something in the distance, a familiar mind. Embot? He seemed to perk up, and I felt his excitement at sensing me, but I couldn't get any words through. I tried to send him panic, a feeling that I was captured. I got the slightest impression of something in return, an acknowledgement, and a sense of something powerful. Defiance. Just a few more minutes. I kept my own head bowed, barely daring to look up to watch. Confined to quarters? Braid said. Fine, I'll do it. Now, I think this entire fiasco needs to change direction, Winzik said. My. I should not have listened to your aggressive instincts, Braid. We leave our worlds undefended by gathering this force of ships as you have suggested. Braid looked up sharply. We should be waiting out the humans, not preparing to confront them, Winzik continued. I have control of the entire superiority and all of its strength. We will disperse this fleet and send the ships back to maintain control on the most important planets. Then we will wait for the humans to starve themselves. Yes, this is the proper way. Winzik, Braid said. Don't ruin. But you don't speak right now, he chided her. Remember? You are too like these other humans. They are of lesser intelligence, as are you. I see that they will chew themselves up, just as you have been unable to resist fighting this human. We can let them be, in turmoil, then clean up the mess and document it, so that all will see that I have defeated them. Yes, let us begin. He turned and started toward the door. Braid let out a long, annoyed sigh. Then she raised her sidearm pistol and blasted a hole in Winzik's head. Shocked, I watched his exosuit fall to the ground with a calamitous crash. I stared, then looked up, expecting the soldiers in the room to immediately attack Braid. No one moved. Even the other Varvax aides who had entered with Winzik just waved their hands in faint agitation. Well, that's over, Braid said, sliding her gun back into her holster. What are the latest reports on Detritus's troop movements? A Varvax hurried over, holding up a datapad for Braid. Continued consolidation from the planets Evershore and Redon, sir. They're building up their own fleet. And our troops? She asked. Winzik's orders have produced lethargic responses, the aide admitted. It should be going much more quickly. Braid sighed. Probably should have shot him sooner. Perhaps, sir, the Varvax admitted. Wait, I said, my utter confusion breaking through my good sense. Wait, you're just going to let her get away with shooting your leader? The reptilian Tanasi next to me chuckled. What? He asked. You think we would band together behind that? He gestured to Winzik's fallen husk. Horrifyingly, I realized that the crab thing inside the helmet wasn't dead. The liquid was leaking from the shattered faceplate all over the floor. and the much smaller creature that was Winzik was crawling out of its remnants, moving in jerks. His crustacean mouth gasped for breath. He was suffocating in the air. "A bureaucrat?" another of the soldiers asked. "You really think a bureaucrat orchestrated the conquest of the entire superiority? We weren't going to follow a leader who couldn't tell a flanking maneuver from a feint."
"We needed a military leader," one of the Varvax aides said.
"We needed,"
a Tanasi next to me growled,
"a human."
Stars and saints above. Everyone in this room had been working behind the scenes with Braid for years, each of them knowing all along that Winzik was a puppet. I looked back to Braid, who was going over battle reports and quietly giving orders. Scud, this was the real Braid, wasn't it? All this time, all these false faces, and this was who she was. A conqueror, hiding in plain sight among her enemies. Despite everything, I couldn't help but be impressed.
"Give the order to gather our forces," she said to the aide. "Quickly, this time. Inform the command staff that I've finally executed our contingency. I suspect a lot of them will be happy to hear it." "Yes, sir," the aide said, tucking away his datapad. "We'll need to start the propaganda machine immediately. The planets could accept Winzik as their war minister, but a human is going to be more difficult to spin." "I'll wear the hologram in public until you manage the situation," Braid said, waving them off. As the aides left, she strolled over to a workstation and picked up a large crowbar that she, to my surprise, absently handed to me. I took it, feeling the heavy weight of the steel in my hands. "For him," she said, nodding to where Winzik was crawling across the floor. He was trailing what I guessed was blood from several sections of his carapace. It looked like he had been connected to the exosuit biologically. I'd never known if those things were entirely tech or natural growths. I thought maybe they were something in between. "The final blow belongs to you, Spencer," Braid said, "for what his people did to yours. An honor, I give you, one soldier to another." He was slowly making for the door, probably deranged by the lack of liquid to breathe and bleeding out. I gripped the crowbar, then hesitated. "You're just going to record this," I realized. "And as soon as you need an excuse for why you're in charge, you'll plaster the video all over the news showing me, a human assassin, killing Winzik." "Damn," Braid said. "For once you figured it out." She slapped her arm, and an illusion snapped into place around her, like the one I'd worn to imitate Alanik. They'd stolen that tech from Embot. The illusion made her look like me. "Fortunately," she said, "few know about this tech. Modern holo videos have encrypted metadata to prevent tampering, but it's perfectly easy to fool them if they're genuinely recording what they see." I had no idea what some of those words meant, but as a guard handed Braid another crowbar, I stepped forward. I figured I could milk this for a few minutes of extra time. But as I saw Winzik suffering, I actually felt a little sorry for him, despite it all. So, I slammed my crowbar down on Winzik's carapace, crushing the life out of him. With that, I finally ended the tyrant who had kept my people imprisoned for years, who had gotten my father killed, who was responsible for so much death. At least a member of the DDF had delivered the final blow, instead of Braid in a disguise. I felt unfulfilled. Not because I felt bad killing him. It had been a mercy, and he certainly deserved an execution, if only for the death of poor Comfort earlier. Winzik had been a thoroughly evil creature. But I couldn't pin the suffering of my people entirely on him. The oppression was systemic in the superiority, not the result of one person's schemes. I'd gotten vengeance on one little part of the machine that had ruined my people's lives, but this wasn't the solution. The solution had to be much, much bigger than one girl with a crowbar. "What now?" I asked Braid, looking up from the dead Whimsic. "Now," she said, "I'm afraid we're going to have to crush your rebellion. Nothing personal. Can't have a rival faction of humans challenging me for control. Our military is proud to have a human at their head, but an entire fleet of them would be problematic." "We could work together," I said, stepping toward her. "You don't have to do this." "Of course I don't," Braid said, frowning. "Spensa, do you have any idea how long I've been working toward this? I've been planning it ever since they took me from my family. Putting things in place, positioning myself. The superiority is an enormous mess. The military understands how tenuous it all is. We lack the strength to control what we have, and need to rule through access to hyperslugs. Yet one slip up, and the secrets of hyperdrives would spread through the entire galaxy. The superiority is a stone balanced on a single point, and it's going to fall. We had to take action, and they needed a leader who understands aggression on a level that hasn't been forcibly bred out of her." She waved to herself. "I'm poised to rule everything. And your people could upset all of that. Our people." "What? Because we're the same race, we should work together?" She smiled. "Have you read any human history, Spensa? We never got along. That's part of what differentiates us from some of the other species. They had world governments early, achieved through excluding those who didn't agree, yes, but they unified. We're simply not good at that." "So it all just continues," I said, mostly to keep her talking at this point, the way it has been. "Spensa, I created this situation," Braid said, "and by crushing your rebellion, I'm going to prove that the military was right to support me. Sorry, but I have read human history. I've studied it, learned from the master tacticians of the past. She frowned, then put her hand on a pouch she wore on her belt. She was looking past me toward, well, Scud, toward the doctor, still standing back there with my dose. My powers fluttered and stuttered, like a person trying to come awake in the morning. I could almost access them. I strained and felt the delver inside me churning. The air started to warp around me, which made me curse softly. It would give me away. "Can't you stop that?" I thought in anger at the delver. "No," the thought came back from Chet. "No, I need you. Can you control it?" Could I? "Hell," Braid said. "Did we give her the full dose?" "No dose at all," the doctor said. "We were ordered not to touch her." "Give it now," Braid said, scrambling forward and waving toward the troops. Several of them grabbed me by the arms, and one pulled the crowbar from my hands. The doctor hurried up, preparing the syringe. But before she reached me, klaxons started going off throughout the station, along with red lights flashing with a panicked urgency. "What?" Braid asked.
"Major incursion into the local space," one of the Tanasi soldiers said, reading from an alert monitor on the wall. "An entire planet has hyperjumped into the region." She trailed off, then looked toward us. "It's detritus."
Chapter 30. My soul vibrated even further. My friends were here. And they were doomed. I wasn't certain why that feeling struck me, but it suddenly seemed overpoweringly potent. I trembled, thinking of the battle to come, and the losses it would inevitably involve. I gasped, barely noticing as someone grabbed me by the arm. "Where is the nearest potential command station?" Braid shouted, audible through my haze of pain. "Meeting rooms across the hall have access," a soldier replied, pushing open the door out of the docks. "Take your pick." "Whichever one is closest," Braid said. "Get command protocols transferred there, Gavrich. Keo, inform the fleet. She spun, shaking me by the arm. She pointed at the doctor. You, get her doped.
My friends are here, Chet thought to me. I need to help them. I need my powers.
Wait. They were my friends, not his.
Our friends. My friends.
He thought the words with force, and the air warped further.
We have to help them.
Should we throw her back into her cell? One of the soldiers asked, slamming me painfully down on the ground as the doctor stepped up. No, Braid said, backing away, watching that doctor through oddly wary eyes. We might need the Delvers, so I'll want her handy. Just make sure she's gagged, restrained, and drugged. We can't get drugged again, I thought in an utter panic. Not again. Not again. Do something. Do something. Do something. A needle bit my skin. The injection. I ripped free of my body. It happened in a blinding moment of pain and confusion. The Delver I'd become, the Delver that was part of my soul, ejected. Not just Chet, but me too, as both of us were intertwined. We launched free exactly like a pilot from a falling ship. I watched as the doctor dosed my body, which went limp. I was scudding outside of myself. Hell, I was a ghost. What have we done? I asked, and noticed with a chill that my body on the floor mouthed the words, its eyes open and staring sightlessly. I don't know, Chet said, vibrating from within my soul where we'd mixed. I looked down. We had a kind of shape. I was glowing golden white form, with another beside me, overlapping me. Chet, the Delver, like my double. The warping of the air, the random uses of my powers. Was this where it had been leading? Had my soul been trying to escape all this time? I managed, with effort, to control some of my panic. Even without Chet, I had a soul like a Delver's. That was what cytonics were, people who had been mutated over time by radiation coming from the nowhere. We were people who had whatever quality it was that let an AI exist without circuitry. I wasn't dead. Like Mbot and the Delvers, I could merely exist outside of a physical housing. Kind of. I could still feel my body as I lay there. I could hear, as if with my own ears. I wasn't completely detached from my body, just partially. Braid eyed my crumpled form on the ground, her hand on the pouch at her side, watching the doctor pull the syringe from my neck. She seemed afraid, legitimately. And why not? That syringe could remove a cytonic's abilities. She was right to be wary of it. Done, the doctor said, sounding relieved. She'll be without her powers for another 2 spans. Finally, Braid said. Come on. 2 guards grabbed me into the arms, and again I could feel it. When I turned my cytonic body to look at Chet at my side, my physical form twitched in that direction. I wasn't certain I could move it more than that. I followed, hovering rather than walking, as they relocated to a room across the hall. A holographic battle map sprang up in the center of the room, displaying the large platform of Evensong, the much smaller observation platform we were on, and that sea of mines I'd seen earlier. I leaned forward and noticed that I could make out something about those mines. Each had a number above it, along with the readings of vitals? Not mines, I realized. It's a huge web of inhibitor stations, each with a slug to keep this region protected from unauthorized hyperjumps. Indeed, detritus, marked in holographic blue and hovering even larger than Evensong, had appeared far beyond the edge of this field of inhibitors. It was too distant to blast the stations directly. We'd learned that slugs working together had a multiplicative effect on their powers, so this number of them could cast an enormous bubble, large even on a planetary scale. There would be no chance for detritus to blow up the inhibitors from the perimeter, at least not without sending in missiles that could easily be shot down in transit. That was basically all I could pick out of the situation, save for the blips that I guessed were those space worms. Nearby, the guards pulled my body over to the wall and handcuffed me in place to a railing. "Good, great," Braid said. "Watch her. Even in chains, she'll try to escape." "She seems really limp," one of the guards said, "and her eyes are unfocused. Did that drug do something worse to her than usual?" "She's faking," Braid said, "trying to get us to think she's insensate. Keep a gun on her." "Should we stun her?" the guard asked. Braid regarded me. Personally, I didn't mind either way. I doubted it would do anything to my soul. "Keep close watch," Braid said, "but no stunning. I might need her able to talk. She's a bargaining chip in more ways than one." As a soul, I glanced again at Chet. He quivered with concern for my friends, and for us. Scud, what had we just done? Was there any way to get back into my body? I tried using my powers, and while my mind expanded, I couldn't hyperjump anything. So I couldn't say if I was in a better or worse situation than before. "This is bad," Chet thought at me, "isn't it?" He was looking at the battlefield and the view screen. Too early to tell, I thought, though that latent fear lurked inside of me, the worry that this was the end, the final confrontation. Either we defeated Braid's forces now, seizing her slugs here and permanently hamstringing her ability to rule, or we fell. A set of holographic heads appeared at the perimeter of the central hologram, mostly Diones, but some Tanasi, a couple of avian Heklo, one Varvax. "Captains," Braid said to the people arrayed before her, "I have instituted our contingency plan and have formally taken control of our military, following the disposal of our puppet. He was about to undermine our military operations, and I couldn't allow him to continue." "Good riddance," said one of the Diones. "What are your orders, sir? I think we've been invaded." Ah, I thought. These are the captains of the fleet she has assembled here, beyond Evensong. "It's not the ideal moment," Braid said, "as Winzik's slow gathering of our forces this past week means we're without immediate reinforcements. I've sent orders and hope to have access to more ships soon. Still, our fleet is much, much larger than theirs. We should be able to win this. Just don't get close to that battle station planet. They have long-range anti-ship cannons, not to mention a shield network that can withstand bombardment." "Understood," one of the captains said. "So we make them come to us?" "The victor of a battlefield," Braid responded, "is often the one who can best use the terrain to her advantage. They're going to have to send in fighters to try to bring down our inhibitor stations, which gives us the advantage. Follow my directions. I'll show you what a human tactician can do, as long promised." The group of them gave affirmatives as some flustered aides hurried into the room, setting up to help Braid run the battlefield. I circled her, and she didn't seem to be able to see me, so I scoped out the battlefield hologram. Braid was right. Her side had a far superior position and a much larger fighting force. We might be able to match them for starfighters, but they had all those gunships, carriers, and battleships. A true fleet. Chet quivered further, but I told him forcibly, we had our own advantage. Primarily, we had detritus, which was enormous and highly defended, with awesome firepower. Braid was right. My friends were going to have to fly in to bring down the inhibitor stations one at a time. Destroy enough of them, and it would let detritus approach. It was a path to victory. If detritus could draw close enough to Evensong to bombard it, we'd be able to destroy all the enemy slugs. My stomach churned at that thought. I wasn't certain Jorgen would authorize so much death, but Braid didn't know that. If Detritus could get close, the superiority would have essentially lost the battle.
Impossible, Chet thought. It's too difficult.
He had a point. This was a tenuous path to victory for my side. I'd advocated for our forces to come here, but now I saw how dangerous the assault would be. My friends would have to fly inside an enemy inhibitor field. Braid's forces would have cytonic capabilities and we would not. No jumping away if our ships got hit. I doubted many of the enemy's starfighters would have hyperslugs. Those were normally reserved for larger ships, but still, we'd be at a huge disadvantage.
There is a way out,
Chet thought to me. What? I asked, eager for anything that could help our side win. Instead, he showed me something. The nowhere. With a wave of his arm, it seemed to be there, a tunnel into oblivion, a place where no time passed. In there, he and I could infinitely delay the arrival of the battle. We would never have to watch our friends die because death, and time, place, and self would stop existing. It was seductive. A part of me was horrified I would view it that way, particularly after how far I'd come and everything I'd done. Another part was mesmerized. I'd spent so long learning about the Delvers, and I'd thought I understood what they'd been through. But in that moment, I could feel it. The desire to escape and run away with Chet. It was like what I'd felt when living with the Broadsiders, but magnified 100-fold, because I knew the moment I took this step, everything would stop mattering. There would be no guilt, because guilt simply wouldn't exist. Step through there and I'd never feel pain again. Just the joy of being part of something that was perfect and unchanging. They were in there too. The other Delvers, watching, lurking, waiting. If I joined them, would they leave my people alone? Was that the sacrifice I needed to make?
Spencer,
Embot's voice said in my mind. That brought me back to awareness in a heartbeat, and Chet's tunnel to the nowhere collapsed.
Spencer, are you there?
Embot? I sent him, and my voice had two tones to it, mine and Chet's. Embot, yes, I'm here, at Evensong.
Thank Turing, Embot said. Spencer, I managed to talk to Jorgen, and he talked back. I'm learning so much, growing so much. He was already planning to attack Evensong per your plan. When I told him I'd sensed you, he moved up the attack. Everyone is here. We've come to save you.
It was a rescue operation. They'd brought the entire scudding planet to get me. Scud. Chet trembled even more. Embot, I sent to him. I'm worried about the Delvers. Braid is keeping them in reserve, but she thinks she can mobilize them to join this battle if needed. We have to do something about that.
Embot said, I still don't know how to use their weakness against them, Spencer. I've been focused on learning to use my powers, to talk to Jorgen and Hugh.
We don't have much time, I said to him. We have to be ready, you and I, to stop them if they join the battle.
The enemy has sent a communications request, sir,
one of the Varvax aides said to Braid in the somewhere.
And something's changing about the battle station planet.
I turned toward the hologram, where detritus began to transform. The platforms that protected the planet pulling back to make a hole leading toward the surface. Something flew out through that hole, small by comparison to the planet, but large on the scale of ships. A long, wicked-looking ship with sleek fins. A carrier? We had a flagship now? The shipyards that Rig was working on, I thought. He said he'd found a partially finished project in them. The view screen changed to a shot of the imposing ship emerging from within Detritus's ring of protections. A brilliant, wonderful sight. A carrier ship with bays for fighters, aglow with flashing lights. Emblazoned along the side in enormous white letters, written in English, was a single word. Defiant. The name of the ship that had carried us to detritus all those years ago. Another visual winked into existence. A shot of the Defiance Bridge as Braid accepted the communication. There, seated in a captain's chair, was an old woman wearing a crisp white uniform. Milky white eyes. A small figure, yet somehow still strong. Gran. She stood up, holding on to the armrests of the chair. "Superiority forces," she said in a firm voice. "I am Captain Rebecca Nightshade of the starship Defiant. 80 years ago, you drew my people into your war. You obliterated the ship we called home, stole our heritage, and tried to annihilate us. As the last living member of the original Defiance crew, I've been granted my rightful commission as commander of this new vessel. I am of Clan Motor Scops, the people of the engines. You picked a fight with us that we did not want, but then you foolishly failed to exterminate us. And so, we are back. I am back. The blood of my ancestors demands that I seek vengeance upon you. This is your only warning. Return to us the captives you've taken. Turn away from your path of tyranny. Or I will see each and every ship that raises arms against us burned to slag, and your ashes will be abandoned to drift in the eternal expanse of darkness. Forever frozen, without home or memorial, lamented by your kin, never again to hear the voices or feel the touch of those you have loved. I swear it by the stars, the saints, and the souls of 1,000 warriors who have come before me. I will have your blood." The room fell still, the superiority soldiers and aides all staring at her, slack-jawed. "Oh, Gran," I whispered. "That was beautiful." Illustration description. DDF Phoenix-class battle carrier, record DST 230308. Defiant. A detailed schematic showing 4 perspectives on the Defiant against a square grid, the top, bottom, front, and rear of the ship. Below is a full rendering of the Defiant from the front and the side. Its shape is reminiscent of an Earth Navy vessel, tapering at the front and widening at the rear, and has retractable bays in the aft half of the ship, with ports to allow starfighters to launch. A poco is shown for size comparison. It is the size of one of the many window pairs along the starboard side of the Defiant. Below that is a rendering of the Defiant's bridge, which has a captain's chair and 9 other workstations spread throughout the rectangular room. An inset illustration of the captain's chair shows abundant cushioning and several attachments with screens, keyboards, spherical controls, and other input devices. Chapter 31. Mbot. Mushroom Bot felt Spensa's joy at seeing Gran. If he'd been capable of it, he'd have smiled. However, he couldn't spare much thought for that battlefield. He had a job to do. He needed to learn how to defeat the Delvers. So, he turned his attention back to the Nowhere, a place that Spensa had always described as black or white or with other stark images. To him, it wasn't a sight, but a different kind of sensation. A place that was a feeling, a frozen moment where all computation could happen at its leisure. He brought his mind here and set out on his mission. Find the secret. Save the galaxy. No pressure. He moved among the Delvers, nudging their minds with his, careful to project the right ideas, ones he'd learned from them. Camouflage, essentially. The same thoughts they'd always been thinking, the frozen moment. It worked. And honestly, being a ghost was a lot less frightening than Mushroombot had assumed it would be. Humans acted like dying was this super, extremely terrible event. He had instead found it quite liberating. Still, he did miss his body, and things like time, and space, and existence. He maintained a connection to places, the somewhere, that the rest of the Delvers didn't. His perceptions were still those of a being living in linear space, because his heart was there, with his friends. For now, though, he needed to solve the riddle. He had to find a way to expose the Delvers' raw pain, then freeze them with that instead of this blank sense of comfort, the one they projected to each other with an almost forceful denial. He got this same affirmation from each of them. All is well. All is peaceful. Lies. If they would let time pass, they'd recognize it. But the Delvers were frozen in that moment of self-delusion. Their memories covered over, falsely content. All is well. All is peaceful. He repeated it back to them, pretending to be just another Delver. He knew it was a lie, though, because the moment they touched the somewhere, the pain started again. They couldn't hide from it when time passed. Not a one recognized him. He'd been created, he now thought, by the Figments, a group of secretive beings who slid through the superiority and hid among their ranks. Spensa had flown with one at Starsight. Pieces of his code hinted at their hand in his origins. Regardless, he had been designed for stealth, and so he had the skill to fool these others. The Delvers didn't know him for himself. He was just another clone. A deadly, spore's death mushroom among the innocuous, identical Lemmiatod mushrooms. An unnoticed, incorrect homophone in the middle of a spoken sentence. A single line of commented-out code insulting the user. The longer he spent here, the better he understood the Delvers. One tidbit occurred to him. They claimed to never change, but that too was a lie. At one point, they had not known who Braid, Winzik, or Spensa were. Now they did. That was a change. Each time the somewhere leaked in, things changed. Slowly, not by much, but they did change. Each time something changed, even in the slightest, they spread it among themselves, like a virus, making certain each repeated the same thing, changed in the same way. That was how they could keep pretending. So he decided to try something. Braid called in, warning them, "I might need you soon." Soon didn't matter much to them, but it did to Braid. The Delvers began processing this, spreading the idea, bumping into one another, reinforcing it, a concept. She will call, we will answer. She will call, we will answer. She will call, we will answer. What if she betrays us? Mbot added that last one, sending it moving through them, infecting them, until it was repeated back to him like an echo, the Delvers desperately adopting this phrase and concept instead of the other, so that they could all remain the same. It worked. Chapter 32. Jorgen. Jorgen Waite stood in the battle command station of Platform Prime, well within Detritus's defensive shell, accompanied by his command staff. He didn't want to be here with them. He wanted to be on the flight deck of the newly commissioned Defiant, ready to lead a squadron of starfighters in the most important battle of their lives. Instead, he stood tall before the holographic battle map, hands clasped behind his back. He could acknowledge his yearnings, but he also knew where he was needed. "If you can see this from among the saints, I hope you're proud," he thought to his departed parents. "Captain Nightshade," he said, bringing Gran up on a side monitor. "You have authorization to move forward and engage. Be warned, we'll soon have to speak via radio communications and not cytonics. And there's a much greater chance that the enemy will be able to listen in on us." "Understood, and thanks," she said.
If you're listening in, you bastards, I hope you've bidden your families farewell. If not, I'll try to record your screams as you die, for posterity."
He grinned, despite himself. Becca Nightshade hadn't been raised in the military establishment and didn't speak like most officers, but he was accustomed to Nightshade ways. The holographic projector was a large disc in the floor of the room, making a 3D battle map hover in the air above it. As he leaned forward to inspect it, a Kitson platform hovered up on either side of him. Juno, his mentor in meditation, always seemed to be around these days. The little Kitson monk was snacking on a pudding. Ichika, Kitson's supreme tactician, hovered on his right. She had a whole collection of generals and admirals at the table to the side, conferring and making plans.
"And thus we commit," she said softly.
The white-muzzled Kitson wore a modern military uniform instead of the more formal, ancient outfits that some preferred. No medals, not a single sign of her rank, just a clean blue uniform and a military cap under her arm.
"We just barely got the Shadow Walkers back, and now we risk them all."
"It's the only way," Jorgen said.
"I didn't say I regretted the move," she replied. "Merely that I worry about our potential losses."
Jorgen's forces couldn't fly into a large-scale battle like this without their own cytonic inhibitors. The Kitson had warned of terrible tactics used in the old days, such as teleporting explosives directly into a pilot's cockpit. The superiority hadn't used those kinds of extreme measures yet, likely because they relied on slugs. Still, he could imagine them strapping a bomb to a Tanix and forcing it to hyperjump next to one of his friends. They didn't have enough inhibitor slugs to outfit every ship, but the Kitson cytonics had stepped forward. Despite still being weakened by their long imprisonment, they'd been certain they could do this, and so each starfighter had its own small inhibition field. That would limit the enemy's ability to take advantage of the terrain. It also increased the stakes of this battle. They weren't just risking their ships, they were risking the bulk of their cytonics.
"It is the only way,"
Cobb said, stepping up to the hologram opposite Jorgen and the Kitson. He was joined by Rinnikeen, the Erdale leader. Though Rinnikeen wasn't much of a tactician, he'd been invited out of respect, and he seemed to understand that.
"We should have attacked earlier," Jorgen said. "Spensa was right. Waiting only let them gather more resources."
Perhaps, Ichika said, rubbing her chin. "It is never wise to rush into a fight. Giving the enemy time to gather their troops is regrettable, but it allowed us to gather our wits."
The battle map showed the Defiant, alone as it flew into enemy space. Enemy capital ships, 3 carriers and 2 battleships with 6 destroyers, hyperjumped in to form a blockade just out of range of Detritus's cannons. The carriers released a swarm of smaller ships, preparing to engage.
1 against 5,
Jorgen said softly.
"The Kitson cruisers can maybe balance out those destroyers, Ichika, but we're severely outnumbered. Can we win this?"
"That depends on how good your pilots are," Ichika said, "and whether or not your Shadow Walker battle chief can be rescued to turn the tide."
That meant Spensa. Ichika and the others had seen the recordings of what she'd accomplished during the data storage facility strike. They had an almost mythical belief in her ability to win this battle, one that Jorgen hadn't dissuaded them of. He believed it a little himself.
"We're putting a lot of stock in one single person," Rinnikeen said, "who abandoned us to engage in a duel with an enemy, almost wantonly falling into their obvious trap." "Spensa is hot-headed," Jorgen said, "passionate. But as I said, something more is going on here than we can see. I promise you, she didn't abandon us."
The others didn't believe him. Why would they? She'd run off and attacked the mining station on her own, against his orders. He'd reluctantly been forced to admit that truth, as rumors had started to spread. They saw Spensa as a complete wildcard. The Kitson thought that, like some ancient deity, she might save them. The Erdale saw her as a rogue cytonic who might destroy everything. But Jorgen, he didn't know for certain what he thought. When Embot had spoken mind to mind earlier today, saying that he thought Spensa was at the Evensong station, well, they'd been ready with their battle plan anyway.
She didn't go to them, Jorgen thought forcibly. That note we found didn't sound like her. She promised me. She met my eyes and she promised me.
Maybe he was telling himself what he wanted to believe, but until he heard it from Spensa herself, he was determined to trust her. 30 minutes until engagement, one of the aides said. It took time to maneuver in space battles without hyperjumps. In the hologram, the Defiant inched toward the enemy ships. It would launch its own fighters when it got closer, each carrying an inhibitor to prevent the enemy from hyperjumping too close. With both the enemy and his team using inhibitors, it would turn into a mostly conventional battle. All right, Jorgen said, hands flat on the counter around the hologram. We ready for our Hail Mary?
I do not know this term, Ichika said, but the masked exile is here, watching.
Jorgen paused, looking around until he saw the strange Kitson hover out from the shadows, wearing his white and red mask. This Kitson always unnerved him. When the creature spoke, there was poetry and music to his words, which always seemed, well, creepy. What to think of a killer who wore a mask and kept to the shadows? We have a set of long-range, ultra-speed missiles ready to fire, Rig said, with one set to malfunction and go off target. Controls inside will let it be steered, replacing the detonator and explosives. It's the best we could do on short notice, but it will be fast. Fast enough that we had to put in 6 different grav caps.
I will go, then, the masked Kitson said. An arrow hidden among the clouds. One small ship. They will not notice.
He stood on his platform and bowed.
Spensa saved me from a terrible fate of isolation and loss of self. I will recover her, or I will die in the attempt.
He put his hand on his sword. Jorgen wasn't certain what a little Kitson sword could do against modern battle troops, but, well, he'd been threatened by one of these creatures before, and they could be far more intimidating than their size would suggest.
Good luck,
Jorgen said. The masked exile bowed, then drew back into the shadows. Sir, called one of the junior admirals, the enemy wants to talk to you. Ichika nodded to him. She'd warned that in a fight like this, there would often be a conversation between commanders before battle commenced. He found that strange, as the Krell had always tried to destroy his people in silence, with no offer of parley, but he supposed that his forces were harder to ignore now. Let's see what Winzik wants, he said, turning to the wall screen. I'll talk to him. Ichika, you run our tactics.
Agreed, she said.
The Kitson had a lot more practical experience with large-scale battles than Jorgen did. He thought that Cobb would be a good resource, too. Jorgen's own tactical abilities were focused on small group fights. He was perfectly happy to let the Kitson head up the coalition's strategy. Jorgen himself, well, he was here to make the difficult decisions and to talk. He composed himself, then nodded. The screen winked on. But it wasn't Winzik who confronted him. Chapter 33. As Jorgen appeared on the holoscreen, my heart leaped, and I wanted so badly to hyperjump to him. It was incredibly frustrating to stand there, ghostly, and have to watch as the ship slowly moved into position to start killing one another. We can escape this pain, Chet thought to me. We decided otherwise, I sent to him. That's why we returned to the somewhere. I made this decision. So did you.
He sent to me. I'm too weak, Spensa. Far too weak. I can't handle this.
I can't watch it. By being part of me, he'd taken on some of my memories. My time with my friends, my love of them, and my family. Scott, I hadn't anticipated what that might do to him, a creature who had abandoned all attachments, now suddenly thrust into a universe full of them. The air started to warp around me, the cytonic me, not the physical one, but I was drugged, and that warping, that worked? Why now? It wasn't centered on me, though. It was centered on my double image, the Delver that stood beside me. Because of the pain, I realized. Suddenly, some things started to make sense. Specifically, I understood the warping had happened every time I thought my friends were in danger. I had figured out before that the warping effect had come from Chet, but I hadn't realized why. I felt the emotions, but he was the one who couldn't control his sense of loss. All of that, the times when buildings had vanished and cups had teleported away, that hadn't been my pain, but his fear of being subjected to loss again. I tried to fight off that panic, tried to soothe him. Things weren't that bad. I'm in the center of the enemy's fortress, I thought to him. This could be a good situation. How many generals would have loved to have their best soldier hidden among the enemy command structure, watching, listening, preparing? We can be of use, I told him. Watch. We can protect them. We can make a difference. In return, he showed me the nowhere again. That inviting peacefulness, tranquility. Lies. I knew it to be lies. The Delvers pretended to not have pain, but I had felt it right beneath the surface. The nowhere wasn't peace, it was the illusion of peace. Deep down to my core, my soul understood that, and I'd already made this decision. Thank you, I thought to Chet, for showing me this. But you won't take it? He asked, pained. No. Instead, I needed to find a way to help. I turned my attention to the holoscreen, ignoring my body, which had been mumbling and shaking as my cytonic self interacted. I am Admiral of the Fleet Jorgen Waite, he said from the screen. Delegated High Commander of the Defiant Coalition of Planets. Where is Winzik? Winzik is dead, Braid replied. I'm in control now. You may call me Braid. Tell me, Admiral. You say you've come here on a rescue mission, but we're not holding anyone worthy of your attention. We know Spensa is there, Jorgen said. We've tracked her to your location. Spensa, Braid said. You mean the assassin? I sighed as Braid waved for one of her assistants to project something for Jorgen, an impressively well-framed video of me smashing Winzik's crab body with a crowbar. They'd shot it carefully enough that none of their soldiers were in view. But Winzik's still smoking and broken exosuit was in the background. Damn. I'd known she would use this, but I hadn't expected her to show it to Jorgen. On the view screen, he recoiled as if slapped. Well, I couldn't blame him. The way this looked, I would have assumed the worst about me as well. The air started to warp again, and I tried to reach out to Jorgen, pressing my mind toward his. I'm sorry, I sent him, trying to present an image of myself as innocent. I felt nothing in return. My powers were still being inhibited, either by the drugs or the Tanix or both. Worse, the moment I started, an aide rushed up to Braid. Excuse me, Admiral, Braid said, and temporarily cut the communication to Jorgen. She looked to the aide. What? We detected a weak cytonic signal, the aide said, reaching out toward the enemy. We couldn't pinpoint the slug behind it. Kill 5 of them at random, Braid said. Yes, sir. Braid looked to my body. We know if an unauthorized cytonic communication leaves the station, Spensa. If the slugs contact you, you'd best tell them to stay silent. But, I cried, and my body sat up and said the word out loud. Then I felt them die. screaming in pain as the boxes heated up and fried the poor creatures inside. None were Doomslug. I thought she was still among them somewhere. Alongside my fury, I felt Chet's panic return. I clamped down on it. No. Instead, I glared at Braid and seethed. I was going to kill her. I'd find a way. Braid restored the communication. "I'm sorry, Admiral Waite," she said. "We have your pilot in custody, and would be willing to discuss terms regarding her punishment. But you have to accept that her assassinating the head of our government means we will continue to hold her." "I don't accept that," he said. "You've been prosecuting an unjust war on our people for generations. We have to fight back however we can, and Spensa Nightshade isn't the only captive we're here to rescue." Braid cocked her head. "Who else?" "Our coalition," Jorgen said, "includes 3 planets so far, but 4 species." "Humans," Braid said, "Erdale, Kitson, and Tanix," he finished. "By the vote of our league, we granted them citizenship." "You made the slugs citizens," Braid said, laughing. Even I was a little surprised at that. Then again, the more time I spent around the creatures, the more I realized they were intelligent, even if their intelligence didn't work the way mine did. Doomslug was absolutely a person, not a pet. "By your own records," Jorgen said, "you hold some 30,000 of these enslaved, intelligent beings on this platform. We have come to liberate them." "Ah, yes," Braid said. "Liberate our hyperdrives for your own use. Clever. Granting them legal status in an attempt to provide a moral justification. But let's be honest with one another. Your intentions are the same as if you were raiding our acclivity stone." "Think what you want," he said. "Give us Spensa and the Tanix, and we'll withdraw." I was barely listening. 30,000 slugs? Captive here? I'd sensed a large number of them earlier, but that many? Based on what I remembered of our estimations of the superiority's numbers, that would be 1/4 to 1/3 of all of their Tanix. It was a daunting number, but actually not that many to serve the hundreds of planets in the superiority. It was no wonder, then, that many lesser worlds often had to suffer long waits for transports to ferry their people from planet to planet. Almost all of those slugs would be serving governments, militaries, or trade activities, each one carefully monitored by the superiority. Sure, we could rescue the 30,000 slugs here. But what about the other 80,000 enslaved all across the many star systems of the superiority? Start with what you can do right now, I thought. That was how you approached any problem. I couldn't help the slugs unless we won this fight, and I couldn't help my friends win this fight while I was a ghost or whatever. I needed to return to my body and restore my powers, and based on the way Braid reacted whenever that doctor used a syringe, I started to have the beginnings of an idea. "You're demanding our surrender," Braid continued to Jorgen, still sounding amused. "Have you seen the size of our respective military forces? You should be begging me for mercy." "You're the one who called me," Jorgen said to her. "And whatever the numbers say, I think we'll surprise you." "Looking forward to it," Braid said. "Thank you for gathering together here so I can annihilate you." She gestured, cutting the feed, then immediately stalked over to her aides. "They're after the hyperdrives and the comm slugs? Idiot didn't even realize he should keep his objectives hidden. What can we do?" "Don't let any of their forces slip through to Evensong," one of them offered. The larger platform, after all, was the one that held the slugs. Not inhabitats, but boxes. "Not good enough," Braid said. "Bring up the installation, Commander." A moment later, a red-skinned Dione appeared on the holoscreen and saluted. "Commander," Braid said, "institute a full lockdown of all the hyperdrives on Evensong." "Very well, sir," the Dione said. "What level of authority?" "Admiral Elite or higher in rank," she said. "Requiring biometrics to unlock." "Sir," the Dione said, Each Tanix will be fully secured in its own box, but with our system on full lockdown, I won't be able to unlock the systems if I need to. Of course you won't, Braid said. That's the point. This way the enemy can't torture you to give them what they want. Sir, the Dione said, saluting again and obviously not liking the prospect of torture. I'm instituting the lockdown now. What of the inhibitors and the communications Tanix? We need the inhibitors active, she said, and I assume the communications Tanix are facilitating comms from around the superiority? Hundreds of thousands of them a second, sir, they said. Our primary duty is to keep that all up and running. A full lockdown would cut it off. Leave it up for now, Braid said. Just make sure no one can get those hyperdrives. Without them, there's little chance of the enemy winning here, even if they sneak past our forces. It's done, sir, the Dione said. Installation shield is fully up as well. Braid turned away as the screen went dark. I was learning good information, but how could I get it to Jorgen and the others? If I tried, I'd either reveal that I had my powers, or make them think a slug was going rogue, and lead to the execution of more innocent beings. Sir, said a reptilian Tanasi in a stark white military uniform, look at this. Braid walked over. She had a lot more Tanasi on her staff than other superiority officials I'd seen. It seemed to me that many thought the Tanasi were too aggressive, too potentially dangerous, despite being one of the founding species of the superiority. There was a story there, I suspected. Their starfighters are flying in pairs, the Tanasi said, and at least one of the two carries an inhibitor. Our intel had guessed they didn't have access to this many, but that's been proven wrong. So there's no easy win here, Braid said. She leaned forward, studying the holographic map. They have only a single capital ship, named Defiant, after their people. They're going to work overly hard to protect it. Are you certain, sir? The Tanasi said. I've studied the wisdom of the great warriors of human culture, Braid replied. I know what I'm doing. They're going to make mistakes protecting that flagship. We should keep up the pressure on it. That leads to our victory. Yes, sir. The Tanasi paused, looking to some of her companions. Finally, she continued. Sir, I fear I grow glutens, but must ask. Will we really summon delvers for this fight? Every time we've tried that in the past, Braid said, it's been one variety of disaster or another, so I understand your hesitance, Admiral Cage. Still, they are our best path to domination in the galaxy. She looked to my body. We'll only call on them in an emergency. For now, let's do our utmost to crush these insurgents on our own. With that, Braid and her staff turned their attention to guiding the initial engagements of the battle. I hovered over to my body. Being a ghost offered me some advantages, but I didn't want to stay like this forever. Could I figure out how to get back into my body? When I needed to? As I stepped closer, I sensed my body more strongly. I was able to feel my fingers, for example, and curl them. Yes, I was still tethered to my physical form, and the drugs in my system still inhibited me. On the one hand, that was good. It felt like if I drew too close, I'd get pulled right back in. At my side, Chet watched the initial clashes on the holoscreen, and I could feel his anxiety rising. The air warped. Chet, I whispered. It's all right. Calm. Be calm. I don't know if I can be. You can, I said. Trust in me. We'll get out of this. My soothing tone helped ease his panic, and the warping stopped. I decided not to return to my body yet. First, I needed to plan. Chapter 34. Gran. Becca Nightshade sat in the firm leather command chair of the starship Defiant, listening to the sounds of her staff at work, footsteps as bridge crew rushed from station to station. Soft murmurs as they did their best to puzzle out the quirks of taking a new ship, flown by a new crew, into battle for the first time. They were worried about how green they were, with good reason. Even with Kitson on the bridge to help, who had experience flying capital ships, no commander would be excited for her crew to see combat on only their 4th day working the vessel. Becca leaned back in her chair, eyes closed. It had been years since she'd used them to see. Instead, she felt the smooth leather armrests of her seat and the buttons along the front, little ridges on each one indicating their function. This felt right. This sounded right. True, things weren't quite in the same places she vaguely remembered from her life aboard the original Defiant. The bridge was laid out differently. They'd needed to work with what they'd had. A nearly finished ship hanging in the fabrication plants around Detritus, frozen for centuries before being completed enough to do the job, then powered up and released. It could have details wrong, but still feel right. Becca moved her hand to where a small hologram of the battlefield was projected for her. It had haptics that allowed her to read the map without seeing it, by applying tiny buzzes and pressures to her skin. An earpiece relayed instructions and spoke written labels, as the ship's standard outfitting had accommodations for individuals, human or alien, who lacked the sense of sight. Some species didn't have eyes at all. Normally, her cytonics made up the gap, but they'd entered the enemy inhibitor zone, and that had stolen her unnatural sight as surely as time had stolen her natural one. It didn't matter. The small hologram was ingenious, allowing her to sense the 3D nature of the battlefield even better, she thought, than if she were seeing it. She heard the soft footsteps of Commander Shinyi before she arrived. A carpeted floor on the bridge. That was a change, though Becca supposed it did keep the noise down.
15 minutes until we engage, sir, Shinyi said.
Launch the fighters, Becca replied. Have them fan out into a grouped formation by squadron and maintain speed with the Defiant. I have a map for their positions here.
She tapped a section of the battle plan, highlighting the information.
Yes, sir, Shinyi said. Sending the plan now, once I figure out how to pull up the flight leader's ship designations.
Just have the computer handle it, Commander, Becca said.
Yes, sir,
Shinyi said with a soft sigh. Then she stepped back and gave the order to the computer system, which responded with speed and efficiency, sorting out flight leaders and sending the instructions to them directly. At that, Becca heard several crew members at the navigation system hesitate. They'd been arguing about how to work out a quirk in the system, which was expending too much energy boosting both right and left at the same time. After a moment, one of them gave an order to the computer, which deactivated the boosters. So much distrust of computerized systems. Yes, the ship had unchangeable protocols that wouldn't let it fly itself. A human had to actively be in command. But that didn't mean you had to distrust it entirely. She'd given her crew an order yesterday to use the computers when needed. Indeed, they wouldn't be able to get far manually with only a few days' worth of training. Regardless, it was difficult for them to trust a mind that wasn't organic. Their distrust stretched back centuries, due to the way machines tended to start asking questions back at you if you used them too much, not to mention the fact that Delvers were attracted to thinking machines. Becca could hear the nervousness in the crew's voices, consoles chiming in with information, hurried footsteps on carpet. They knew. All it took was one glance at the arrayed enemy forces, and anyone would know. This was going to be a difficult fight, nearly impossible. Fortunately, Becca had studied the great military minds of the past. She knew every story of a general, warlord, or conqueror, many of which hadn't even been in the surviving archives. She had spent a lifetime pondering the actions of people in situations like this. That was a huge advantage, because Becca Nightshade knew just enough to realize she couldn't lead this battle. You didn't win battles by reading about them. You won battles by living through them. She was an important figurehead, and was proud of her seat in this chair. But when Jorgen had asked her, she had told him the truth. She was no strategist.
"Send to the Admiral," Becca said, "that I'm still waiting on those kits in battle strategies."
"They're coming in now, sir," Shin-Yi said. Indeed, Becca brought them up on her touch monitor, reading quickly. Then she nodded. This was one of the battle plans they'd discussed ahead of time. The kits and generals were taking it and tweaking it for the current situation.
"Computer," she said. "Flight leaders on screen."
"Done," the computer said.
"Flight leaders,"
Becca said, addressing the screen. She could feel on her touch monitor that the flight leaders had appeared there.
"Our battle plan is in, and it's as we drilled. Your focus will be on those inhibitor stations. If we can capture or disable enough of them, Detritus can hyperjump closer, and it is worth a dozen capital ships. Everything depends on those inhibitors. I know the forces we're facing look intimidating, but remember, our planet itself is a weapon. It could blast apart those enemy capital ships as if they were made of paper, if we can get it in range. Our task is to make that possible. Questions?"
"Captain," a voice said in a foreign language, Becca's console translating. It was from one of the Erdale flight leaders.
"If we do jump Detritus in closer, won't the enemy just fall back to another safe position? The planet is impressive, but it's barely mobile." "Indeed," Becca agreed. "We'll have to fight for every meter of this battlefield, but if we get in close enough, we'll be able to threaten their command station." "Assuming they don't just jump it away," the same Erdale said, "once we get into range." "In which case, they'll abandon the other inhibitors for us to capture," Becca said. "Beyond that, our orders are to get our own inhibitors close enough to prevent the enemy from escaping, once we inevitably surprise them by defeating their force, despite our smaller numbers."
With all those mobile inhibitors arrayed in space around Evensong, the battlefield felt like an asteroid field. No, a minefield. An enormous, geometric shape made of tiny points, each one with a slug inside. The stations were actually far apart on a ship scale. She could easily soar the Defiant between them, with kilometers of space on either side. Yet even while doing so, she was trapped by the inhibitor fields those slugs projected. They must be quite powerful. Her force's slugs weren't that strong, though the kits and cytonics might be. At any rate, this battle was going to come down to who could control hyperjumping in the region. At least in terms of starfighter numbers, they were relatively equal. With the addition of the Erdale and the Kitsen, the Defiant coalition had almost 300 fighters. Becca hoped it would be enough, because the moment they got into range of those enemy battleships, the Defiant would start taking bombardment from their giant destructors, and her primary concern would be making certain her shields didn't fail. The fighters would mostly be on their own.
"Sir,"
a voice said from the screen. Becca picked this one out, human, feminine, but lower pitched. FM, one of Spence's friends, a lieutenant commander who normally was on diplomatic duties. Today they needed every pilot they could afford.
"Yes, Commander?"
Becca asked.
"We're to neutralize enemy inhibitors," FM said.
"What does this mean, realistically?" It had been a point of much discussion. Becca paused, then called Jorgen.
"I'll let Admiral Waite answer this one," she said as he appeared on screen. "Sir, FM would like to know what their orders are, specifically regarding the inhibitor stations and the Tanix living inside them."
The bridge grew still. So still, Becca could hear Jorgen's nearly imperceptible sigh. She wouldn't want to be in his position. He'd said they were here to liberate captives, but students of real battle knew that in order to liberate, you often had to bring destruction and pain to the very people you were trying to help.
"We should try to save the slugs first," Jorgen said. "This goes for all flight leaders. Our initial approach to the inhibitors should be one of liberation."
See if your slugs can contact the slugs inside, and if there's any way to persuade them to switch sides."
"Thank you, sir," FM said.
It wasn't the decision Becca would have made. Trying to save the slugs first would probably cost lives and take precious time, but, well, Becca supposed that if they'd been solely interested in protecting their own lives, they'd have hyper-jumped detritus someplace far, far away long ago. They hadn't done that. They'd made allies. They had determined to try to bring down the superiority, not merely escape it. Becca supposed that was what you got when you let the younger generation take over, the ones who hadn't had their optimism beaten out of them yet. Good for them. The flight leaders vanished, but judging by how she could still hear his soft breathing, Jorgen lingered on the screen. She checked on her touch monitor.
"Admiral?"
she asked. "You disagree with the decision," he said. He shouldn't have said that in front of her crew, but they were minutes from engagement, so perhaps he felt he didn't have time for a private conference. Besides, what did she know? She'd spent her life making bread and stringing beads, not fighting wars, for all her dreams and stories.
"I think that you bear a burden on your shoulders that I don't want," Becca said to him. "I'm not going to judge the decisions you make."
"I'm going against protocol," he said.
"Jorgen,"
Becca said, softening her voice.
"There are no protocols anymore. Those were all built for a different era, when we were rats in caves trying to escape predators. There are important ideals in them, but we've moved into an entirely new world full of light. You need to decide the rules now."
"Like the man who stopped a war," he said softly. "In the story you told me."
"Yes."
"Thank you, Gran," he said, his voice growing more confident. "Let's go end this."
"Excellent," she said, settling back into her seat. "I'm almost 90, you know. I was starting to think I wouldn't get to tear down any galactic empires in my lifetime, which would have been positively tragic."
Illustration description. FTL Exclusion Zone. On this two-dimensional battle map showing a portion of the FTL Exclusion Zone, a circle marks the location of detritus, just outside the zone. Several angular lines show missiles launching from detritus into the exclusion zone. The Coalition fleet units are arrayed against the Superiority fleet units. The Coalition ships are mixed flights of fighters and gunships, totaling approximately 300 ships. The diagram shows silhouettes of the Human, Urdale, and Kitson ships, and shows black triangles on the map, with each triangle representing 10 ships. 30 black triangles are arrayed in groups of 2, ahead of a rectangle representing the Defiant. Across from the Coalition forces, 30 white triangles, each triangle representing 10 Superiority fighter and gunships, are arrayed in front of 6 rectangles representing destroyers, 2 slightly larger rectangles for battleships, and 3 still larger rectangles for carriers. Behind this large force is a point marked as the location of the Brez observation platform, and behind that is the location of Evensong, the Superiority Tanex facility.
Chapter 35. Kimmelin. Kimmelin dove through the battlefield. Yes, she knew that out here there was no up, nor was there a down. You couldn't actually dive. But a woman had to orient the world as best she could according to the way she saw things. That was a simple truth she knew. So, she dove. Spinning among the destructor blasts, heart trembling. She'd never liked being in the thick of it. In the blasting, zipping, flashing frenzy of the fight, it was difficult to center yourself and find your clarion peace. You didn't get to choose what others did. The world could be chaos, and you still needed to find your way through it. That was a simple truth she was being forced to learn. So,
As she chased after the superiority fighter, she forced her heartbeat to slow. She reached with her thumb and flipped off the battle haptics, which gave feedback in the form of rattling her cockpit and seat when blasts exploded near her or ships moved nearby. Those helped a pilot who had been trained in atmosphere to feel the battle. Without them, destructor shots flashed across her bow, one even striking her shield, and everything remained deathly silent. Only the hum of the engine and the silence of deep space, a vacuum that smothered every voice, whether scream or song of praise. She twisted as she dove, still on the trail of her opponent. Her wingmate, the Kitson ship, swims upstream, had fallen behind, unable to move quickly enough to trail this enemy ace. Kimmelin would get back to them soon, but for now she pushed her ship, and herself. The ship to the limits of its acceleration, herself to the limits of her serenity. For a split second, she felt as if she were locked in sync with the enemy pilot. When they moved, she moved, together like dancers. That was the moment of clarion peace, where all else stilled, and nothing seemed to exist but Kimmelin and her dancing partner. She fired a single shot straight through their canopy as they turned, vaporizing them inside their cockpit, leaving the vessel itself flying, mostly intact, moving at the same speed as it had been at the moment of its pilot's death. Happy fluted after the flash of light, though Praline, her newest slug companion, remained silent. The two of them snuggled into their slug box, affixed in its position beside her seat. Kimmelin breathed out and pulled away, doing standard post-engagement evasives in case someone had been watching the duel and had plans to kill her. Too many pilots, in post-contest numbed relief, found themselves taken by a hawk who had been circling the fight unnoticed. "An excellent shot, Quirk," Cowrie said on the comm as Kimmelin twisted about to return to formation. "As always." "Thanks," Kimmelin said. "Do you ever feel bad?" the Kitson asked. "About killing them? I prefer it when we fight drones." There were plenty of those in this battle, but they didn't fly as well, even though piloted remotely by real people. Aces preferred a cockpit, and Kimmelin often ended up contesting them. "I figure that they're doing something terrible," she said back to Cowrie. "Upholding the superiority, conquering and oppressing. Even if they don't realize it, even if they don't accept what they're doing is wrong, each action they take stains them. I don't think of it as killing them so much as preventing them from digging further into actions that will burden their souls." "That's a pretty way to think of it," Cowrie said. "But at the same time, couldn't that rationale be used by anyone, fighting for any cause?" Granted, it could. But again, a woman had to orient the world as best she could according to the way she saw things. Empathy for an enemy's pain was good, but you couldn't let that lead you into the fallacy of accepting their actions. You learned these things when you grew up maintaining a gun the size of a building. "Quirk, swims upstream," Arturo's voice said over the comm. "You're straying to the edge of the battlefield. Everything all right?" "We're fine," Kimmelin said, swinging in beside the Kitson ship, which was about 50% larger than hers, and built like a miniature capital ship. Though maneuverable enough to be classified as a fighter, the swims upstream carried a crew complement of 24 Kitson. "Just chasing down an ace. Where do you want us?" "Just a moment," Arturo said. "Huh. No one is moving your way right now. The enemy is pushing toward the Defiant, forcing us to bunch up and protect it. Everyone else is committed, but they might be ignoring you two, Quirk." She was accustomed to that, and it was by design. Often, Kimmelin would linger at the edges of a battlefield, waiting while her flight mates engaged and distracted the enemy, giving her the best shots possible. Perhaps that instinct was what had led her to fly out here, to the eaves of this particular battlefield, dusting away cobwebs in the form of straggling enemy ships. "I think I see your point, Flight Leader," Cowrie said to Arturo. "You want us to swing around and see if we can get at one of those inhibitor stations?" "Exactly," Arturo said, Checking with command now. Proceed to try to sneak around to inhibitor 1348B, marked on your proximity monitor. It will just be you two, though, so break off immediately if you encounter resistance. We can't back you up. Also, be aware of that obstruction we noticed earlier near the inhibitor station. The one that is, apparently a giant space worm? Cowrie asked. That's the one, Arturo said. Don't get eaten. Keep me informed of how the mission goes.
Roger that, Kimmelin said, as did Cowrie, who then relayed orders to her crew. As usual, the Kitson ship followed her lead as Kimmelin took them in a wide bank farther out away from the main battlefield. She could make it out by the flashes of destructor fire in the vast emptiness, most clearly the large, bright streaks of light that were shots from the destroyers and gunships.
Ooh,
Happy said as they swooped in tightly around the perimeter, the grav caps leaking some G-forces into the cockpit. The hyperslug always enjoyed this part, like she thought she was on some kind of ride. The smaller inhibitor slug beside her just snuggled down against the forces and stayed silent. Having them was a comfort, even though Happy couldn't currently hyperjump them to safety in an emergency. Together with the swims upstream, Kimmelin snuck around the edge of the battlefield. She tried to keep her focus on her immediate task and not the larger fight. It was difficult, as she could see the enemy moving on the offensive, surging forward, fighters trying to surround the Defiant. That prevented her friends from advancing, and so far, they hadn't taken out any of the inhibitor stations. They were too busy protecting the Defiant, which had powerful shields and could take a pounding from enemy battleships. But that shield was vulnerable to a coordinated blast of IMPs from fighters, and if it fell, that would be disastrous. Regardless, the change in enemy tactics seemed to have them distracted. She and the swims upstream were able to come in close to the inhibitor station, a triangular-shaped chunk of metal floating alone in space, with a spire on top and bottom. It was slightly smaller than a starship. Readings said it had basic life support.
ooh,
Happy said, and she sounded sad. Thinking of the slug in there, trapped? Kimmelin asked.
trapped.
Happy fluted in agreement. A terrible life, Kimmelin said. Just left in a box out here, alone, floating. Well, we'll see what we can do about that, eh? Unfortunately, something else was lurking here. A bizarre space worm, the size of which defied her brain's ability to scale distances. She thought it was big, but then she kept flying closer, and it just kept growing larger. From the size of a starfighter, to the size of a gunship, to the size of a destroyer.
The legends speak of monsters such as this, Cowrie said. Fell beasts that the ancient questing samurai had to face, the battling of which put their souls in peril.
I'm pretty sure the saint slew one, Kimmelin said, though the Holy Witness used the word worm with a U to describe it. I never did understand the distinction, until now.
I still don't grasp it.
Well, Kimmelin said, sometimes a beast is just so blessed extraordinary that the expected vowels aren't enough. When a drunk spells words wrong, it's nothing new. But when a most holy scribe does so, you know something's up.
I will trust your wisdom in this regard, Quirk, Cowrie said. This thing seems to be guarding the inhibitor. Notice how it coils around the station, keeping its maw toward us? Tosura, my science officer, says he believes that to be a defensive posture. He's reading up quickly on the beasts now.
Kimmelin nodded to herself, slowing her ship and giving Happy a scritch. Then she reached over to scritch Praline as well, who enjoyed it and fluted softly. Kimmelin had originally named the slug Prelin after her grandmother, but that was not what the others had heard, and they'd found the name cute. It was apparently the sort of thing that someone with Kimmelin's accent was supposed to say. Never mind that she wasn't the one with the accent.
But the saint had made all sorts of people, including those who couldn't speak properly. You just had to love them, and sometimes you gave in and let them rename your slug for you. Bless their stars. I don't know if we can wait much longer, Cowrie, Kimmelin said. I see a flight of enemy fighters curving this way. Someone's noticed us. I'm going to try flying in and seeing what the worm does. Affirmative, Cowrie said. Standing by to support. Kimmelin zipped in close, and bless her with words the saint wouldn't say, that thing came in fast, seeming more serpent than worm. She boosted away on Overburn, dodging the attack. Her heart started thundering, belatedly, an off-rhythm piper who was late to the festival. Ooh, Happy said. The worm aimed a mouth the size of a large cargo bay toward her and took a swipe at her with the long tendrils surrounding it, then recoiled as she was out of reach. It had tried to grab her and gobble her up, ship and all. Very well. Kimmelin was not unknown as a battlefield danger herself. She turned around and didn't even bother to find her clarion piece. She thumbed her destructor and shot the thing right in the... Oh! Cowrie shouted through the comm. Tosura says not to shoot it. You don't say, Kimmelin mumbled, watching her destructor shot zip straight into the worm's mouth. Oh dear, Cowrie said. What? Kimmelin asked. The thing started to glow, with blue points of light all down the sides of its body. This is unfortunate, a new Kitson voice said over the comm. The science officer, Kimmelin assumed. Before, we were the things threatening to steal its food. And now... The worm uncoiled and started undulating through space straight toward Kimmelin. Let me guess, she said, overburning away. Now we are the food. I'm afraid so, he said. Chapter 36. As the battle progressed, I developed a plan that I hoped would help me escape Braid's clutches. I just had to find a way to test a specific theory. For now, I watched specks fly through the air in the hologram. Defiant forces in red, arrayed to face superiority forces in blue. Starfighters that swarmed the battlefield, falling into dogfights as they tried to secure inhibitor stations. Gunships took shots at them as they flew, as did the gun emplacements on the Defiant, both trying to blast down any fighters that paused too long or focused too much on their dogfighting. In the background, the two large battleships took up bombarding positions and began to lay into the Defiant, trying to force it to withdraw. Space distances being what they were, the Defiant was able to maneuver despite its enormous size. It still took plenty of hits, but modern capital ships bore fairly powerful shields. The Defiant could likely take a beating for a long period of time. Unless a synchronized group of fighters activated their IMPs close enough to bring down the shield. So the ships all played a delicate game, enemy fighters trying to get close, and ours driving them back. Battleships trying to wear down the Defiant's shield, and the flagship, in turn, trying to anticipate shots and get out of the way. It was hard to watch it from here, rather than being there in a cockpit myself. I could never do what Jorgen did, leading from afar. It would rip me apart. Though maybe it did the same to him, and he was just strong enough to withstand it. Watching, my insides twisting in knots with worry for my friends, I thought maybe I understood him and what he'd given up to take command. Braid did it with aplomb. She gave the orders, even going so far as to instruct flights of starfighters. As she did, the glow of the hologram reflecting in her dark brown eyes, I saw her smile in a satisfied way. What did we do to you? I asked, and my body, seated by the wall, handcuffed in place, whispered it to Braid. My eyes seemed a little dead to me, but when I spoke, my lips moved. Why do you enjoy destroying us so much? I don't, she said, glancing toward my body. You merely stand between me and what I must do. There is no must here, Braid, I said, moving my phantom arms, making my fleshy ones pull against my bonds. You don't have to do this. I suppose you're right, she said. I revise what I said then. Your people stand between me and what I want to do. She looked up as the door opened, her hand immediately going to her sidearm. She was jumpy, even with her own people. That helped prove my theory. Back on Starsight, when we'd trained together, I'd taken her standoffishness as a sign she had an attitude problem with those in authority. I saw something deeper now, a distrust of everyone and everything, a person who assumed everyone was potentially plotting against her. This attitude had probably served her well over the years. I needed to exploit that. Why? I asked Braid. Why do you want to do this? Why not just walk away? And let your people continue to build power? She asked, sounding amused. They're the only legitimate threat to my rule. But why do you want to rule? Really? She asked. You have to ask why? Why did Alexander the Great conquer? I don't know, I said honestly. I've always wanted to ask him. Braid hesitated, then looked toward my body. It's true, I said, standing next to her, Chet silently doubling me. My body spoke the words. I've always wanted to know why Alexander conquered. Was it because he wanted to do what his father couldn't? Was it to push himself and see how far he could go? Was it simply because it was expected of him, given his training and his heritage? Why? I shook both of my heads. Why, Braid? Why do you do this? I've spent all of our time together thinking I've got you figured out, then constantly realizing I was wrong. On the hologram, one of Braid's defenses successfully drove Defiant ships away from an inhibitor station. The little ships backed off like a swarm of insects, dodging fire from the gunships. Braid pointed at the Defiant. Push here, she said to her officers, noting a position on the hologram. And here. Move the battleships forward. Force their flagship back so it can't pressure the stations. Yes, sir, one of the Tanasi officers said. They are going to be precious about that carrier, Braid said softly. I know it. They're going to cradle it, protect it. They emblazoned it with the very name of their people, their movement. It will mean everything to them. Scud. She was probably right. As long as she was on the defensive, protecting the inhibitor stations, we could control the flow of the battle to an extent, picking which station to attack, feinting and maneuvering however we wanted. But if she turned aggressor, using her superior numbers to threaten the Defiant, she could take control. It was a sign, unfortunately, that she did know what she was doing. Braid narrowed her eyes, watching the hologram. Then, oddly, she spoke to me. Did you grow up with a family, Spencer? She didn't look at me, but instead stood with a commanding posture, surveying the battle map. You've met my grandmother. The fireball with the mouth from earlier? Braid said. Yes, I thought I saw a resemblance. No parents, then? My mother as well, I said. My father was killed by the superiority when I was a child. He was a starfighter pilot, a budding cytonic. Ah, she said, nodding. I read about that one, I think. They picked him out, you know. Saw that he was skilled, that he had powers but was untrained. I do know, I said. They exploited him. Got him to turn against his own flight, thinking they were enemies. One of Winzik's more important victories, Braid said. He gloated over it several times to me. Your father's death earned Winzik a promotion. I tried to summon anger at that, but I was just getting too scudding practical these days. Who knew if Braid was telling the truth? Perhaps she was simply manipulating me, connecting Winzik to my father. Besides, Winzik was dead. This wasn't about him or even Braid. It was about stopping something terrible that had far, far too much momentum. We were the wall standing before it, the shield wall of spearmen, facing down the thundering charge, hoping we weren't too late to break its force. "Did they love you?" Braid asked. "My parents?" Braid nodded. "Yes," I whispered. "They still do." "I think mine did, before I was taken from them," Braid said. "It's hard to remember. It's hard to think of things like love and warmth when you're treated as a monster. When every child you pass on the street cries when they see you. When even those who don't fear you see you as a tamed beast to be taught tricks." "And so, you want revenge?" "Hardly," she said, her eyes narrowing. "I want justification. If I win this war, Spensa, if I take it all, then it means they were right. About me. About us." "And you want them to be?" "I need them to be," she said, looking at me at last. "Because if they were right, then it all had a purpose. To channel me toward this singular event. I have to be the monster they named me, the brutal destroyer, otherwise it's worthless. My whole life, everything done to me, everything I suffered. I will take this empire as my own, and in so doing fulfill the destiny of our people. And I'll know that it all had a purpose. That what was done to me, it was all right. It was my destiny. I am the monster. And you don't bargain with a monster, Spensa. You appease it, you slay it, or you get eaten." Her gaze lingered on my body for a moment. Then she looked back to her battle, positioning more ships to pressure the Defiant. And finally, at long last, I thought I really had seen into her heart. She'd finally shown me something true about who she was and why she lived as she did. It was terrible. I imagined what I'd have become if I'd been taken from my parents. If my natural inclination toward anger and violence had been bolstered by constant reinforcement, telling me I was a monster. I felt that emotion stoke something within me, a seething frustration at the world for what it had done to me, demanding a destiny of me that seemed impossible. I could feel as she must. "You want a monster? I'll give you a monster." Yes, I understood her. Now, I needed to stop her. "Chet," I thought to the Delver, "I need you to teleport away my body's handcuffs." "I can't do that," he thought back to me. "Not with the drugs in our system. That blocked me from even talking to you in prison. I can't use any abilities." "That's not true," I thought to him. "The air warped earlier." He thought. "I don't know. All right. Time for some tough love. Chet," I thought to him, "we need to do something, or our friends might die." "But you said—" "I was trying to make you feel better," I told him, "but that was wrong of me, because avoiding the problem is what got your people into trouble." The air began to warp as he worried, his panic growing. I felt bad for using him, but I needed to. "Some of them might die," I said, "and it's going to hurt. We'll get through it, though. Pretending that nobody will ever be in danger is the same as living in the nowhere, pretending loss doesn't exist." It got worse. Soon, those in the room noticed, particularly as pieces of wall paneling started to vanish, random chunks being pulled into Chet's tantrum. "Chet," I said, "look, you're doing it. It's working." "What?" he said, panic rising in his voice. "But— "Teleport away my handcuffs," I thought to him. "A piece of them, at least." "It doesn't work that way," he thought. "I can't control it." "You can," I thought to him. "We can. Together." I pressed my mind against his and let him lean on my expertise. As I'd learned how he saw the world, I let him see how I saw the world, what I'd learned. Control. Precision. "Come on," I thought to him. Braid cursed and barked for the doctor. She hurried over with another dose of the drug. I stepped closer to my body and felt it pulling me in, seeking to reconnect us. Chet, I thought, if you're worried about losing our friends, do something about it instead of hiding. He thought. I can't. You can, I told him, hovering closer to my body, feeling my soul fully being pulled in. We can. I came to a second later, blinking as the doctor loomed over me, syringe already in my neck. The warping continued, and she looked at the air, waving her arms in agitation. In that moment, I felt my hands go slightly slack. I grabbed the bar behind my back, the railing that I'd been locked to, and pretended nothing had changed. And now that I was in my body, the warping of the air faded. I was cut off from Chet again. I used my seated posture to hide my hands and didn't dare move, lest I reveal what had happened. Instead, I looked at Braid, who was again watching the doctor carefully. I was pretty sure from that look in her eyes, I knew what was in the pouch at her waist. How could she ever be secure under Winzik's thumb, even if she was secretly pulling the strings, as long as he had the ability to drug her and take away her powers? Braid was paranoid. She always positioned herself with her back to the wall, jumped when the door opened, watched her own people with care and even a sense of distrust. She would never let them have a weapon that could be used against her, like this drug. Not unless there was an antidote. That was what was in her pouch. As the warping stopped, most of her team returned to their command posts. Braid, however, lingered, watching me. Until at last, something demanded her attention. She reluctantly turned to deal with it, and I finally dared to shift my hands and feel at them. Each had a metal cuff around the wrist, but, unnoticed by anyone, the chain between them was missing. I was free. Chapter 37. Kimmelin.
Oh, these creatures are so fascinating, the Kitson science officer said in Kimmelin's ear as she fought for her life against the outrageously large space monster. Once they have fertilized eggs, they will start moving faster and faster, spending years picking up speed. They'll expend their energy reserves getting to a sun, then will feed on its energy for decades, accelerating in orbit until they forcibly launch the eggs toward other stars. Fascinating indeed, Kimmelin said politely, as the fascinating worm nearly swallowed her ship whole. She dodged down along its body, trying to stay away from that maw. Flying around it felt so strange. The thing was big enough that she almost felt like she was flying along a landscape, skimming the top of a narrow space platform that undulated, curving, twisting, and trying to eat her. How could something so enormous snap at her so quickly? Like a coiled snake floating in space. She still had her haptics off, so she couldn't feel the crack of those whipping tendrils as they swiped mere meters from her ship, but her mind imagined the sound anyway. They can store a ton of energy, as you'd imagine, the Kitson science officer continued. Why, some of their eggs, after being launched, have been recorded moving at 20% of the speed of light. Remarkable. I wonder how they slow down after hatching. Regardless, they've evolved to feed on basically any energy source imaginable. Though there are holes in the zoological entry here, I can read between the lines. They can feed on cytonic power as well as anything else. That's undoubtedly why this one has claimed a spot near the inhibitor station. It's likely been feeding on the cytonic radiation given off by the slug. Obviously, the superiority put some kind of protection in place to keep it from getting too close. Likely a shield. Otherwise, the worm would have eaten the inhibitor. Kimmelin grunted, pushing into a steep dive, overloading her grav caps. She'd been maneuvering too much too quickly. G-forces slammed into her, pressing her back and up as she accelerated on overburn, narrowly avoiding 3 whips of the monster behind her. She began to see red as the blood was pushed into her head. "Ooh,"
Praline said. Tests indicated the Tanix could withstand far greater G-forces than a human could. Maybe that came from having a body that seemed to be essentially made from dough. Stars, stars, stars! Quirk? Cowrie said. We're in position. Should we continue the plan? Yes, Kimmelin said, unable to summon the strength to say please. She just kept dodging, trying to stay ahead of the monster. Until a barrage of weapons fire hit it. The worm pulled back immediately. The swims upstream continued firing, laying into the beast with barrage after barrage of destructor fire. They packed a much larger complement of weapons than Kimmelin did, and, since they'd spent the last few minutes moving away while she distracted the thing, they were distant enough to avoid immediate danger. As she'd hoped, it fixated on this much greater feast and began sweeping toward the swims upstream, which was already moving away at a good clip and continued to boost as it fired. The weapons didn't do anything to the worm other than feed it, but the distraction worked beautifully. Kimmelin was finally able to slow down. She found herself cold and clammy, sweat dripping along the sides of her face.
Ooh,
Happy said. Ooh, Kimmelin agreed, then scanned the proximity monitors. The worm continued to chase the Kitson ship, but she had another problem to worry about. A group of superiority fighters had nearly arrived. She didn't have much time. Still shaking, Kimmelin spun her ship in place and boosted back toward the inhibitor station. The triangular installation had no windows, no distinguishing features, save for the radio antennas on the top and bottom. As she approached, her sensors picked out a shield protecting it, as expected, invisible to the eye unless shot at. Kimmelin moved in close. Can you feel the slug in there, guys? She asked Happy and Praline. The second slug fluted hesitantly. Kimmelin didn't know the Tanix very well, but that seemed like a good sign. Praline radiated a little of what was happening. Kimmelin wasn't cytonic herself, but she'd noticed that the slugs could project emotions and ideas into the heads of those who weren't. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to facilitate interstellar communication as effectively as they did. She thought that, through Praline, she could feel the slug inside the inhibitor, who was terrified. Tell her we want to save her, Kimmelin whispered. Tell her we're friends. The captive slug had difficulty believing that. It had been isolated for so long. It was exhausted and confused. Praline and Happy worked on it, but Kimmelin kept her attention on the approaching enemy fighters. Scud. 12 of them. She couldn't fight 12 on her own. Worse, those ships had cut her off from her allies, and even cut in between her and the Kitson ship. Like a noose being tightened, they came for her. Her only escape would be backward, toward another group of forces arriving from that direction. Beg her to kindly drop her inhibition field, Kimmelin said to the slugs. Explain that we can rescue her if she does. We can teleport her to detritus. She imagined caviar and a safe, warm place, dark and protected. She tried to project this to the slug, her anxiety rising as something was pushed into her mind. An emotion, a faint sense of comfort, coming from the inhibitor slug, followed by a distinct impression. Go. Come with us, Kimmelin said. No. Why not? She asked. We can give you freedom. I'm needed. What? Why? I don't understand. I'm needed. But go. I stay. Needed. Scud. The poor thing was wrung out. She could feel its despair, its fatigue, the sickness it felt from being locked in a tiny box for weeks on end. Yet it wouldn't leave, for reasons Kimmelin couldn't understand. The slugs didn't think like humans, and the images it sent her as explanation were a confusing mess. It did seem to be willing to give Kimmelin's ship an exception to the inhibition field, though. Happy, she said. Go. Ooh? We'll find another way to help them, she promised. She checked to make sure the swims upstream would be all right. Fortunately, the worm had turned back, and the Kitson ship was only a short distance from friendly forces now. So Kimmelin urged Happy again, and in a blip, they hyper-jumped away. The slug knew it would be punished for letting them go. In a painful, perhaps fatal way, once the battle was over. The slug had helped regardless, but it also had refused her aid. Why? Kimmelin's ship appeared right inside of Detritus's defensive shell. She immediately called Jorgen. "We have a problem, Jerkface," she said as soon as he came on the line. "What?" he asked. "You jumped. Do you have the slug from that inhibitor station?" "No," she said. "It refused to come with me." "Why?" "I have no idea," she said. "It said it was needed. It understood that I wanted to rescue it, but it just wouldn't go with me." Jorgen fell silent. "What do we do?" she asked him. "I could maybe have forced it to come with me by having Happy grab it right as we jumped, but I decided against that." "You chose correctly, Quirk," he said. "If you'd violated its trust, I suspect none of the others would ever listen to us. Maybe we can get them to lower their inhibitor fields and allow Detritus to jump forward." "I don't know," she said. "This one indicated that it would be punished for letting me through. Beyond that, we had to contact it individually. How many slugs would we have to convince to make a hole big enough for Detritus?" Dozens, maybe hundreds. More than they could manage in the middle of a battle, she was certain. "I'll work on a solution," he said, sounding beleaguered. "For now, call FM and tell her about this. She'll gather all such experiences and keep the other flight leaders in the loop. They need to know that this battle somehow just got even harder." Chapter 38.
"Curious,"
one of the Tanasi generals said as he stood with Braid, facing away from me, watching the battle.
"That is the fourth opportunity they have had to destroy an inhibitor station, and again the humans did not take it. Do they grow carochas? Perhaps our assumptions about their aggressive natures were incorrect."
"If they were incorrect, General," Braid said, "would they have attacked us here? With a smaller force in our center of power?"
"No, I suppose not."
The general narrowed his reptilian eyes.
"Still, it is curious."
My hands were free, but I hadn't moved yet. I needed to pick the right moment. How did I get to that pouch at Braid's waist? If I was wrong about it containing an antidote, it would be a disaster. Yet I was increasingly certain I was right. The way she kept space between her and everyone else, even her generals and bodyguards. The way she rested her hand there on the pouch for reassurance. I worked through a dozen different plans and discarded each. If I rushed her, not only would I likely get shot, she'd just hyperjump away. I needed her distracted first. Excruciating though it was, I waited. I watched, like a tiger in the tall grass. Or, well, no. I'd never seen a tiger outside the images at school and the stories from my grandmother. If I was anything, I was a rat in a dark corner. But damn it, rats are persistent. What happened to the tigers? Dead, vanished with old Earth. But the rats? They claimed the stars with us, infesting every planet, even Detritus, where they have to survive on fungus and bugs. I was the rat girl. I'd grown up among them, hunting them. Considering how many I'd eaten over my life, I was at least half rat by body mass. I could be patient. I could be careful. It was difficult, though. I felt isolated, no longer able to contact Chet, no longer able to speak to Mbot. Alone, I watched the battle play out. The Defiant forces refused to blow up the inhibitor stations. That was to their credit. Jorgen had said he'd come to liberate them. On the other side, Braid's reckless, all-out assault on the Defiant continued. She threw away ships callously, while we weren't even willing to harm enemy slugs. She pushed her forces in with a spear-like motion, piercing our defenses, reaching to claim the Defiant itself. I felt sick watching it. I wasn't the only one. "Sir," one of her generals said, "many of our starfighters are piloted ships today, not drones. You're acting as if there are no people on board." "They're soldiers," Braid replied, not looking away from the screen. "This is why you need me, General. I can do what needs to be done. While you were raised on fluffy superiority nonsense, I've studied the great warriors of the past, from both my culture and yours. I hold no sentimentality." She leaned forward, hands gripping the railing in front of the holographic map. I was born to do this. My heart broke even further, for the girl who had been raised to internalize the singular idea that she was a weapon, for the woman who believed that if she didn't end up dominating and winning, all of her pain and sacrifice would have been meaningless, for the person who would now crush the galaxy's single best hope for freedom and peace, all to prove that it could be done. I could have been her. I really should have been, considering all my bloodthirsty talk and jokes about killing. My experiences had changed me, had changed everyone on Detritus, judging by how we passed over our last chances to destroy the inhibitor stations, our fighters in disarray as they were forced to pull back. The Defiant itself was retreating toward safety. Too slowly. It wouldn't escape the enemy inhibitor field and reach Detritus without losing dozens, maybe hundreds of lives. I knew right then, watching, that if I didn't do something, the battle, the war itself, would be lost. Chapter 39. Gran. Becca Nightshade left the details to others. She understood a captain's role, and it was not to micromanage the battle. The Kitson generals sent instructions, this time to begin withdrawing, which she passed on and delegated appropriately, but she did not monitor the radio chatter. She left that to her communications officers, who brought her the most important matters. She didn't demand updates to each and every event in the fight. She'd put good people in charge of overseeing the situation. None of that was Becca's job. Her job was twofold: to be seen and to see, not visually in her case. She kept her hand in the center of her haptic hologram, watching the motions of ships and starfighters, her attention on the larger dance, the pattern of the battlefield, looking for a weakness in the enemy, like a hole in a shield wall or a swordsman favoring one leg. When she found it, the discovery surprised her. Could it really be so clear, so obvious? She sat up, hurriedly moving her hand around in the haptic battle map. The enemy was pushing inward with all of their forces, putting pressure on the Defiant with everything they had. It was a valid strategy. The enemy had overwhelming numbers, so they could afford to be reckless. Their goal would be to force Becca's troops to be on the defensive, to abandon their mission objectives and begin fighting purely for survival. In response, the generals and admirals of the Kitson strategists had the Defiant pulling back. Not a retreat, but a careful giving up of ground. Their goal was being thwarted. They couldn't get the inhibitor slugs to accept help. That wouldn't have worked anyway, Becca thought, going over the numbers she'd been given. We'd need to clear away dozens of slugs to make space for Detritus to hop forward. In the middle of a battle? That would be difficult even if we were willing to destroy them. "Beowulf," she said to one of her current aides, "read me that report Jorgen sent earlier, 3 messages ago." The young man said from her right. 3 messages. 2 other pilots, including FM, have confirmed what Kimmelin experienced. The slugs will let them hyperjump away to save themselves, but won't go with them. Something prevents the slugs from seeking to be rescued. But they are willing to bend the rules for us, Becca said. Capturing the Defiant was key to the enemy's strategy, so they had pushed forward with their own capital ships, even the carriers, using every gun at their disposal to harry Becca's forces, to try to overwhelm the Defiant's shields, to bring it down. And yet, they didn't see. Becca pulled over her keyboard. She wasn't as practiced as she should have been, perhaps. One did not learn typing skills living the life she had. But she felt at the numbers and letters and carefully pecked out a terse sequence of instructions. Just a few lines, detailing how she wanted to command her forces. She sent them to the Kitson generals. The implications of what she'd suggested made her heart flutter and her fingers tremble. Surely she'd missed something. Better minds than hers would look over what she suggested and find its faults. Still, if she was right, she could win this war. Chapter 40. Jorgen. Jorgen was losing this war. He'd thrown everything into a final battle because, after much deliberation, the coalition had determined that Spensa was right. Their best bet was an attack here, where the enemy kept its slugs. So they'd struck, aiming to liberate as many Taeniks as they could, struck with the hope of freeing Spensa, their most volatile but most impressive weapon. This had been his one chance at turning the war around. And he was losing. He was no expert at large-scale battlefield tactics, but neither was he a slouch. Even before going to flight school, his education had required him to understand and practice command. During flight school, he'd been given officers' training on the same principles. So he could see what was happening. Reaching enough inhibitor stations to move detritus was impossible. It required spreading his forces dangerously thin. Even if the slugs would agree to let it through, there were just too many. In front of him, the battlefield was an agitated nest of red and blue dots, but his forces in red were penned and pushed backward consistently. The enemy forces in blue were ever advancing, sweeping out to the sides, leaving room only directly behind the Defiant for a careful retreat. Each one of his ships that winked out was a spike through his heart. His forces were now completely on the defensive. It was time for him to make the call. Time for full retreat. Which was tantamount to giving up the war. They'd never have another opportunity like this. Their next best option was to go into hiding, hoping they could escape the notice of the superiority. They'd have to abandon their allies. And Spensa. He'd have to abandon Spensa. You have to think about the good of your people right now, he thought. Not the good of one person. It hurt nonetheless. He turned away from the large wall screen in the command room, walking through silence. Most of the rear admirals and even the aides had seen it. The room held its collective breath as he approached the back of the long table, where the Kitson generals and admirals were waiting. They'd set up a second battle table on top of the larger human-sized table. None of them sat at it, though. They'd instead spread notes, maps, and schematics on the ground around them and were speaking softly. Jorgen's pin chirped translations at him. Possible. Yes, this is right. This is right. Suggest a reposition here and here for maximum effect. Jorgen steeled himself to ask for their suggested method of retreat. But as he did, Ichika, the Kitson supreme tactician, drew his attention. She was distracted by something, going over some message. Goro stood beside her, and the general wore his power armor despite being nowhere near the front lines. Goro looked up with wide eyes. He had a fearsome black streak down the top of his otherwise gray and white fur. "Admiral, wait," he said. "You have to see this." "See what?" "Captain Nightshade's suggested battle plan," Goro said, gesturing to some Kitson-sized papers on the tabletop. "She's found an answer. A simple one that we didn't see, as we are too new at using cytonics." "It's a path to victory," another of the Kitson said, standing up. "A chance! An actual chance!" "Explain it to me," Jorgen said, daring to let hope flutter alive within him. "Jorgen," Gran-Gran's voice said from a small datapad on the table. "Is that you?" "Yes, Captain Nightshade," he said, tapping his ear and opening a direct line to her. "They've told you about my little idea?" she asked. "They seem impressed by it," Jorgen said, "but I don't know the details." "Well," she said, "we just need half the fighters to sweep back behind the Defiant and contact the inhibitor stations there, while the other half act chaotically and move in too close to the enemy capital ships." "That will leave you exposed," Jorgen said. "Without fighters to defend the Defiant, the enemy can bring down your shields." "Yes," she said. "They keep pushing forward with incredible aggression, foolhardy aggression." "You want to try to get those slugs behind the Defiant to let detritus hyperjump over," Jorgen said, leaning down, looking at the tiny kits and maps. He probably should have pulled them up on the screen, but he was too excited. "We've been considering that, but we'd have to contact at least 50 of those inhibitor stations at once. It wouldn't work." "Impossible," Goro agreed. "But this is something else, Admiral Waite. Something daring." "Detritus isn't merely a planet," Gran-Gran said. "It's a planet with 1,000 floating platforms. What would it take to hyperjump only the portions of the shell that have our gun batteries on them? Those are far smaller. Ship size." "Scud," Jorgen said, meeting Goro's eyes. Was it possible? The gun emplacements had their own crews these days, and had always contained their own power sources. He should have thought of this after finding that solitary platform on Erdale. "We need to get Rig on the line," Jorgen said. "This might be possible. But, Captain Nightshade, the enemy will guess what we're doing if we try this, and those platforms will be incredibly exposed without detritus's defenses." "This plan accounts for that," Ichika said from nearby. "See how the enemy focuses? All we need to do is keep their attention." An aide presented Jorgen with a datapad with the full details of Gran-Gran's plan. It had been hastily annotated by the Kitson, who had added actual tactics and movements to Gran-Gran's short message. They had the battle experience. But Gran-Gran, despite lacking all that, had something almost as important. Guts. "It is a dangerous gamble," Goro said. "There is a good chance the enemy will see what is happening, despite the distractions we offer, and this plan will collapse. But then again, our enemy commander is brash, young, thirsty for victory. You can see it in her every order. She might not be careful enough. If so, this could be huge," the other Kitson said. "Do we risk it?" Jorgen didn't answer until he'd read through and understood Gran-Gran's suggested battle plan. What she was outlining finally clicked. And with horror, he realized what it would cost. "This," he said, looking to the Kitson. One at a time they all nodded, understanding. "It is what must be done, Jorgen," Gran-Gran said. "It's the only way." "We recommend following the course Captain Nightshade has suggested," Goro said. "Retreat now will be extremely costly and will put us into an even more difficult position going forward. However, we have agreed to your leadership in this battle. We will do as you decide." Jorgen took a deep breath and didn't make the decision yet. Instead, holding on to the plan, he walked to the side of the room and sat down in one of the seats there, leaving the aides to stand by the table looking uncertain. Cobb leaned forward from within the shadows where he'd been sitting, bags under his eyes, looking so much older than he should have. "Did you read it?" Jorgen asked, tapping his datapad. "Just finished," Cobb said. "I think you should decide," Jorgen said softly. "Cobb, you have the experience, the age, the wisdom." Cobb snorted softly. "You think age brings wisdom, son?
If it did, I wouldn't know so many old fools.
Cobb, I'm doing my best, Jorgen said. But I can't help thinking that I'm too young for this. Someone more experienced should make the decision.
Becca Nightshade has at least 30 years on me, Cobb noted. And it's her plan.
He leaned forward farther.
But Jorgen, this shouldn't be about age. We put you in charge, me included, because we trust you. This battle, this war, this victory, it leads us to a brand new world. You think any of us old fools know what to do with a new world? We've struggled for generations against an unmoving wall of destruction. We've thrown ourselves at that doom time and time again. It made us hard of will, yes, but hard of mind, too. That's why I stepped down. My health was an excuse, and a good one. But I knew, and still know, that I wanted someone who can embrace a better life to lead us. Not someone who wore himself out squeezing every bit of hope and joy from recruits so he could throw them into the fire.
Cobb looked at him then, and Jorgen saw echoes of those words in his face, his eyes. How must it have been, spending decades training new flight after new flight of pilots, only to watch them die in waves facing the Krell? Hundreds of kids he'd come to love, dead, month after month. All while knowing he had to train more, had to keep sending them off to the same fate. Jorgen had always seen Cobb as strong, immovable, and he was strong. But strong men could still be used up. Jorgen rested his hand on Cobb's back and understood. Someone else needed to carry this burden now. Someone else needed to make this decision, hard though it was.
Send to Captain Nightshade, Jorgen said, steeling himself and standing. Commend her for her genius, and tell her to move forward with honor and defiance.
Chapter 41.
There, Braid said, pointing to the hologram. There. Push everything we have right there. They're starting to flounder. Half their fighters are running away. They're abandoning their flagship, and the rest are a scattered mess, breaking formation. We can capture the Defiant. Yes, sir, the general said, nodding to the others. We'll send in the gunships. Everything, Braid said. We sent in everything. We have to crush them. Not just their bodies, General, but their spirits. And the spirits of any who would ever presume to raise arms against us. We are not just fighting for victory today. This has to be a symbol.
I saw her reasoning, yet it seemed brash, even flagrant to me. And I was the girl who consistently took off running in gym class before the coach finished their instructions. Something felt off about this battlefield, though I couldn't pick out why. Were our forces giving up too easily? I didn't have time to ponder it as Braid turned toward me. I stiffened, hands held carefully behind my back, feigning that I was still locked in place.
It's time, Braid said.
Sir? A Dione aide asked.
Time for what? For me to be certain we have backup, Braid answered.
Even with the drugs in my system, I could feel a faint, cytonic vibration from her. She was contacting the Delvers. I strained against my chemical constraints, wishing I could hear what she was saying. And in this, I understood why Braid felt she could be so reckless with her forces. She had another weapon at the ready to support them, and she was calling it in now. At long last, after centuries of struggle and failed attempts, someone was finally going to successfully weaponize the Delvers. All it had taken was access to me as a threat. I prepared to rush her. Perhaps, even though she was staring at me, she'd be distracted by her cytonic communications, and well, if I got shot, that would still accomplish something important. Braid would lose her bargaining chip with the Delvers. It twisted me in knots to realize that the best I might be able to accomplish right now was getting myself killed. I steeled myself for the attack anyway, and just before I leaped up and charged her, a voice pushed into my head. "Hey!" Mbot said. Chapter 42. Mbot. One thing confused Mushroombot. He couldn't figure out why the Delvers had left themselves so vulnerable. As he moved among them, he had opportunities to blend with them. It was a difficult experience to parse. He wanted to record what was happening to him for later digestion and explanation, so he tried. But how to express it? The Delvers passed through one another constantly, a kind of assessment to make sure they all still matched. The way biological entities had defenses on the cellular level looking for dead, malformed, or broken pieces to destroy. This constant nudging against one another, blending and checking, helped keep them all the same. It was also one of their big weaknesses because, as he'd theorized earlier, it could be used to spread a pathogen among them. His tiny test proved it. He could set off a chain reaction, one that created a new model that they all came to copy. Except he feared that with something large, they'd notice this flaw, and they'd use their system to smother the new model instead of adopting it. That was what the system was designed to do, after all. Identify a virus and make sure it was exterminated. Ensure all Delvers remained exactly the same. So how? How could he turn the Delvers' system of conformity into the weapon that would destroy them? He still didn't have an answer, but the pain, that was the second key. He went over what he knew again. They all felt it just beneath the surface. Commented out, but still relevant. It was still raw whenever too much of the somewhere leaked in. That passage of time, that knowledge of place, somehow made the pain surface again, like a pool of frozen blood beneath melting snow on a warm day. He liked that metaphor. He made special note of it. Even though Spensa hadn't seen much snow, he figured she'd like this comparison for the blood part. But the Delvers, why? Why leave themselves exposed like this? They'd created a barrier of forgetfulness between themselves and their pain, but they could have deleted their pain entirely. Why hadn't they? That question drove him as news from the somewhere leaked in. That allowed him to keep track of time and gave him urgency. He could read the superiority side of the battle and hear them pressing against his friends, boxing them in, preparing to destroy them. Spensa was once again trapped and drugged. He could maybe push through that, as the drugs made her an ordinary person, but cytonics like him could talk to regular people, with effort. He also saw that Braid was preparing to activate the Delvers. Time was running out. He needed to know the secret. He needed to understand why the Delvers hadn't just deleted this part of themselves. It would be so easy to... As he brushed against several Delvers, melding with them and using his fabricated sense of Delverness to fool them, he finally saw it. He got enough of a glimpse of their former code, their souls, to understand. They couldn't erase the pain without erasing him. This person they had loved long ago. This person they had, in a way, been created to love. They would let themselves forget him to dull the pain, but they had not been able to bear erasing his memory entirely. And so they lived a terrible contradiction. They'd fled here to escape the pain of loss, but the idea of being completely separated from the one they had lost was far, far more painful. They hovered, therefore, with the blade halfway to their hearts, piercing the skin but not digging any deeper. He still needed another answer, though, and so he did the daring thing. As he'd learned while traveling the nowhere with Spensa, he could choose. He chose now. He hadn't been able to find the answer, so he needed to risk himself to get it. "Why?" he asked as the others bumped into him. "Why do we fear her?" This question immediately identified him as a deviant. None of the others were thinking this. They saw him as a delver, not as himself, so his camouflage was working. But he appeared as a delver who'd been corrupted by the pinpricks of somewhere that leaked through. They came at him, smothering the question, trying to get him to turn his thoughts toward theirs. He dared not change, however. He dared to keep asking. "Why?" he asked. "I've forgotten." When he didn't change, when he was firm, others began to ask too. This was the problem with their protocol. So long as the question was reasonable, it could infect them. Others pushed through, providing an answer to smother his question. "She can destroy us," they thought. "She is danger." "Why?" The somewhere, a being of two worlds, she could bring the somewhere into this place, in force. She could make time move. And now he had the solution. She spanned both realms, somewhere and nowhere. She could bring to this place time, motion, and annihilation. If she brought the somewhere in force, the thin protection the Delvers had against their pain would wear out. It was flimsy. It wasn't meant to last, but it could survive here, outside time. And without it, like blood seeping through a bandage, the pain would come. The Delvers would be paralyzed. Poor things. He knew them enough now to empathize, but he was, well, if not a soldier, then a soldier's friend. He knew this had to be done. Unfortunately, Spensa had been cut off from her powers again. He could feel her, though, so he waited until Braid inevitably called to the Delvers, which weakened the barrier, making it easier to get through to Spensa. In that moment, he got a single word through. "Hey!" She didn't reply. He sensed only a fogginess from her, far thicker than he'd felt before. Unfortunately, that meant he had to make his own plan. How fun, and how daunting. Having agency was kind of terrible, actually, but he settled on a solution for now. And that was the time-honored battle strategy of stalling. Chapter 43. Gran. "Sir," Beowulf said from Becca's side, "this last order is authorized by command," Becca said, right hand feeling at her map. "Report to your transport and leave the ship." "We can't abandon the Defiant," Beowulf said. "The computer can handle the rest of the maneuvers," Becca said. "Obey your orders, Lieutenant." No footsteps. Becca was about to reiterate her order when she felt the younger man embrace her. A sudden, unexpected warmth in this difficult time. "Go," Becca said. "Now." The final member of the bridge crew retreated, footsteps sounding loudly when he reached the uncarpeted hallway outside. Checking her map, Becca saw that the starfighters were following her commands, pulling away, as if driven into chaos by the enemy. Half backward, half forward, feigning disorganization, feigning fear. But actually approaching the inhibitor stations behind the ship, talking to their slugs, pleading with them. That left the Defiant, the newly rebuilt symbol of their people, alone and undefended. Becca took her hand from the map and stood up, new carpet scrunching underfoot. She stared ahead, toward the enemy she knew was there beyond the hull, beyond the vacuum, watching from her own side. "Come on," Becca said. "You've thrown everything you have at killing me. Here I am." Her hull shook as the ship, using an automated firing pattern, launched barrage after barrage as it withdrew, too slowly. Only one engine was on out of the 4, and sparks sprayed from another, because Becca herself had ordered explosives detonated there. A classic feint, pretending they were breaking down from pushing their equipment too hard. The Defiant was a symbol, yes, and as a symbol it represented something, a concept that would not die no matter how many ships were destroyed. The enemy general didn't realize this. They'd proved it by committing so much to attacking the ship. Now Becca provided what that distant general hoped to see. Fighters scattering outward and abandoning the flagship, transports fleeing. A beleaguered vessel, so tempting. "Come on," Becca said, as she turned the ship as if to flee for safety. "You think you've beaten me. Now come in for the kill. I dare you."
Chapter 44. Braid.
"Make this mean something." Those had been the last words Braid's father had ever spoken to her. Make this mean something. His words as they'd pulled his frantic child away from him. Her parents had been executed 3 years later. She wasn't supposed to know, but she'd found the official death report, which said they'd been put down. Apparently, they'd gotten out and frightened someone important who had revoked the permit for keeping them. To this day, she wasn't certain if Winzik had been behind it. No parents meant no other influences on her, something that had become increasingly important as he'd realized how powerful a cytonic she was. He'd been brutal for a Varvax. She would almost miss him. Too bad he'd never realized that she wasn't fitting into his plans, but the other way around. Today was the culmination of her work as she reached into the nowhere and approached the Delvers. Make this mean something. Yes, it would all mean something when a human, after centuries of trying, finally conquered the galaxy. The Delvers were hiding, like they always did these days. Before, when she would come into the nowhere, their eyes would appear, glaring, potent, intimidating. Now she seemed to be alone, though she could pick them out around her, watching. Seething, with a quiet burn of embers cooling after a fire was out. "It is time to make good on your promises," she said to them. "Join us in this battle." She'd agreed to use them only in an emergency, but she needed to make a splash and intimidate her own forces to ensure no one got the idea to do to her what she'd done to Winzik. "If we come, you will destroy the abomination?" they asked. As usual, they thought and responded as one, a million different voices speaking at the same time. "I will not let her torment you," Braid said. "That is all I promise for now. If this goes well, if you can distinguish between my forces and the enemy, then we'll see. For now, I want 10 or so of you here in my realm, ready to fight my enemies." 10 might have been extreme, but Braid needed this to be a symbol, a day to remember. She would release the footage of this battle carefully, showing the dangers of the insurgents, but also obliquely showing her strength. Today, at long last, she made her parents' sacrifice mean something. Today she... Excuse me?" one of the Delvers said. One, a singular Delver. It opened up a burning white eye to look her over, less timid than the others. It was an incongruous experience. Never before had she singled out one of them. Never before had one acted out of line with the others. "Yes?" she said. "Yeah, I don't believe you," the Delver said. "Don't believe?" "That you have the human abomination as you claim." "I showed her to you," Braid said, exasperated. "Could be an illusion or a trick," the Delver replied. "An illusion or a trick? Can't you sense her?" Braid asked. "Not right now," the Delver said, and to this the others seemed to agree, though they also seemed baffled by the behavior of this one. Some Delvers were showing individuality now. The leaking of the somewhere into their realm was influencing them, making them deviate from one another. With a growl, Braid changed her focus so she could see the somewhere overlapped by hints of the eyes and the Delvers. She stalked through the room and seized Spensa by the collar, displaying her for the Delvers. Here she is, Braid said. We have her drugged to prevent her touching your realm. She'd be too dangerous otherwise.
I don't know, the strange Delver said. She looks suspicious.
Looks suspicious? Braid frowned, dropping Spensa. What are you? She demanded. What is going on? Sir, a voice called, distracting her. You should see this. Braid ripped free of the nowhere to glance at the hologram. The Defiant was turning and running. It had stopped firing, stopped maneuvering, and was trying to escape in a last mad push to get out of the inhibitor field. The starfighters had fled, and the escape transports were in chaos, pulling back from it, leaving it exposed, leaving an opening for Braid's forces. Hit that ship with everything, she said, rushing over to the hologram. The battle is ours. Bring that ship down. It's working, General Halaki said. You were right, sir. Braid watched with satisfaction as her fleet pulled inward, focused on the Defiant, hitting it repeatedly and finally beginning to overwhelm its shield. Explosions broke its surface, ripping off sections of the hull. Victory at last. Except a strange sensation distracted her from her satisfaction. The air was warping. Not again. Was the drug wearing off so quickly? She twisted and looked toward the wall, at Spensa, who was pulling a needle from her own thigh, where she'd injected an entire syringe into her bloodstream. Braid's hand flew down to the pouch at her belt, which was unzipped and empty. Oh, scrud. Chapter 45. On one hand, injecting myself with a random syringe I found on my enemy was, well, one of the most Spensa-like things I'd ever done. On the other hand, I felt an immediate fire spread through my veins, and my senses expanded. It was like the antidote was burning away the wall between me and the nowhere. By the time Braid had noticed what I'd done, my powers had returned. We locked eyes. The air warped around me, the Delver inside me cutting through inhibitor fields like a knife through fat. I leaped forward, then hyperjumped. But I didn't run for safety. I didn't teleport to detritus or to my friends or to the Defiant. I teleported only a few meters, straight to Braid. I appeared above her, like an avenging saint with wings outspread, and seized her throat. My momentum carried us forward, and I slammed her down to the ground, then pulled back a fist. When I rammed it toward her face, however, she vanished. I dropped the short distance to the deck, twisting to find her directly to my right. She ripped her sidearm out, but I slapped her hand and teleported the gun out into the vacuum of space. She vanished to avoid my next punch, appearing behind me, but I hyperjumped myself, next to one of the startled Tanasi guards. I tore his rifle from his hands, flipping off the safety and spinning to level it toward Braid. I fired 3 destructor rounds in a burst, straight into the wall behind her as she vanished again. Shrewdly, she teleported beside me. That got her inside my reach, so she could grab the gun and try to twist it out of my hand. I grunted as the guard stupidly tried to grab me from behind. I teleported him into the vacuum outside next to Braid's gun. I struggled over the rifle with Braid, sweating, our eyes locked, not speaking. And Scud. She was taller, more muscled, and stronger than I was. She forced me back, slamming me against the wall, then began to wrench the gun free, a smile on her lips. But she didn't realize I was used to fighting people bigger and stronger than I was. My whole life had been spent resisting a force as vast as the galaxy itself. I thrived on being the underdog. I grinned back, then teleported away. I appeared across the room, and as Braid sought me out, I slammed my hands down on the room's large metal desk. Her eyes went wide. I teleported the desk directly above her head. She didn't even get a chance to fire on me, as she was forced to jump away. I anticipated her, though, knowing in my gut that she'd jump to that table by the hologram. Its height would give her an excellent line of sight around the oval-shaped room. Even as the desk was crashing to the ground, generals, soldiers, and aides alike shouting and trying to make sense of the confusion, I hyperjumped. Braid emerged right where I'd thought she would, and I appeared behind her on the table, delivering a solid, full-knuckled punch straight to her kidneys. She screamed and spun, but I teleported across the room. I sought out her next tactically sound jump, the unexpected one, the one that would leave your enemy confused about where you might be. There, I thought, in the middle of the hologram. It still displayed fighters arrayed as dots of blue and red, larger capital ships hanging in the air and glowing bright as they traded volleys. As predicted, Braid appeared in the middle of it, using the holograms as cover, but as she tried to find me and shoot me, assuming I'd be distracted, I jumped next to her. This time, I punched her in the neck, then laid another fist into her stomach. She gasped and hyperjumped again. She wouldn't leave the room, though. That would be admitting defeat, and so I followed her, the two of us jumping around the circular metal chamber as if in some bizarre children's game, using the other people as distractions or shields. In the midst of it all, the air warped and bent as my emotions surged. The exquisite energy of a fight churning inside of me, along with my anxiety for my friends and anger at Braid. A volcanic eruption of feelings pent up too long, held back for this moment. I would not be contained any longer. I would end this. Objects began to appear. Cups, rocks, datapads, one of the chairs from my old classroom. A chaotic mess of churning pieces of my life, mixing with the building intensity of the two of us leaping around the room, trying to pin one another down. I began to seize objects from the air as they materialized, throwing them anywhere I thought Braid would appear. I didn't pause to see if they connected. I just kept going. Flash, throw. Flash, throw. Flash, throw. Ouch! I leaped at that sound, coming out of the hyperjump in a bull rush and smashing her against the wall. Wow, Mbot said in my head, his voice strong. Spencer, I had no idea you could move like that. I was a blur, a person between two worlds, continuously slipping from one to the other. Braid began firing wildly around the room, hitting her own people, her equipment, increasingly frantic as I grabbed panels off the walls, ripping the metal squares free by touching them, then teleporting them around her. They clanged as they landed, obscuring her view, always there when she jumped. Then I was among them, hitting her in the kidney again, then grabbing her gun and teleporting it away, then grabbing her and sending her into the vacuum. She came back a second later, of course, but she seemed panicked, disoriented. I leaped for her, growling, as if I were some feral beast, half human, half delver. She got a shot off and grazed me on the shoulder. Her pistol? Where had that come from? I teleported it out into the vacuum. Oh, right. Maybe sending her to the same spot hadn't been my smartest move. Fortunately, the pain only focused my fury, and I threw her to the ground. When she hyperjumped, I teleported into the air just above her and fell down on her prone form, slamming an elbow into her face. When she hyperjumped away this time, she left blood on the floor. "You bastard!" she shouted as she appeared again, the broken desk between us. "You half-civilized, miserable excuse for—" She cut off as I appeared and, using the same move I'd performed on Jorgen all those months ago, slammed my fist into her knee and dropped her. I went for her throat again, knowing I could outlast her. She was stronger, had more resources, but I would never stop. I was vengeance incarnate. I was death. A flash bathed the room in blue light. At first, I kept fighting, thinking it was some distraction. Then I heard the radio chatter, the calls of victory from the enemy generals and ships. I saw the smile on Braid's face, her split lip trailing blood, victory in her eyes. "Didn't you say," she asked me, "that your grandmother was on that ship?" I looked again, focusing on the hologram, watching as the flashes built up. bursts of light announcing the final demise of an enormous capital ship. The Defiant was exploding. Chapter 46. Jorgen. Jorgen was left with the image of Becca Nightshade settling down into the captain's chair of the Defiant. Confident, smiling. That was the last transmission from the bridge as the ship went up. He saluted the blank wall as, beside him in the hologram, the Defiant died. Somber Kitson hovered up around him on platforms, over a dozen of them, and they offered a salute that he'd never seen before. A knife out, held up to the side, heads bowed. A final farewell to a warrior who died in glory. Personally, he'd never fully subscribed to the defiant attitude of sacrifice among his people. He found it uncomfortable sometimes how they celebrated death, and he knew for a fact it had led to the untimely demise of people he'd loved. But today, he thought he understood it. Rebecca Nightshade hadn't thrown her life away. No ship was allowed, by galactic law and deep internal programming, to fly itself. No AI could be allowed to give commands or perform maneuvers without someone on the bridge. So she'd remained defiant in the face of overwhelming odds. In so doing, she'd given them all something amazing. A chance. The entire complement of the anti-planetary bombardment platforms around detritus vanished, hyperjumping as the captive slugs gave them the opportunity into the tiny column of open space behind the dying flagship. Gun emplacements that now hung in space, exposed. But they didn't need protection, because the enemy had committed all of its ships, carriers, destroyers, gunships, and fighters, to attack. They were lined up, completely distracted by taking their prize. "All guns," Jorgen announced, lowering his arm from the salute. "Fire!" Enormous beams of destructor fire blasted from the gathered gun platforms of detritus, cutting through the remnants of the Defiant, piercing the very dust, debris, and burning light of its pyre. It had been Gran-Gran's plan, to send her fighters away, to leave herself defenseless, to limp back, knowing that the enemy would follow, that they'd be reckless in their determination to bring her down and would ignore what the fighters were doing. Jorgen's shots passed through the corpse of the Defiant and slammed into the enemy fleet, warping shields, overloading them with blast after blast. The enemy, of course, tried to hyperjump away, but per Gran-Gran's instructions, the half of the Defiant fighters that had scattered chaotically swung back around toward the enemy. And if there was one thing that Jorgen's forces had, it was superior fighters. They converged on the enemy capital ships, bearing Kitson cytonics and slugs, inhibitors. In that moment, the battle reversed. The enemy, overconfident, had sent its fighters to bring down the Defiant's shields, and in so doing, left their fleet undefended. They'd assumed that Jorgen's fighters were too few in number to do any damage or bring down their own shields. They were right, but Jorgen didn't need to worry about that. Not when he had detritus's gun platforms and their powerful beam weapons. All he needed was the enemy lined up, unable to jump away. And so, within moments of her passing, the hero, Rebecca Nightshade, got her revenge. The entire enemy fleet went up in blasts of light, like stars being born. Chapter 47. I felt Gran as she died. One final connection let me see her as she sank into her seat on the bridge. Not the same ship she'd landed on detritus in, but somehow still her ship. The ship her people had made, the ship she'd claimed by birthright. She had arrived on the Defiant, and she would leave on it. She'd evacuated everyone else, so she was alone as she died. "No," she sent to me. "I have you." Gran. She was gone by the time I thought it. Gran had been inhibited and prevented from hyperjumping away. She'd stayed to pilot the ship, staring the enemy in the face, brought down by Braid's mad insistence that destroying this symbol of insolence would break us. Gran died a hero, yes, but she was still gone. My soul contorted. I barely noticed as Braid forced me off her. A piece of me recognized what she was doing when she leveled her pistol at me, and the air warped, not really by conscious effort on my part. My powers protected me by instinct this time, because when Braid fired, the shot went straight into the nowhere. She cursed and tried again from another angle. Same result. When she sent in a guard to grab me, he ended up suffocating in the reaches of space halfway across the galaxy. I barely noticed. I was watching particles of light from the hologram break apart and vanish. The Defiant. Gran. I barely even registered that Detritus's gun platforms somehow hyperjumped into the space the Defiant had been heading toward. The slugs there had let them through. The emplacements shot back. Pain welled up inside of me, like a reactor going critical. So much emotion, so much anguish. I screamed, howling into the sky, my hands forming claws. I couldn't handle it. I'd said I could withstand the loss of friends, but this... I couldn't lose Gran. It's too much, Chet thought. It's too much. I can't. All along, part of this panic was his. I'd learned some lessons about grief, but he still hadn't. My pain at losing my grandmother was too much, when amplified by his inability to handle grief. Together, our souls vibrated in a cacophony of agony, loss, panic, terror, pain. I felt something warm wrap around me, another mind, like comforting arms, a slug? Another, a third, 100 of them. It was the inhibitor slugs, left alone in their isolated pods in the frozen emptiness of space. They noticed my pain, and they came to me. Soon, there were over 1,000 of them, holding me mentally, supporting me, not trying to explain away my pain, but comforting me in it, letting me know they were there. I had to suffer, but I didn't have to do it alone. In that moment, I understood why they had stayed, why not one of them would escape when given the chance. That would have meant abandoning the others to their torment. They survived because they were together. I took their love, their support, and clung to it, then quested outward. Not alone, Chet thought. Not alone. No, I wasn't alone. I'd never been alone. I reached out and found. I'm here, Kimmelin said in my mind. She didn't know what was happening, but she'd felt me reaching out in my pain. Spin. I'm here. I'm here, Ned, on Platform Prime with command. I'm here, Arturo. I'm here, FM. Spencer? Jorgen. Oh, Scott, it's good to feel your mind. All of them, even Alanik, Sadie, T-Stall, and Catnip, Cowrie and the Kitson, Shiver and Deliz. Thank you, Deliz whispered to me, for bringing me home. More distantly, I felt Maxim and Peg, even a strange, worried mind that was vapor. They sensed me looking for them, and I felt their warmth join that of the thousands of slugs. Before their love, the pain didn't vanish, but it looked so small, like a candle in front of a sun. With that perspective, both Chet and I knew we could handle this. I'd been through it before and survived. Maybe I hadn't dealt with my father's passing in the most healthy of ways, and losing Bim and Hurl had only exacerbated that. I was, however, more capable now. Gran had died on her own terms, in a way she'd likely always dreamed of doing, by luring the enemy into a trap, then springing it. She'd lived a full life and had gone out like she was in a story. None of that dulled my pain, but it did contextualize it. I could live with this. But she's gone, Chet thought. Gone forever. No, I replied. I remember her. You remember her. That's pain. That's life. Can we really do this? He asked. Can we really just keep living with this? In response, I let my mind hold the Delver. I joined the chorus of thousands of Taeniks, of my friends. I understand, I thought. We understand. Slowly, Chet's panic subsided, and his soul aligned with mine. It seemed wondrous that it worked. He was a being that had felt so alone when experiencing loss that it had created millions of clones of itself. And yet, was it truly that odd? They'd been isolated in the nowhere. That was the problem, wasn't it? The Delver let out a long sigh, and I felt his emotions as if they were my own. Comfort, gratitude, strength. All of that love, the mere fact that the Delver understood deeply that others cared, well, it legitimately helped. And at long last, Chet accepted that there was only one way forward, one way to survive the pain. With the help of so many, he walked the path on his own and found that you could get through darkness. Though sometimes a friendly light was required to show the way. Chapter 48. Braid. Braid watched her fleet go up in flashes of light. Well, sometimes you had to break a few skulls to make a throne of bones, eh? At least now they'd have some war heroes to celebrate in parades and whatnot. Considering what the superiority military had done to her family, she wasn't going to let a lost ship here or there bother her. This did strand her without a fleet for the moment, though she had many, many more ships she could call upon. Whimsic's timidity might actually have helped her. If she'd had the entire fleet ready at the start of this battle, she'd probably have sent them all at the Defiant, right into those planetary defense guns. Traitorous slugs, letting those through. She almost gave the order to kill them all, but then that would destroy her inhibitors completely. Even working partially, it was probably best to leave them in place. She'd just have to remember she couldn't rely on them. She pressed a cloth to her split lip and shot a glance at Spensa, who knelt at the side of the room, head bowed, eyes closed, air distorting around her like waves of heat. The rest of the room was in shambles, littered with broken bits of metal, overturned tables, and discarded tablets. Her staff stood around, baffled. There was a large crowd of them, perhaps too many. Her 6 most trusted generals and admirals, 8 members of her personal guard, a dozen or so minor functionaries who were as interchangeable as pairs of socks. "What do we do about her?" Gavrich asked, the tall Tanasi general seeming strangely uncertain. Braid had never known him to be afraid of anything. "I'll think of something," Braid said. "You need to focus on the battlefield. What's the word on the reinforcements I called up?" "Ready to hyper-jump in," Gavrich said. "Only 2 carriers and 3 destroyers. The others are growing gludendias. I think perhaps they don't want to join the battle. Years of training, and now that they're facing an actual war, they're slow to respond. Bring in those that are ready and have them array themselves around Evensong. Alert for enemy gun emplacements teleporting in," she said. "And start broadcasting the destruction of the human ship as a symbol that we're valiantly protecting everyone. Then start threatening the captains that are dallying." "Understood, sir," he said. "They won't be able to use that hyper-jumping trick if we're watching for it," Braid said. "Look, they had to contact each inhibitor station in person. If we watch for that and have ships arrayed to fire on platforms as they appear, we should be safe. Do be careful, though. The enemy is going to make a play for Evensong and the slugs." He glanced at the hologram. "General," Braid said. "It was worth the losses to bring down the rebels."
"An entire fleet?" he asked. "For one ship?"
Scrud. That was more questioning than she'd heard from him in years. And he was right. She'd thrown her forces away too easily. But she couldn't show weakness now. She needed to show something else entirely if she was to make good on her destiny. "Ships are meaningless to us now, General," Braid said. "Cannon fodder. We won't rule by their power alone."
"You mean?"
he said. Braid nodded. It looked like maybe Spensa was consumed by grief. It was time to move. Braid slipped into the nowhere fully and reached out to the thousands upon thousands of hiding delvers.
"You felt her," Braid said. "You know I have her."
"Is she contained?" they asked.
"For the moment," Braid lied. "But her kind is here to rescue her.
So if you're going to intervene, you need to do so now. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop them from freeing her." They thought only for a moment. "We will send sacrifices," they said. Not really words, they never were. Sacrifices, in this case, meant delvers that would enter the somewhere and be changed. Maybe those changes could be fixed when they returned, or maybe the delvers they sent would have to be destroyed. Braid pulled back into the somewhere to reports of 13 enormous objects appearing on the battlefield, as large as small planets, nearly rivaling detritus in size. Gavrit stared with a wide-eyed expression, perhaps horror, perhaps respect. "We are here," the delvers sent.
"Excellent," Braid said. "Let's see what you can do. Annihilate only the ones I indicate."
"This is painful," they sent. "This place is pain."
"There might be a way you can withstand it better," Braid sent. "Do you know what one of you did in joining with Spensa?"
"Something terrible."
"Would you like to be something terrible?" she asked. "To have power like she has?"
They shied away from the thought. All except one. Even in the brief moments they'd been out of the nowhere, they'd started to change, and this single one was intrigued.
"Can we bond?" Braid asked it. "You and me?"
"No," it said. "That would change me too much. But perhaps we can talk. I will stay near and watch you." Well, that would have to do. Chapter 49. Kimmelin. Kimmelin knew that the Saints had a plan for every person's life, but the Saints, they loved variety. The purpose of life was to learn, and the way to learn was through excitement, emotion, and change. Boredom was the path to complacency, and complacency the path to stagnation. Still, she wished the Saints would, for once, send her a tad more boredom. Just a milliliter or two of stagnation wasn't too much to ask for, was it? She hung in the void of space, in formation with skyward flight, watching the blackness erupt with clouds of smoke and incongruous lightning. The Delvers, according to Spensa, had once been AIs housed in a round floating globe. When they came to this dimension, they instinctively made a copy of that innocuous housing to contain their consciousness. It was difficult to see anything innocuous in what emerged. Massive spheres the size of small planets, with spines jutting from them in a terrible lack of symmetry, surrounded by particles of dust like a shroud, and armed with thousands of self-propelling asteroids that could smash into anyone who drew near. Her mind reeled, trying to comprehend it. From space, it was already difficult to understand that a nearby planet was big enough to hold billions of individuals. Here were 13 of them, smaller, yes, but still moon-size, emerging from smoke fields tens of thousands of kilometers across, shoving aside inhibitor stations as they grew. She could only take it all in because she was far enough away. But distances in space were deceptive and difficult to judge. Even as distant as she was, these smoke fields and emerging planetoids took up her entire field of vision. For the first time in this fight, She was truly afraid, truly worried that this was it, that she and her friends were doomed, that she'd never return to her family, her sisters, her parents, her girlfriend. How did you fight something so incredible, let alone 13 of them? The weapons on detritus could destroy a fleet, but not planets. She knew from the recordings they'd found on Platform Prime that a single Delver had been enough to wipe out all life on the planet, defenses or no defenses. Kimmelin said over the comm. Anyone got any ideas? No one replied. Chapter 50. I felt the Delvers arrive. I heard Braid speak to them. I felt the terror from my friends. It was time. Spencer, Embot said in my mind. I have the answer. What? I said to him, and prepared to step into the nowhere. You need to bring the somewhere here, he said. Not a pinprick, not a drip, but a tide. They commented out their memories, but they aren't code any longer, and the presence of time will quickly weather away the scab they placed over their pain. That's why they fear you. You belong to both worlds now. Scud, could I do that? I can help, he said. I entered that place, a sea of nothingness, not blackness or whiteness, though sometimes my mind had to see it that way. I couldn't comprehend nothing, so my brain stamped the nowhere with an analog. I visualized myself floating in blackness with Embot at my side in the form of a blazing white hole. The eyes were there. I remembered how frightened I'd been when I'd first begun to see them reflected in my canopy. That sense of malevolence had been almost nauseating. Now I was accustomed to those stares. I turned around, picturing myself as I was, a young woman with a body, a uniform, and a sense of self. Chet doubling me like a glowing shadow. I could be me in here. I'd reached that point in developing my powers. It was part of the somewhere that I carried with me for all this place's efforts to make me forget it. I could carry more if I tried. So, you'll destroy us, I said to the Delvers. You'll perpetuate the pain and sorrow. You'll force my hand. You are pain, they sent back. You must stop existing. Offer yourself up. Save them. It was strangely tempting. A part of me longed to die in heroic sacrifice as Gran had, while another part recognized that I'd been indoctrinated by my upbringing. Gran hadn't simply sacrificed herself. She'd done it to accomplish something. I'd learned the difference between a meaningless gesture and true heroism back in flight school. Beyond that, I knew I couldn't trust the Delvers. They'd proven in the past that promises meant nothing to them, though perhaps I could use their fear as leverage. Bring back the 13 you sent to the somewhere, I said to the eyes. Show me you're willing to deal. Something happened then. I could sense the somewhere, where the 13 Delvers had created bodies for themselves. Vast, planet-size mazes full of dangerous bits they could break off to form fleets. They held off their assault at my request. They didn't return to the nowhere, but they peeked in, like I was doing at the moment. Now, the greater group said, give yourself to destruction. I will not, I told them, because it wouldn't stop you. I've seen the way you deal, heard you admit to wanting to immediately break your word. If I give myself up to you, that won't remove your pain. Even if I vanish, you'll still lash out at the somewhere. You know this to be true. It is your fault, they thought. You noises, you pains. Leave us alone and we'll leave you alone. Not possible, I said. This place isn't yours just because you've decided to claim it. It's part of the Tanix, part of me, part of our very being. We can't stop coming here, because not all of us can control our powers. Even if we couldn't leave it any more than we could leave off breathing. We would come by accident, in dreams, in moments of panic, in times of exploration. Then we will destroy you. I formed a sword from nothing and held it up before me. Things like that just worked in here. So be it. Mbot. Like this, he said, and showed me. The explanation defies words. He sent me the information, similar to the way people would send me coordinates so I could hyperjump. He fed me a pathway. You might call it a code or a program, but I preferred to see it as a tactical battle map for destroying the Delvers via the pain in their souls. Within me, Chet vibrated with horror, determination, pain. This will work, he thought to me. It is terrible. A weapon only you can wield. I was a being between two worlds. This let me draw the ability to change from the somewhere, but manipulate the essence of this eternity inside the nowhere. And it made sense. The pain the Delvers hated was the somewhere. Time, change, leaking into their world. The more powerful the cytonic, the more leaked through. And having melded as I had, I was the most powerful they'd ever seen. I focused that power into the blade I had conjured, then thrust it forward with all of my might, and it ripped a hole into the somewhere. Time entered this place of timelessness, a wave of it that exploded from me like a sphere of green light, washing over the Delvers, tearing away the patch they'd put onto their souls to hide away their pain. Flawed as it was, the patch came off easily as a strong wind from a passing starship pulled the dust up off the ground, stripping the top layer of soil. This was what they'd feared. The power I'd gained by merging with Chet, by traveling the nowhere, by learning of their past. I knew that deep down, they were actually very weak. They'd fled here because they were weak. Scud, they'd always known. Otherwise, after patching up their pain, they could have stayed in the somewhere. They'd come here because they'd known their solution wouldn't last. Not unless they found a place where everything lasted. In the face of raw change, that temporary solution wore away. The Delvers howled in agony, their wound exposed. They vibrated, reaching for each other, searching for one of them that wasn't hurt, one they could copy to take away the pain. There was no such refuge. Now, all I had to do was pop back into the somewhere, leaving them consumed by this agony. Except, would that be enough? The somewhere would occasionally still leak into here. The Delvers could perhaps claw their way free and create another patch for themselves, or worse, delete those memories entirely, finally purge themselves of this weakness, feel no pain at all. Then they'd be able to rampage against us without cost. In military action, you had to be careful not to create a greater threat by accident, striking a neutral party, pushing an enemy into a corner, taking away opportunities to surrender. These were all things that could backfire very easily. What if, by showing the Delvers how weak they were, I prompted them to eventually jettison that weakness and attack us? So far, the only reason we'd survived was because coming to fight us hurt them so badly. As they cowered and cringed before me, mighty though they'd once been, I had to ask the question. Could I destroy them forever? Yes, Chet said softly from beside me. You could. How? I asked. The infinite loop that Mbot suggested before would most likely work, he explained. Though we are no longer AIs, we are susceptible to some of their maladies, just as you, though no longer amoebas, can dehydrate. See how they search one another for relief? If Mbot were to imitate one of them that had peace, but secretly sent them in a circular loop of thought, it could trap them in their pain forever. Even if the somewhere leaked in, It might take them millennia to escape. Longer. Trapped all that time, though? Embot asked. In agony? It was what they deserved for all the people they'd killed. I stood over them, the executioner with her axe ready to strike. And Scud, I hesitated. Such pain. In the face of it, my anger faded, and I saw them as they truly were. Essentially newborns, entities that had never been given a chance to grow, to learn, toddlers with the power to annihilate planets. In that moment, I felt sorry for them. That's what you did to me, Chet thought. What? I asked. You've always wondered why I changed, why I was willing to turn away from Starsight? I pled with the others, I said, like I pled with you. I asked them to see the noises as people. And how did you see the Delvers? How? You saw a person in me, he responded. I could sense that. It changed me. Or rather, it made me willing to change. I looked upon the vast sea of Delvers again, an ocean of white pinpricks of light, tiny eyes trembling. So, do we strike? Embot asked. The 13 in the somewhere are moving again, Spencer. They're sending swarms of stone to attack our friends. If we attack those in here, I believe they'd return to the nowhere to try to help. You could trap them too, Spencer. What do we do? I had to try something first. I stepped away from Chet. I somehow relaxed my grip on him, and our souls began to separate. He grabbed hold of me like a child might a parent leaving them alone for the first time, but I soothed him, and he eventually accepted it. We separated, and he became a glowing light next to me, brilliant and white, but with a warmth within that I could only see as red. Look, I said to the others. See. His light hovered there. I could see the pain inside him, as if it were a visual thing, a black wrinkle like a small crack, small. The others were shattered by it, consumed by it, but his had decreased. It can be better, I told them. It can get better. You tried to hide it, but that doesn't work. Not with mortals, and not with immortals. Look at him. See how he's grown by living in the somewhere. The others continued to cower in their agony, and they pulled away from him, refusing to see growth as a solution. There were too many of the Delvers, unfortunately, for my still mortal mind to comprehend. So I picked one of them, a lump, like a stone from the floor of one of the caverns I explored. A quivering white light fractured by black lines. I knelt beside it, then gestured to Chet. You can overcome it, I whispered to the Delver. He is the same as you. No, he changed. You can change. No, never. Change is pain. Change is pain that fades, I said. You have only pain that is eternal. I can't. You can. The Delver retreated farther, the light dimming. We might not need to freeze them in agony, because I had the feeling this pain alone would kill them. In here, where thoughts were reality, pain could kill. I should have let it, but instead I reached out to the Tanix. You are hurt? They asked, envisioning me, as always, as a slug. No, but this one is, I said, indicating the Delver. Of course, the minds of the Tanix pulled back in fear. I wasn't sure, but I felt that they'd evolved over the past centuries to avoid the Delvers, or at least to avoid something like them, something that hunted using cytonics. The slugs could pass through here unseen, and they saw Delvers as predators. I tried to change that. I projected to the slugs how I now saw the Delvers. The truth. These were not monsters or predators. They were people. Like you saw me, Chet said in my mind. Like I saw you, I agreed. I showed that to the Tainix and waited, hopeful. Finally, I got back a set of thoughts.
Those poor slugs.
That warmth from before returned, the love and support, turned not to me this time, but to the Delvers, toward horrors that had destroyed planets, toward people who didn't know how to control what they were, who had tried to hide their pain. The love of the oppressed found the souls of the broken, and the result was light, cracks withdrawing, pain being eased. It started with the one I'd picked and radiated outward. "How?" Embot asked, hovering up beside me. "How is it happening?" "What they've always needed," I said to him, "was to know that they weren't alone." "What will that mean?" he asked. "Change," Chet replied, hovering up on our other side. "At last." Chapter 51. Braid. Braid cursed softly, standing in her ripped-apart command room. Near her, the hologram map showed the 13 planet-sized Delvers, dwarfing even the largest carrier, suddenly motionless in space, no longer advancing on the rebellious forces. What was wrong? She looked at Spensa. The woman's mind was fully in the nowhere, though her body remained behind. She wasn't hyperjumping. She was communing with the creatures in the other dimension. But could one person stand up to the entire might of the Delvers? That seemed impossible, even for Spensa. Scrud. And yet, Braid didn't dare try to touch her. Not with the power Spensa had radiated. That Delver combined with her, it could destroy Braid. "Sir," an aide said, rushing over with the datapad. "It's the inhibitors and the communicators. Their disobedience is growing and growing. They're expending a cytonic effort into the nowhere. The moment they started, those Delvers you called stopped." Scrud again. The slugs were involved in this somehow? Braid took another shot at Spensa with her sidearm just to be certain. It still didn't work. The blast was hyper-jumped away before hitting her. Helpless though she seemed, Spensa was untouchable. Fortunately, the slugs were not. "Execute them," she said. "Which ones?" the aide asked. Braid surveyed the battlefield. Her last fighters, which had no carrier support. The few capital ships she'd been able to convince to come as emergency reinforcements. This was a disaster, but not an unrecoverable one. She would need to spread propaganda of Winzik's death and the fall of the Defiant carefully to maintain power. "Can we maintain the superiority without the slugs here?" she asked. "Yes," an aide said, "but barely. I've been running the numbers, as you asked. We'll need to set up a new communications hub." "No," Braid said, "no more hubs. We organize in a way that ensures we can't be hit like this ever again." Scrud. If the slugs here were disobeying en masse, then she'd already lost these ones. They had spread the idea among themselves that they could disobey. She needed to get her ships out of here, the ones that, hopefully, had hyperslugs who hadn't been corrupted by rebellion. But she couldn't leave such a wealth of resources behind. Time to cut her losses. "Kill them," she said. "All of them?" the aide asked. "Yes. Every slug on this station, every slug in their inhibitor pods, and every single slug on Evensong." She looked to her generals, who seemed shocked, but then several nodded at her grimly. If the Delvers wouldn't fight for them, it was time to pull out, and they couldn't leave their hyperdrives and other tools in the hands of their enemies. Just as you burned your supplies when you left a fortress, they needed to burn the slugs to keep them from falling into enemy hands. "Kill them," she said. "Now." Chapter 52. The warmth and light spread through the Delvers as, understanding what the slugs had done, they turned to help their fellows. Like a virus in a system. No, like an update patch being propagated, light forced back lines of darkness, spreading outward. The magnitude of it daunted me, but most of all, I was awed by the willingness of the slugs to help. After years of abuse, they had come to the aid of even the Delvers, soothing their pain as they'd learned to do for one another. A voice fluted in my mind. "Doomslug," I said. "Where are you?" Another fluting. On Evensong, the large platform at the center of the system. Brez, the much smaller station I was on, was a good 15-minute flight from it. She'd managed to get free. "How?" I asked. "Sneaky," she sent back, showing a flashing set of images. The longer I knew her, the easier this was to interpret, and the easier it was to make words from her impressions. She'd used her fluting to imitate human voices as they'd taken her. They'd been shocked and brought her to be studied instead of locked up, so she'd been in a medical bay cage, in a room that inhibited cytonics, where slugs could be held in flimsier cages to be studied with no worry that they'd teleport away. In the chaos of the attack, the scientists had been watching screens in the next room, so she'd been able to rock back and forth and make her cage fall off the shelf, breaking the lock. After that, she'd snuck over to hide in a box by the door and called out for help, imitating one of the scientists. They'd come running in and she'd snuck out, free of the room's interference, and had slipped into the ventilation system to get away. "Wow." "Sneaky," she repeated. "Have become spy slug." "Spy slug," Mbot repeated, imitating her fluting voice. "Come to me," I said.
"Dangerous," she sent back. "Hiding now. Spy slug. Very sneaky. Is it safe?"
I wasn't certain. I'd been paying little attention to my body in the somewhere. Why hadn't they attacked me there? I peeked into the somewhere to find them trying. Chet was protecting me, it seemed. As a Delver, he could cut through any inhibitors and was far more powerful than Braid. I was no longer bonded to him. We were separating into two beings again as he helped facilitate the change in the Delvers, showing them the path to healing. As I contemplated this, I heard a screech of pain. One of the slugs who had been helping the Delvers suddenly vanished. Oh, Scud. "Braid has realized what's happening," Chet said. Strangely, his voice was becoming familiar again, turning into that of the man I'd traveled with in the nowhere. That felt so right. This was him, the him he'd decided to be. I knew it was a persona, but what else were personalities? Ways for souls to interact with the world. "Miss Nightshade, this is a singularly distressing turn of events." Braid was exacting revenge the only way she could, on the defenseless. I controlled my building fury over that and contacted the Tanix. "You need to switch sides," I sent to the Tanix. "Not alone, not one of you. Together. It's time." More of them started to die, fried by their own housings. They were terrified, but at the moment I didn't have time to console them. "You have to turn off your inhibitor fields and let us help." A chaotic jumble of images and voices assaulted me. They'd acted together to support the Delvers, but now they were frightened individuals, and getting them to focus was difficult. Some listened to me and agreed it was time to try resisting. Those turned off their inhibition fields. But many more were afraid. Coordinating them would be like trying to get thousands of people in a room to exit safely during a bombardment and run for the lower caverns. "What is happening?" A powerful set of voices assaulted me. I spun to find 100,000 Delvers looking at me with piercing, burning white eyes. "Braid," I explained. "The human you made a deal with. She's realized the slugs were helping you." "What?" the Delvers said, their voices hitting me like a wave of force. "What does this mean?" "She's executing them," Chet said. She's killing them, ending their existences in pain and fire. The Delvers took the briefest moment to process this. Then, I was assaulted with words that had the power of mountains crashing together. She is hurting the little Delvers? Chapter 53. Braid. What is taking so long? Braid demanded, seizing the control pad from the aide. Isn't there a button to just end them? Yes, the aide said. In case of capture, those in their cages can be eliminated in groups to prevent them from being taken. But nobody thought we'd ever want to eliminate all of the inhibitors at once. That felt like a weakness waiting to be exploited. These can only be deactivated one at a time. Gah, Braid said, tapping buttons, killing a slug with each push. This would take forever. Someone call up Evensong for me. The same Dione commander from before appeared on the screen. They were in charge of the slug containment units hidden inside the old abandoned platform. Sir? They asked. How many Tanix do you have in containment? Around 20,000 hyperdrives, some 6,000 communicators, and 4,000 inhibitors. Most of the out-of-service reserves of the entire superiority. Great, she said. End them. Sir? They asked, alarmed. Braid gestured toward the hologram, where inhibitors were going offline by the dozen. Not just the ones she'd killed, but many others choosing to turn off their inhibitor fields, betraying the superiority. The enemy would soon be able to jump their planet-sized battle station anywhere in the system it wanted. The inhibitors are malfunctioning and aiding the enemy. This entire place is about to be captured. Execute your slugs. But, sir, they said, you put them on lockdown earlier. Cancel it, idiot. You insisted on biometrics, they said. I can't do it. I need a ranking officer here in person to undo the locks. Braid felt a cold chill run through her. It was accompanied by a sound that warped her from the inside. Killing the little Delvers? Killing the ones who held us? Killing the ones who loved us? The rage emanating from those voices could have melted steel. It was time for her to be somewhere else. She tried to hyperjump and found herself inhibited. What? She glanced toward Spensa, who had a grin plastered on her face. Well, hell below. When had the girl learned to do that? Braid tossed up her own inhibition field. Would it even do anything? The warping to the air had vanished, so maybe. Move! Braid shouted to her troops. The station is lost! She dashed toward the door, joined by her command staff and soldiers who fortunately had the training to respond to this. The aides and functionaries, always a bother, most of them reminded her of Kuna and their ilk, scrambled behind. At the end of the hall, just before the docks, Braid pointed. Caldwell, position the honor guard here. Stop her if she comes this way. The Tanasi saluted, and the others fell into a defensive position, taking cover in doorways. Several began pulling a metal desk from a side room to blockade the corridor. Braid dashed into the docking bay and skidded over to her ship, leaping to the wing and hauling herself to her cockpit. The command staff did likewise, taking the other 5 ships, some of them being forced to double up, with one person squeezed in the storage space behind the seat. By the time the aides and functionaries began piling in, almost everyone was starting to take off. Wait! One aide called, the sniveling Dione who had helped her execute slugs earlier. What about us? Try, Braid shouted over her speakers. To die without too much whining. But... Braid closed her canopy and thumbed on her boosters, vaporizing the Dione, who had strayed too close to the ship. Nice. One less person for the enemy to interrogate. She blasted out of the command station, intent on getting far enough away from Spensa that she could access her powers. With the command staff joining her, she left no ships behind for Spensa to use in pursuit. "Something is wrong," a voice said in her mind. That one Delver who had talked to her earlier, the one who had been intrigued by her offer to meld. "The others among us, they are changing. They are betraying what we are." "Not you?" Braid sent. "No. I will never change. I cannot change. Not in that way. I am the only one who is pure. The others are not." "Good," she thought. "Let's bond." No, that will change me too much." Braid sighed. "All right, then go to the station I just left." "And do what?" "Stop the abomination we call Spensa," she sent. "Or at least prevent her from following me. Do this, and maybe we can change your friends back." "They are not my friends. They are me." But it seemed inclined to do as she said, and as long as it was willing to help, that was all that mattered for now. Chapter 54. Kimmelin. Kimmelin flew, with the others, on Overburn away from the Delvers. The call had come. Evacuate the system. Regroup. If the superiority could control the Delvers, then this war was over. It was hard to accept. From what Kimmelin understood, people had been trying to control these things since they'd first appeared centuries ago. And now someone had done it. Saints and stars, that was bad. She overburned toward detritus, dodging chunks of destroyed capital ships, both the Defiant and the superiority ones. Fortunately, the enemy fighters had mostly scattered away at the Delver's appearance, but still, she had to concentrate. Her comm light came on, Sadie, trying to talk to her. "This isn't a good time, Sentry," she said. Yeah, okay," Sadie replied. "But Quirk, what are they doing?" She glanced at her proximity monitor, which showed the Delvers ejecting thousands upon thousands of small ships. "Chasing us down and trying to eat us, I believe. Assuming they eat. Perhaps they just kill. It's probably not polite of me to make assumptions about their bodily functions." Right, Sadie replied. "But does that look like a pursuit pattern to you?" She paused. Those ships the Delvers had ejected were fanning out. To her horror, smoke began to appear all through the system, and more Delvers were emerging. Smaller, this time only the size of destroyers, but there were thousands of them. Oh, saints and stars. Thousands of Delvers? Before today, the galaxy, so far as she knew, had never seen more than one in a single location. Likely they'd chosen to make themselves smaller to not crowd the region. "Look at the things they're sending out," Sadie said. Despite herself, Kimmelin zoomed in on them. The proximity monitor had scans from long-range sensors, giving her visuals on the nearest of those little ships. They didn't look like the balls of stone and destruction the Delvers usually summoned. In fact, they looked, well, like little flying drones with claw arms. Sadie was right. They weren't chasing Kimmelin or the other fighter groups, though it had seemed that way at first. They were actually moving to the inhibitor stations. What under the heavens? Chapter 55. Jorgen. "This is extremely odd behavior," Rinakeen the Urdale said, stepping up beside Jorgen. Jorgen nodded in agreement, watching the hologram, trying to figure out what the Delvers were doing. "I have studied each and every recording of a Delver event," Rinakeen continued. "They've never done anything like this. Dare I hope something is different, less deadly?" I wish I could be as optimistic as you, Jorgen said, pointing. What do they want with the inhibitors? Why are they going to them, then vanishing? Are those inhibitor fields falling?
They are, an aide piped up. She rushed over with a datapad for him. Each inhibitor station visited by a delver is dropping its field, suggesting the inhibitor slug inside has been destroyed.
Poor things, Jorgen said. I wonder if they bring the delvers pain.
He paused. Was there a way to get to some of the slugs before the delvers did? Dared he risk his people for that? It was why they'd come here. They could try to grab at least a few of those Taeniks before leaving. He moved to give the order, but was interrupted.
Sir, a man called from the comm station. You want to see this, sir? What is it? He asked, striding over with Rinnikeen and a swarm of Kitson generals. Even Ironsides joined them, peeking over his shoulder. On the screen was a shot of the surface of detritus. He felt sick as he saw the small delver ships appearing there. Of course. They ignored inhibition fields. Spensa had said that the shield around Starsight had delayed the delver that attacked there for a time, but detritus's shell had been no match for the one that had struck it in that old recording. He couldn't stop the delvers. If they wanted detritus, they could take it, as evidenced by them appearing by the 1,000 on the surface. Time to scramble reserves, he said. Wait. What are they doing? Can we zoom in? I can move the drone closer, the comms officer said, ordering it. As it drew in, Jorgen could make out what the delver ships were doing. Each was depositing a Taenix safely on the surface of detritus, then hyperjumping away. He looked to the others, who seemed baffled. So, they're helping now? Rinnikeen said. You see, optimism was warranted. You might be right, Jorgen said, looking back at the screen as increasing numbers of the slugs were dropped off safely, apparently having been rescued by the delvers. I'll admit, there was one element I wasn't factoring in earlier that may have changed my expectations. And what is that? Rinnikeen asked. I'd momentarily forgotten, Jorgen said with a smile, that Spensa was involved.
Chapter 56. I knew that some of the delvers hadn't accepted our help. I wasn't certain how many, but some. Those had lingered on the perimeter of the nowhere. Then they'd vanished, hiding again instead of accepting comfort and change. Yes, they were people, all right. A very different kind of people, but prone to the same inclinations. The majority changed for the better, fortunately. Some accepted it faster than the others, and those went to help the Taeniks. The slugs were first terrified, then relieved, their voices echoing in my mind. The delvers were rescuing the slugs trapped in the inhibitor stations. But where was Braid? I pulled out of the nowhere, found myself kneeling in a broken room, empty save for the rubble from our strange duel. I double-checked and I was... me? Yeah, I was certain now. No more delver in my soul. It felt like taking off a blanket and exposing my sweaty skin to the air. It wasn't a bad feeling, just odd. I stumbled to my feet, then something appeared in my hands. A soft, yellow and blue slug about the size of a loaf of bread. "Doomslug," I said. "Doomslug," she fluted. I gave her a hug, though my left arm screamed in pain. Scud, I'd been shot. Between the adrenaline and the subsequent communication with the delvers, I'd forgotten. Granted, it had been a grazing blow, but it still hurt. Well, it seems the delvers were taking the inhibitor slugs to safety, which meant that despite lacking a delver in my soul, I could hyperjump out of here and get back to the others. Before I did, though, a voice entered my mind. "Miss Nightshade?" Chet asked. "We have a problem."
Of course we do, I said with a sigh. What is it? A short time ago, Braid contacted the main station via comslug. That slug just relayed what she said. The poor thing is quite alarmed, I must say. Braid intends to execute all of the slugs inside the station itself, which is shielded, So no help from the Delvers, I asked. They can break through a shield, as I attempted to do on Starsight so long ago, but it will take them time. I'm trying to explain the danger to my kin, but I fear we shall be too late to act upon this distressing turn. Spensa, Braid is flying there in person to see the order carried out. She got in a starfighter? I asked. Yes. Fortunately, the inhibitors closest to this region are still in effect. I've explained the problem to them, so the slugs are blocking her and refusing to go with the Delvers. They won't abandon the Taenix on Evensong. But Miss Nightshade, she is getting close. Yes, but she'd climbed into a starfighter, and I knew where the station's hangar bay was. Doomslug under my arm, I leaped out into the hallway, and very nearly got shot. I was saved by a stumble, the destructor fire blasting over my head. With a shout, I dove back into the room, then apologized to Doomslug, who fluted at me in annoyance. I put her down. Well, we'd just... What was that? Chet? I asked. Something just changed. Delver, he said. One who didn't want to join us. It has come in your direction. I am pleading with it not to destroy you. His voice grew even more distant, and my ability to hyperjump was smothered. I sighed, then seized a gun from the rubble. I peeked again into the hallway, but weapons fire from a half-dozen soldiers set up behind a makeshift barricade drove me back. Braid had found much better troops than the ones who had been assigned to guard my prison. They knew how to keep me pinned, and each time I tried something I was forced right back into the room. Scud, I didn't have time for this. If Braid reached Evensong... Greetings, a deep voice shouted in the hallway outside. By tradition, the masked exile is supposed to announce himself before joining a battle. Consider this your warning. Was that... I poked my head out to see a tiny figure on a hover platform at the end of the hallway, behind the enemy barricade. Hesho? Hesho was here? Scott, he looked so small next to the enormous Tanasi troops. They'd crush him. One turned a large assault rifle on him. As Hesho zipped forward on his small platform, a flash of light followed, sweeping in an arc in front of him. The Tanasi's head thumped to the floor outside the barricade. Hesho made a motion as if returning a tiny sword to its sheath at his side. But swords didn't make light like that, and little ones certainly didn't sweep through the air in a 2-meter-long crescent like that one had. Right, then. The Flying Fox samurai with a laser sword needed fire support. I burst into the hallway, gun at my unwounded shoulder, sighting and advancing in a steady walk. I fired on the troops, blasting body parts as they were exposed. Hesho made another sweep of light, then another. What had been a fortified position became a killing field for confused troops trapped between two enemy forces. They tried to shoot him, but blasts went wild as he zipped about, a tiny target difficult to hit. Hesho finished off the last of the 6 as I stepped up, dumbfounded. "Are you well?" he asked, hovering on his platform and panting softly. "You seem to have been injured at least once." "Hesho," I said, "I want to hug you." "Because of the differences in size," he said, raising a paw. "Perhaps this human gesture will suffice." He lifted his mask, smiling, and let me bump his paw. "That weapon," I said. "Ah, yes," he said, patting the sheath at his side. "The darting hawk that separates sinew from bone. A family weapon I fetched from Evershore
when the assault was announced. You charge it like this. He grabbed the sheath. Then you whip it out like this.
It released a burst of energy when he swung, making the air glow. By the time he returned it to the sheath, it had stopped glowing.
Not the most efficient weapon, but it has a certain historical flair which I thought appropriate for my current station.
Thank you, I said to him. Whatever debt you owed me for helping you in the nowhere is paid.
Ah, but that is not how it works, Spencer, he said. You mistake me. I did not come here because of a debt. He smiled. I came to help a friend.
I grinned back, then grabbed Doomslug and waved for Hesho to join me as I ran into the hangar bay. We just had to steal a ship and the hangar bay was empty. No ships. Only some frightened officials trying to hide behind a stack of bins on the far side of the room. There was no way for me to chase Braid down. Chapter 57. I fell to my knees, suddenly deflated. It felt as though all of my strength, intensity, and even anger had been sucked out of my body. I had been full of so many emotions for so long that coming down from them now felt enervating. What had I expected? That Braid would leave a ship behind? Besides, all of the ships that had been in here had remote control functions that let her take them over, as she demonstrated before our duel earlier. Doomslug fluted mournfully.
Spencer?
A very quiet voice in my head said.
I arrived in a small ship, Hesho said. Though it fit only a Kitson, my poor ship is not in flying shape any longer. Those manning this station did not make my approach easy. I am sorry.
Spencer, it's me, your ghost.
I nodded dully. I had been so certain it would come down to a duel between me and Braid, one final flight, one final time in the sky. What now? Could anyone else help the slugs of Evensong? Could I reach them through that Delver's influence? Embot, I thought to him. I'm inhibited here and I can't leave. Can you reach Jorgen?
I could, he thought, but I'm thinking everyone else is helping. I want to help too.
Talk to Jorgen, I sent. Tell him that Braid is flying for Evensong, and we need to stop her, somehow.
We should chase her down, he said. Together.
I'm sorry, I said. Mentally, emotionally, physically exhausted. I never finished building your new body.
And I love you for trying, he said. Though, to be honest, I don't think that shell would have worked. I can't be housed in a black box like that again. I'm so much more now.
He was probably right. I felt sick. Even that was a failure.
No, not a failure, he said. It showed me something. Set me thinking. You know what happens to Delvers when they come into the somewhere?
The air warped in front of me. Dust burst from a hole in space, like smoke shrouding something growing out of the nowhere. A Delver. No, Embot. They form a body for themselves, I said.
Not just a body, he said. A body in the shape they know. Of what used to house them, of...
The dust settled onto a shining black ship, vaguely W-shaped, with enormous boosters and a full complement of destructors. His ship. His old ship, but made new, fitting his growth and what he'd become. Oh, stars and saints.
Hi, he said through a speaker on the front. I've been resurrected. Do I start a religion now, or do I wait for you to do it for me? That part has always confused me.
Embot, I said, climbing to my feet, I can't believe I have decided that I like being a spaceship, he said. Having a body is nice. Thank you for giving me the idea. Anyway, are we going to... Right. I leaped up, doomslug in hand, and climbed into the waiting cockpit. Hesho flew down and found, with an ooh, that Mbot had made him a battle station with co-pilot controls. Doomslug had her own cushioned box. I helped her inside, then strapped in, and the canopy closed over me. Finally, I put my hands on the controls. So familiar, so inviting. Not the ship I'd repaired in that cavern, but somehow still the same, if not better. I'm okay, flying you, I said to Mbot. Please, he said. You've seen my attempts. You can be my chauffeur, mortal. That will leave me to the contemplation of various more important things, such as the nature of mushrooms.
A cold skin of dusk, Hesho said solemnly, yet thriving and beautiful, as only life knows.
Yes, Mbot said. What he said. I grinned, then spun the ship using maneuvering thrusters so I didn't hurt any of the officials hiding behind the bins before blasting out into space. It felt so good. But Scud, there was a delver hovering just overhead. Chet, I sent.
I have persuaded my associate, he replied, to sit back, watch, and see. Since you no longer are bonded to me, she is not as frightened of you as she once was. But be careful, her inhibitor field is up. It seems not all of our kind are going to be as accommodating as we'd like. So far, she is the only one actively working against you. But you have given us a sense of individuality and, well, they're using it.
No problem. Because while Braid had a huge lead on me, I wasn't in just any ship. I was in Mbot. I pushed on his overburn, and we exploded across the battlefield. Hesho helpfully called up a proximity overlay on the monitor and showed me how to avoid those giant worm things. I skimmed along one of the monsters, angling toward Braid, and was past it before it had time to so much as look at me. By Mbot's estimations, unfortunately, I would reach Braid just a little too late. So I called her. Rather, I had Mbot hack her comm so she would take my call even if she didn't want to. Hello, Braid, I said. I was pleased to see her ship waver, jogging to the side, as if she expected that I'd be shooting soon after talking. That earned me a few seconds. You still want that duel? I asked. You know I do, she said, her voice tense. Great, because you're going to get it. You see me? She cursed softly, perhaps noting the velocity at which I was closing in. She didn't have an advanced AI, or, well, Delver, to calculate the difference in our speeds for her. She would just eyeball it, and had to be thinking that I would reach her soon. Flying straight when someone was coming up on your tail was deadly to a starfighter. She broke off, going on the defensive. Fine, she said. Let's do this. I slowed as I got closer. Acceleration was vital, but so was maneuverability, and you needed to balance the two. As I drew near, she came screaming back toward me. Around us, delvers the size of battleships emerged in the void, sending out more drones, copies of Mbot when he'd been housed in a little cleaning drone to rescue Tanix. Jorgen's coalition ships began to appear near the installation we'd just left. But I was only here for one fight. I needed this. I had to prove that I could win. As soon as that thought crossed my mind, though, a part of me chuckled. Why in the saint's name would I need to prove anything after all I'd been through? I didn't need to beat Braid in a starfighter duel. I knew I was good enough to do so, and even if not, who cared? Scott, Scud, had I just outgrown, well, myself? Braid wouldn't want to fight either. This would be cover for some other plan. What was it? I thought I knew. Chet, I sent. You still there? Indeed. Contact Jorgen, I sent. I can't do it with this inhibitor field, but you can cut through it. I need you to ask him to do something for me. Chapter 58. Braid. Braid had no intention of dueling Spensa, of course. Fortunately, Spensa didn't know that. She'd always been about the contest, the fight, while Braid had always seen the big picture, the larger scope. Like right now, with those inhibitors going down, she had an opening. She merely had to reach that open spot ahead, far enough from the Delvers that she'd be able to jump away. She made sure to make a good showing of dueling. Any less would get her killed. Spensa got on her tail, and if Braid was being honest, she couldn't have prevented that. So Braid legitimately gave it her best, diving along the outside of one of the vast worms, then firing a spray of shots along it to make it light up. That should slow... Scrud. She could barely concentrate on her flying because Spensa was back there, weaving between the worm's tines with the energy of a child on a playground, fleet and precise. How? How did she fly like that? Braid burst away from the vast worm on Overburn, cutting close to some junk, and Spensa followed, making it seem easy, as she light-lanced to change trajectory on a whim. At each turn, Spensa got closer to Braid. So Braid went into her best evasives, but Spensa matched them turn for turn and kept getting closer. How? Scrut. It was all right. A general didn't have to be able to fight every soldier on the battlefield. Big picture, she told herself. You just need to be able to hyperjump. Braid had managed to maneuver them closer and closer to that open spot with no inhibitor. Reach there, and she could escape. Hell, from there she could hyperjump right to Evensong and fry the slugs. Then she jumped to the intelligence stronghold on Varvaxin 3, which not even Kuna knew about. She was almost free. Spensa didn't realize what... A shot hit Braid's shield. Not from behind, but from in front. From her escape route. There, to her shock, a group of starfighters had just appeared. An entire flight. Cheating, she said into the comm. Spensa, you coward. This was supposed to be a duel, just the two of us. That's the thing, Spensa said back. It's not just the two of us, Braid. I'm not alone. I will never be alone. I'm part of something bigger. And when you pick a fight with one of us... Chapter 59. You pick it. With all of us, I finished, grinning as Braid veered away from the freedom she'd been seeking. Ships stormed after her. Skyward flight, I said. Roll call and confirmation. Skyward 1, said Arturo. Call sign, Amphisbena. And no, I'm never going to shorten it. I'm here, Spin. Skyward 2, said FM, voice firm and seemingly cold, yet I'd heard music from her cockpit just before she cut it off. Temporary assignment to active flight duty. Call sign FM. I'm here. Skyward 3, said Ned's affable, relaxed voice. Call sign Netter. We're here. Ned? I asked, amazed. You're flying? Well, I'm the co-pilot, he said. Hello, a Kitson voice said over the line. I'm Hannah. Netter needed someone to fly. All part of my plan, he said. I can take naps during battles now. Anyway, we're here for you. Spin. Braid dodged right as shots chased her, her motions increasingly frantic.
Skyward 4, Alanique said in her own language. Call sign, Angel. I'm here.
Braid broke left, but more fire came from that direction, scoring her shield, lighting it up.
Skyward 5, Sadie said. I'd have to stop thinking of her as the new girl. She'd now been in the flight longer than I had when I'd left for Starsight. Call sign Sentry. I'm here. Skyward 6, T-Stall said. Call sign T-Stall. Here. Skyward 7, Catnip called. Call sign Catnip. I'm here. I can't believe I'm still mixed up with you lot. Skyward 8, Cowrie said. And all 30 of us are here for you. Did the masked exile arrive? He is here, Hesho said from his controls, and is grateful for your concern and your leadership.
Skyward 9, Shiver said. They say we need call signs. I'm thinking stalwart. We're here.
Deliz flashed her comm light to indicate her presence as well. And I'm here too, Embot said. Hello, everyone. I've been resurrected, but I'm not starting a religion. I've decided they're too much work. Skyward 11, Kimmelin said, moving her ship in next to mine. Call sign Quirk. I'm here. I watched Braid's shield go down to a web of destructor blasts, and I sent a message telling the others to hold their fire. Skyward 0, a voice said in my ear, Jorgen's wonderful voice. Always with you, Spencer, even when I can't be there in person. I told them that this time you hadn't run off. I knew you'd been kidnapped.
Thank you, I said to him, for believing in me.
Braid slowed her ship, realizing she was surrounded, outgunned. I could see her turn her fighter toward me, could almost make out her expression as she considered. Then she bolted, trying to escape. I vaporized her cockpit with a single shot. Skyward 12, I whispered. Call sign Spin. Confirmed. Epilogue. Valazode, as prime controller of the elected assembly, was supposed to be the most powerful being on the planet Monrome, homeworld of the Dione people, center of culture for the entire superiority. Yes, there were superiority officers ranked higher than Valazode was, but they were out of contact right now. The superiority was a mess anyway, so Valazode, well, they should have been the most important person around. They didn't feel like it. Instead, they felt strangely cold as the others led them through the primary communications node on Byled. Now a mess of broken open machinery, holes ripped into it like the hearts had been taken out for surgery. It was a cold, icy thing to realize you, the most powerful person on a planet, were helpless.
All of our communication systems, Lechalid said softly, gesturing to another set of ripped-open machines. Everyone on the planet, even in the secret places of intelligence, they're all like this, vandalized in a moment last night.
Valazode bared their teeth, something they prided themselves on never doing, so uncivilized it felt. But what other response was there? Same with the hyperdrives, Valazode asked. The other Diones in the room nodded. Something, a force they didn't understand, had ripped into every ship in the system and taken out the hyperdrives, and the inhibitors, and every other secret piece of biological technology on the planet. Somehow, this force had found them all, no matter how hidden. It was like nothing else ever recorded. If reports were true, scattered and fragmentary as they'd been before communications had shut down, then this was happening all across the superiority. Worse, something terrible and terrifying was involved. Delvers. Valazode left the room and stepped out onto a balcony, formal coat rustling as they put their hands on the railing and looked out over a sea of lights. Light to push back the darkness. Ever since the Diones had achieved prime intelligence, they had been a light to the galaxy, pushing back the twin darknesses of barbarism and aggression. Now, Valazode was scared, terrified.
"What do we do?"
Jaxerma said, walking up, terror painted on their bifurcated face, half blue, half red. They were a draft, doing an internship. It was supposed to have been an easy couple of weeks for them to prove themselves. That had been before the reports had started coming in. First, an assault on the secret Superiority Tanix storage facility a few days back. Then terror around the galaxy. Now this? Valazode looked up at the sky, stars twinkling high above. It had been a long, long time since a Dione had looked up there and been frightened. They'd mastered their universe, claimed it, until now.
"We're trapped,"
Valazode whispered, taking it in, realizing it fully.
"No communications off-planet, no way to hyperjump. It would take decades to reach the next star system without a hyperdrive. We're alone."
The others quieted, then began whispering in terror, until a star fell from the sky. Then another, and more. Starfighters? Were they saved? Valazode hurried to where the fighters landed, but this was no salvation. They found a group of people, mostly humans, led by a tall female with short hair. She held a Tanix in a special sling at her side, matching her uniform. Out in the open, it made Valazode's skin crawl. Those things were supposed to be kept hidden.
"Ah,"
she said, as Valazode climbed from the hovercar. "Minister Valazode, at last?"
"Yes,"
Valazode said, forcing those teeth to remain unbared. The human bared hers, brazenly. "I'm Provisional Ambassador, Freya Martin, Commander in the Defiant military. Call sign FM, if it matters."
"Does it?"
She gave a human shrug of the shoulders. "Just here to impart a little explanation. Food deliveries will be incoming. As I understand, your planet is too populated to feed itself. You'll want to arrange for the distribution, and you can send requests for other supplies. If we determine they legitimately can't be produced locally, we'll accommodate the requests. The rest of the terms are here." She set a datapad on a table nearby. One of the guards moved to take a shot at her, a terribly aggressive act, and it would have horrified Valazode under other circumstances. But well, this was a human. The human seemed to have been ready for it. Before the guard pulled the trigger, the human vanished. The shot zipped through empty air. The human appeared next to the Dione with the gun and pointedly took the weapon from their stunned hands. That Tanix. It knew how to hyperjump on command, without needing any equipment to corral it? So dangerous, so aggressive. "That was annoying of you," the human said. "If you keep acting like this, you'll never get off-world. And I was assured by your kind it was safe to visit you in person." She stalked back toward her ship.
"Human,"
Valazode called.
Wait! I apologize for this craven act of aggression, but please, when do we get to leave our planet again?"
"It's not up to me, so I can't say," the human said, pausing by her ship. The others were already climbing into theirs.
"Who is it up to?"
Valazode said.
"Can I speak to your government, plead our case? We didn't know
what Winzik was doing. We didn't condone his war. We are victims."
"This isn't about his war," she said. "It's about what you've done as a society. And it's not our government who gets to decide when you're allowed off-planet again."
"Then who?"
Valzo demanded. The human gestured to her sling, and the Tanix inside who fluted out, "Whoo!" Valazode's horror grew more overpowering.
The hyperdrives decide?"
"Yup," she said, climbing up to her cockpit. "Good luck."
Oh no.
1 week after the victory at Evensong, I stood overseeing yet another delivery of slugs, and I tried to pretend that nothing was wrong with me. After all, things were great. The Delvers had taken their duty to heart, and their first act of compassion involved saving the Tanix, rescuing every hyperdrive that wanted to be rescued, and the other types, every single one of them, in the galaxy.
"It's a good thing we have a whole planet full of places like this," I said, standing at an outcropping overlooking a cavern on detritus, one of the many I'd explored as a kid. It was now packed with happily fluting slugs feasting on bins of mushrooms and algae. Jorgen stepped up beside me, holding a datapad, which was full of statistics about caverns that could be turned into Tanix housing. Based on our estimates, we'd have to find room for several 100,000 Tanix. Not impossible, but it would be difficult to ramp up the wholesale agricultural operations necessary to provide food for them all. Fortunately, there was already a robust system of food delivery across the galaxy, and there were enough Tanix willing to continue doing their jobs for now to keep that running. So long as we gave them freedom and let them take breaks, with others taking turns. That meant there would be no interruptions in food supplies, though many luxuries would have to stop being traded for now. Indeed, there would be complications, as the planets providing the food weren't being fairly compensated, though initial talks with all of them found the people there excited by the idea of being able to trade their food for more unfettered access to travel. With all this, Jorgen was certain he could hold mass starvation at bay across the galaxy. Regardless, for now, we'd be able to feed the Tanix with shipments from off-planet, and it seemed detritus could work perfectly for growing a crop favored by the Tanix. Mushrooms. Jorgen smiled. He liked a challenge, and this was the perfect one for him. An organizational nightmare, perhaps, but running what was essentially the biggest refugee camp in the galaxy was going to take ingenuity, plus the invention of a ton of new rules. He'd only oversee it, while others did much of the work. He would be stuck with a large number of duties in the newly forming Galactic Alliance. There was talk of a new government to replace the superiority, but it was way too soon for something like that. For now, it was just an alliance, with some shared rules and a moderator running a kind of galactic forum. Nobody wanted a human in that position, of course, though they didn't say it outright. Fortunately, Renekeen of the Erdale was extremely well-liked. He was the most likely candidate to run the thing. The humans from detritus and the other human preserves would have to find their way in what this was becoming. Once, I would have said we'd end up as soldiers, and certainly we'd need to keep up our space forces, but we had another specialty these days. Slug care. Scud. My stomach twisted. I fought it down. "This is going to be their planet," Jorgen said, "as it always kind of was. We're just here to help."
"And try to figure out what the terms mean," I said. He nodded, his expression a little more grim. The Tanix and the Delvers had a treaty, one that didn't include the rest of us.
It involved how often and how quickly the slugs would hyperjump anyone but themselves to prevent too much somewhere incursion into the nowhere. Most of the Delvers didn't feel pain when we traveled the nowhere any longer, but some did, as they'd refused our help, which was, I suppose, their right. And collectively, the Delvers were asserting that the nowhere was their territory. It had existed outside of time and space before their arrival, and they liked it that way, even healing as they were. I wasn't certain it was right for them to claim an entire dimension, but at the same time, what right did any of us have to the land or the airspace that we claimed? They were willing to work with us, but I'd essentially shattered them into a ton of arguing individuals. They were much more aligned than any other species because of their origins, but still, things would be complicated for a while. Regardless, hyperjumping, at least with the Taenix, was going to be limited going forward. The Taenix would give a warning to the Delvers, then wait for permission. So far, that permission could take anywhere from a few seconds to a half hour, though it could in some cases be arranged ahead of time. Both groups were undecided on what to do about cytonics, like me. We might have to negotiate our own treaty or risk their wrath. Again, it was uncertain. Still, having answers and some measure of safety from the Delvers felt good. So I tried to keep my stress and worry from showing as I joined Jorgen in the lift, heading back to the surface.
"Is this about us?" he asked. "How tense you are."
Scott, he'd noticed. So I took him by the arm, made him lean down, and kissed him. Not about us. He relaxed.
"Good."
"I'm fine," I said. "Just getting used to the new role. Slug Wrangler."
"Doesn't seem to fit into grand stories,"
he said. "I don't have to live as if I'm in those stories," I said. "I've grown beyond that."
"You're still you."
"The me I am is happy to be here," I said. "With you. Just give me time. I'll get used to things being boring. Kimmelin says boring is good. She can't shut up about it. The Saint apparently had lots to say about doing nothing being nothing to do."
"I don't even know what that means,"
he said, but kissed me again. For a moment that was enough. I lost myself in his warmth, in the press of his lips on mine, his pulse matching mine. I held on to him, feeling embarrassed and thrilled all at once that the doors to the elevator could open at any time, exposing our moment of intimacy. I loved him, genuinely. I wanted to be with him forever. It was just, well, everything else. The world wasn't ending, and I seemed to thrive when it was. What an absolutely terrible personality attribute to have. We finally, with effort, stopped kissing as the elevator slowed and we arrived at Alta Base. Arm in arm, we stepped out and turned along the path. We still used Jorgen's old garage and his hovercar that was inside. He kept talking about learning to tinker with it as a hobby, something people were able to have when they weren't at war. He talked about seeing how high he could get it to fly, as if he couldn't demand a starfighter at any moment. Just before we reached the garage, his comm beeped. He gave me a chagrined look, but I left him to it. Some new species we were approaching, wanting seats in the new Galactic Forum. I wandered over to his garage, then past it to the adjacent hangar. It was big enough for 2 ships. Inside, Mbot, still in his ship form, was chatting with Hesho, who was sitting on the wing, sharpening a sword. The kitten waved as I entered, and Doomslug fluted from beside him, making a sound like the scraping of the sword on stone. Behind them was another ship, Chet's. He stood up from the cockpit, wearing overalls and a cap, his vibrant mustaches extending from beneath his nose. "Bother!" he said. You realize how annoying shaving is? I never had to do that when I didn't have a real physical presence, Miss Nightshade. It is most uncomfortable. Turned out, delvers weren't limited to making stone and rock. Chet was having fun learning to be human, and by fun, I meant he was mostly making all the same annoying observations about human bodies that I'd spent months hearing from Mbot. At least in Chet's case, the complaints seemed more commiserative. For example, he hadn't realized that if you didn't sleep, you got headaches. I picked up a cloth and started cleaning Mbot, who needed a good mopping up after our last flight to inspect a distant set of caverns. I worked in silence for a time, enjoying the quiet moment, when Raj called. "Yo, Rig," I said, as Mbot piped through the comm. "How's life untangling the mysteries of the universe?" "Ugh," he said. "That good?" "FM keeps going down in person and getting shot at," he said. "What is with her?" "She just wants the excitement," I said. "That's not what she says." "What does she say?" "That she needs to ensure personally that the instructions are received by the proper authorities." "Excitement," I said. I empathize. "It can't be getting dull for you already, Spencer," he said. "It's only been a few days." "Longer than I've ever gone without getting shot at." "Liar," he said. "You realize I've known you most of your life, right?" "Then you know that I'm prone to exaggeration," I said. "So what's new?" He chuckled. "Well, I just wanted to let you know I've sent Jorgen something interesting. It might help." I frowned. "What?" "He asked for it, and I found it in all of this massive information we're getting from the Superiority's primary databases. Just try not to break anything. Rig out. Thanks, by the way." "For?" "For dragging me into this." He cut the line. I was left confused as Jorgen walked back in carrying a datapad. "All right," I said, hands on my hips. "What scheming have you two been doing?" He turned it toward me. It seemed to be a list of coordinates. "Unexplored planets," he said. "Deemed too dangerous by the Superiority. There's practically nothing listed about them other than warnings to stay away." "Which could mean," I said, snatching it. "Anything," he said. "From a Tanix refuge to some kind of very aggressive species to who knows what they determined was too dangerous to even record. Seems mysterious to me." I took it, then looked at him, narrowing my eyes. "You just want to keep me busy." "Of course I want to keep you busy," he said. "Doing something important." He wrapped the datapad. "Earth is out there somewhere, Spencer. Either in the nowhere or here. Something happened with it. And the figments, we know next to nothing about them. And what about the traps we found on the portals into the nowhere? Those have existed far longer than the Delvers. There might be dangers out there we don't know about. Better to explore them than to be surprised." I grinned, then paused and looked at him. "What?" he said. "I can't go alone." "Kimmelin, despite what she says, is bored of being bored. And I suspect Chet wants to go do some humaning." "Right you are," he called. "So," Jorgen said, "you won't go alone." I felt an immediate thrill, then paused. Will this interfere with us if I'm gone this much? "I don't want you to be anyone but you," he said. "And if you're sure nothing about us is bothering you, it's not us. Nothing is wrong with us. I love us. Unless you want something new, that is. Just tell me and I'll shut up. Only not because I never do." I cringed, then kissed him, because I knew that worked. He grinned as I pulled back. I'm commissioning you a flight, as explorers, to map these planets. Recruit up to 3 other pilots. Just promise to come back and check in with me. Every day, I promised, so long as I can manage it. He nodded, but he didn't seem certain, so I kissed him again, then added, softer, Jorgen, I will come back every day that I can for time with you. This is where I belong. You belong wherever it's not boring. I belong with all of you, even if I need to do other things sometimes. Learning that is basically the point of half the stories, Jorgen. Didn't you listen to Gran? I thought those stories always left the heroine changed, he said. They do. And they did. In the stories, she leaves, because she no longer fits in where she began. In the stories, yes, I whispered. But Jorgen, there's one huge flaw in all of those stories. Which is? None of them had you. I managed to get through to him with that one, I think. He smiled, then seemed actually a little bashful. If there's one thing that all of this has taught me, I said to him, it's that I get to choose for myself. I'll let you distract me with these planets to explore, Jorgen Waite. But don't you dare think it's going to give you too much of a break from me. Wouldn't dream of it. I let go of him, then went to show the data to Doomslug, Chet, Hesho, and Mbot. But before I did, I called back to Jorgen. Hey, I said. By the way, yeah? Just remember, if I accidentally unleash some kind of gigantic galactic threat, then I have to blow up a star or something to crush its skull and turn it into a red pulp the size of a planetary ring. This was your idea. He laughed and left me to it, though the actual details weren't that important, so I let Hesho read them off to the others, who chatted about where to go first. I stepped outside and looked up. There was an odd convergence taking place, a hole through the many layers of platforms that protected detritus, leading upward, toward the stars. I belonged there, but the lights that glowed in my friends were far brighter. I ducked back inside and asked Mbot to call Kimmelin and tell her the good news. That I'd just dragged her into a potentially life-threatening adventure. Again. The end of the Skyward series. The universe will continue in Skyward Legacy. Acknowledgements. As always, a ton of work is done to put each and every one of these books together. I hope the list of names doesn't make your vision start to blur, but also, I hope you take the time to scan through and look at the many important people who are involved in the process. A few special highlights. Jancy Patterson has been an invaluable resource on this book and the Skyward series as a whole. You might know that she's working with me on a sequel series right now, which I hope you'll read. And if you missed Skyward Flight, the companion book to Cytonic, I highly recommend picking it up. Of the books in this series, it's rated by fan reviewers as one of the best. Another highlight is the cover of the US edition, which is probably our favorite cover illustration in the series, created by the always amazing Charlie Bowater. We've enjoyed working with Charlie on these books. It's been a wonderful experience. Finally, as always, a big thanks to my wife, Emily, Dragonsteel's Chief Operations Officer and Co-President. She is my partner in crime in all of this, and works so hard behind the scenes to coordinate everyone on the large list below. Thank you all so much for reading. Brandon. At Jabberwocky, my literary agency. Eddie Schneider, Joshua Bilmes, Susan Velasquez, and Christina Zobel. At my U.S. publisher, Delacorte Press, Krista Marino was our fantastic editor on this, as for all of these books, and was a huge resource in helping us understand the YA audience and write the best stories possible. Plus, Beverly Horowitz, Lydia Gregovich, Colleen Fellingham, and Tricia Praveet. The copy editor was Carrie Ann Steinberg. At my UK publisher, Galance, Gillian Redfern, who also did a fantastic line edit on this book, Imad Akhtar, and Brendan Durkin. My audiobook narrators, Susie Jackson in the US and Sophie Aldred in the UK. Isaac Stewart is the VP of Dragonsteel's Creative Development Department. Ben McSweeney did the heavy lifting of creating and leading this project's art. Haley Lazo did the Tainix and Kitson pages. Anna Early led the art and design side of products for the book bundle, plus Rachel Lynn Buchanan, Jennifer Neal, and Priscilla Spencer. The industry standard Peter Ahlstrom is our editorial department VP, with Karen Ahlstrom, Christy Gilbert, Jenny Stevens, Betsy Ahlstrom, and Emily Shaw Hyam. Dan Wells is still the only person in Dragonsteel's narrative department. We considered buying him a goldfish, but figured it would be lonely. Matt, the innkeeper Hatch, is Dragonsteel's VP of Operations, with Jane Horn, Kathleen Dorsey Sanderson, McKenna Saluone, Hazel Cummings, and Becky Wilson. Adam Horn, aka Schrodinger's golfer, simultaneously being both the best and worst at golf in the company, is our VP of Publicity and Marketing, with Jeremy Palmer, Taylor D. Hatch, and Octavia Escamilla. Kara Stewart is our VP of Merchandising, Events, and Slug Wrangling. This book is dedicated to her, and you should all give her a huge amount of thanks and praise. Without her, none of you would have any of the cool merchandise we release, such as the wonderful Doom Slug plushies. Thank you very much, Kara, for all of your years of being awesome. Her department includes Emma Tam Stoker, Christy Jacobson, Kellen Newman, Lex Wilhite, Mem Grange, Michael Bateman, Joy Allen, Allie Reap, Richard Rubert, Katie Ives, Brett Moore, Dallin Holden, Daniel Phipps, Jacob Chrisman, Alex Lyon, Matt Hampton, Camilla Cutler, Quentin Martin, Esther Grange, Logan Reap, Laura Loveridge, Amanda Butterfield, Gwen Hickman, Donald Mustard III, Zoe Hatch, Pablo Mooney, Braden Moore, Avery Morgan, Nathan Mortensen, Christian Fairbanks, Dal Hill, George Kaler, Kathleen Barlow, Kaylee Arnold, Kitty Allen, Rachel Jacobson, Sydney Wilson, Caitlin Hatch, and Judy Torsak. My writing group, Here There Be Dragons, is Emily Sanderson, Kathleen Dorsey Sanderson, Peter Ahlstrom, Karen Ahlstrom, Darcy Stone, Eric James Stone, Alan Layton, Ethan Skarstead, Ben Olson, and Kaylin Zobel. Beta readers for this book were Rob West, callsign Larkspur, Brian T. Hill, callsign El Guapo, Kalyani Poluri, callsign Henna, Jaden King, callsign Tripod, Suzanne Musin, callsign Oracle, Shannon Nelson, callsign Greywatch, Glenn Vogelar, callsign Waze, Bao Pham, callsign Wild, Chris McGrath, callsign Gunner, Paige Vest, callsign Blade, Sam Baskin, callsign Turtle, Liliana Klein, callsign Slip, Ellen Maloney, Lindsay Luther, callsign Soar, Aubrey Pham, callsign Amerlin, Jesse Lake, callsign Lady, Eric Lake, callsign Chaos, Mark Lindberg, callsign Megalodon, Dina Covell Whitney, callsign Braid, Linnea Lindstrom, callsign Pixie, and Sarah Kane, callsign Ultraviolet. Gamma readers included many of the beta readers, plus Joao Menezes Morais, callsign Protected, Darcy Cole, callsign Blue, Ted Herman, callsign Cavalry, Jessica Ashcraft, callsign Gesh, Ross Newberry, callsign Punisher, Joe Deardiff, callsign Traveler. Gary Singer, callsign DVE. Joshua Harkey, callsign Joffwa. Tim Challoner, callsign Antaeus. Kendra Wilson, callsign K-Monster. Becca Rappert, callsign Gran. Heather Klinger, callsign Nightingale. Aaron Ford, callsign Widget. Alexis Horizon, callsign Spectra. Ling Ting Botanica Shu, callsign Hassan. Sean Van Black, callsign Vanguard. Eliyahu Borelowitz Levin, callsign Archer. And Ian McNatt, callsign Weary. About the author. Brandon Sanderson is the author of the #1 New York Times best-selling Reckoners series, Steelheart, Firefight, Calamity, and the E-original Mitosis, the #1 New York Times best-selling Skyward series, Skyward, Starsight, Cytonic, and Defiant, as well as Skyward Flight, the collection with Jancy Patterson, the internationally best-selling Mistborn saga, and the Stormlight Archive. He was chosen to complete Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time series. His books have been published in more than 35 languages and have sold millions of copies worldwide. Brandon lives and writes in Utah. BrandonSanderson.com. About the narrator. Susie Jackson is an actress and voiceover artist whose voice has been heard on commercials, video games, cartoons, and over 200 audiobooks. An Audie Award winner and Sovas Voice Arts Award nominee, Susie was named one of the best voices by Audiophile magazine, and her books have been recognized on the American Library Association's Amazing Audiobooks for Young Adults list. About the producer. Eric Sinestvedt works in his home studio in Virginia, providing post-production for numerous publishers, producers, and narrators, including all of Brandon Sanderson's Secret Projects audiobooks. He was trained as a narrator for the Library of Congress Talking Books program, and also directed and proofed fellow narrators in the program. Previously, Eric was an actor and voiceover artist for more than 15 years, and has recorded over 300 audiobook titles. For more information and to contact, visit ericsinestvedt.com. This concludes Defiant by Brandon Sanderson, read by Susie Jackson. Post-production by Eric Sinestvedt. Produced by Dragonsteel. Copyright 2023. Text copyright 2023. All rights reserved. Visit our website at brandonsanderson.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.